Lives depend on accurate and timely information. Exercise of the rights to freedom of expression, access to public information, and the protection of journalists are key to well-being of our societies. My country, Slovenia, came into being inspired by the quest for democracy and fundamental rights. We know, and the current COVID-19 crisis has confirmed, that human rights can never be taken for granted. The situation of the most vulnerable groups, those without sufficient health care, and those that are prosecuted and historically marginalized, has further worsened. We need to stress, once again, that there is no place for discrimination based on any personal status in modern societies. Nobody should be left behind. As we mark 25 years of adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, we celebrate gains in gender equality and women empowerment. Dear friends, 75 years ago, our mothers and fathers said, never again. They said no to another total war, pointless death and suffering, no to nationalistic and extremist tendencies, no to a life in uncertainty and fear. I, as well as many of you, grew up in a peace and prosperity, in a world built on the values and ideas of the UN founders. Yes, the UN has failed to prevent all the conflicts, could and should oftentimes react quicker, better, more determined. Nevertheless, we have to agree that the world has been a better place since October 1945 because of the United Nations. However, ladies and gentlemen, the world today is a very different place than 75 years ago. Today's world is less predictable and less secure than it was yesterday. Amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, the very fact that we are celebrating this important anniversary in this unprecedented way, each of us, from her or his different part of the world, clearly indicates that we are capable to adapt to do our joint work for the one humanity and the one planet that we are all share. Let me therefore take this opportunity to reaffirm Slovenia's commitment to the multilateral cooperation in the framework of the UN and other international and regional organizations, including within the scope of its EU membership and presidency in 2021. With this in mind, it is vital that progress is made on respect for human rights, international law, and the rule of law, and on a comprehensive, inclusive, and sustainable development of our societies. Let me therefore take this opportunity to reaffirm Slovenia's commitment to the multilateral cooperation in the framework of the UN and other international and regional organizations, including within the scope of its EU membership and presidency in 2021. With this in mind, it is vital that progress is made on respect for human rights, international law, and the rule of law, and on a comprehensive, inclusive, and sustainable development of our societies. The world is increasingly connected and interdependent. The COVID-19 crisis has undoubtedly shown that. We and the UN as an institution have to change and grow with it. I am convinced we can best address global challenges through our joint action. 75 years ago, our predecessors have built the first bridge. Today, our world is a tight network of bridges, and I ask you, for the sake of the present and future generations, for the sake of your loved ones and yourself, do not tear them down. I wish to congratulate all of us. I wish to congratulate and thank our predecessors who were brave and visionary enough to start it all. I wish to congratulate generations of our parents and our own generation to keep it going despite all the obstacles. And I wish our youth, who is slowly taking over, the courage and wisdom to do better than us. I would like to give the final word to the eminent Slovenian novelist, Boris Pahor, also known as the oldest known survivor of the Nazi concentration camps, and who is, as its 107 years of age, still outspoken fighters against all totalitarianisms. He says, humanity has enough wisdom and power to find a path to lead us out of the crisis towards becoming a more ethical human being. I believe him. Hvala. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Monaco to introduce an address by the head of state.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. J'ai l'honneur d'introduire l'allocution de Son Altesse Sérénissime le Prince Albert II, Prince souverain de Monaco, pour le débat général de la 75e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. Les circonstances particulières du débat général de cette 75e session de l'Assemblée générale sont anecdotiques quand, depuis des mois, des familles, des communautés, des pays sont pris dans la tourmente de la pandémie de la Covid-19 et de ses conséquences. Je tiens à saluer ici le leadership de son Excellence le professeur Tijani Mohamed Bandeh. Il a su maintenir le cap dans des moments particulièrement difficiles et permettre à l'Assemblée générale de poursuivre l'essentiel de ses travaux. Je tiens aussi à remercier chaleureusement le secrétaire général, M. Antonio Guterres, et à travers lui tout le personnel des Nations unies qui n'a eu de cesse de mobiliser le système onusien jusque dans les zones de conflit, et ce, afin de protéger les plus vulnérables. Les réformes des activités de développement ont permis une coordination efficace des équipes de terrain et ont mis en valeur les compétences, le dévouement et le courage de ces femmes et de ces hommes qui œuvrent au quotidien pour honorer les mandats que nous leur avons confiés. Monsieur le Président Bozkır, vous avez donné la prééminence à la concertation et à la coordination pour que les États membres relèvent les immenses défis dans un esprit d'entraide et d'efficacité. Vous savez pouvoir compter sur l'entière coopération de ma délégation alors que la Principauté de Monaco exerce l'une des présidences de cette 75e session. Monsieur le Président, ces dernières années, le monde a subi une succession de crises que nous avons dû affronter dans cette enceinte, la montée du terrorisme, l'intensification des flux migratoires, les bouleversements climatiques, la crise financière de 2008 et maintenant la pandémie qui génère une crise économique et sociale. En dépit de ces obstacles majeurs, nous avons adopté les lignes directrices novatrices, le programme de développement à l'horizon 2030 et ses ODD en 2015, ainsi que l'accord de Paris sur le climat en 2016 et le pacte mondial pour des migrations sûres en 2018, pour ne citer que cela. Le système international est toutefois déstabilisé et le multilatéralisme remis en cause. Dans un contexte où ressurgissent des tendances nationalistes et protectionnistes, il est vital que nous nous mobilisions de façon coordonnée et solidaire. Aucun État, quelle que soit sa taille, sa puissance militaire ou économique, ne peut affronter seul les enjeux internationaux actuels. L'interconnexion de nos États impose une réponse collective aux menaces transnationales qui mettent à mal les progrès dûment acquis et fragilisent la paix et la sécurité internationale. L'arrêt brutal imposé à nos économies par le confinement nécessaire a impacté nos ressources. Monaco, résolument attaché au multilatéralisme et à ses institutions, s'est acquitté de ses engagements statutaires et continuera à se conformer à ses obligations. Fidèle à sa tradition de solidarité envers les plus vulnérables, la principauté a ainsi participé à l'effort collectif pour lutter contre la pandémie, notamment en répondant à l'appel mondial d'urgence lancé par les Nations Unies. Monsieur le Président, le secrétaire général a appelé à bâtir un multilatéralisme de réseau regroupant toutes les agences, organisations et entités locales, régionales et internationales. C'est en effet en se montrant plus inclusif, à l'écoute de tous, que nous pourrons être assurés de ne laisser personne de côté. À ce titre, les femmes et les filles ne sauraient être plus longtemps mises à l'écart d'un tel mouvement en cette année marquée par un triple anniversaire, les 25 ans de la déclaration du programme d'action de Beijing, les 20 ans de l'adoption de la résolution 1325 du Conseil de sécurité pour les femmes, la paix et la sécurité, et les 10 ans de la création d'ONU Femmes. Voilà 25 ans que l'égalité femmes-hommes est à notre agenda, et pourtant les femmes et les filles constituent toujours le principal groupe touché par les inégalités. Malgré certains progrès, la situation dans le monde évolue extrêmement lentement. De surcroît, le rapport 2020 sur les objectifs de développement durable souligne le lourd tribut que les femmes paient face à la crise, rendant encore plus distante la réalisation de l'ODD 5. D'une part, les femmes sont les plus impliquées dans la lutte contre la Covid-19 et donc les plus exposées à la contamination, et d'autre part, une forte et intolérable augmentation des cas de violences domestiques est à déplorer, ainsi qu'un taux particulièrement élevé de déscolarisation des filles. Mon gouvernement s'est résolument engagé à défendre les intérêts des femmes et poursuivra, au travers du Comité pour la promotion et la protection des droits des femmes, créé en 2018, son action en faveur de la réduction des inégalités et la lutte contre les discriminations et les violences dont les femmes sont encore trop souvent victimes. C'est aussi en écoutant et en faisant confiance à la jeunesse que nous construirons un avenir plus robuste et plus durable. L'inclusion politique est une demande centrale de la jeunesse. L'année passée, beaucoup d'entre nous ont salué l'engagement dont ont fait preuve les jeunes sur la question du climat. Aujourd'hui, si les jeunes sont moins affectés par le virus de la Covid-19, ils subissent de plein fouet la crise économique qui en découle. Nombre d'entre eux sont concernés par des statuts précaires qui ne leur procurent pas la protection sociale. D'autres se retrouvent coupés de tout moyen d'accès à l'éducation. Il est indispensable que nous établissions des dispositions spécifiques afin d'éviter que nos jeunes ne se retrouvent enfermés durablement dans le piège de la pauvreté. Monsieur le Président, si les nouvelles technologies ont largement participé au développement de nos sociétés, elles contribuent malheureusement à l'essor d'un nouveau contexte d'insécurité. Ces derniers mois ont formidablement accéléré la transition numérique, mais ces progrès se sont accompagnés également d'une explosion des cyberattaques. Le cyberespace est désormais une zone d'affrontement à part entière, au même titre que la terre, la mer et le ciel. Que devient la souveraineté à l'heure du numérique quand la sécurité, le droit, l'économie, la fiscalité et la monnaie sont remises en cause? Il convient, à mon sens, de s'entendre sur des règles communes afin d'édicter des mesures d'encadrement et de bonne conduite. Ce n'est pas seulement la garantie d'un meilleur fonctionnement de nos institutions, mais c'est aussi l'assurance de préserver la souveraineté des États et les libertés individuelles. En même temps, la vague de désinformation s'est intensifiée, notamment au travers des réseaux sociaux ces derniers mois. Nos sociétés sont vulnérables à ces manœuvres. Aussi, je salue la campagne de sensibilisation lancée par les Nations Unies afin de lutter contre l'infodémie. Monaco a entrepris de se doter de compétences numériques fortes pour, d'une part, capter les nombreuses opportunités qu'offre le numérique en matière économique et environnementale, et d'autre part, s'assurer d'un développement durable et respectueux des personnes. Ainsi, le modèle numérique responsable et durable que j'ai voulu pour mon pays s'accompagne non seulement d'investissements importants en infrastructures, formation et aide aux entreprises, mais également de l'édiction de règles législatives. Monsieur le Président, On ne peut aborder ce nouveau contexte d'insécurité sans évoquer la gravité de la crise climatique. Les catastrophes naturelles de grande ampleur vont s'intensifier et provoqueront, nous le savons, des situations humanitaires d'urgence, des déplacements de population. Les catastrophes auront un impact sur l'accès aux ressources naturelles. Ces phénomènes sont des vecteurs d'instabilité politique et de conflit. La pandémie actuelle a démontré à quel point nous sommes vulnérables lorsque nous détruisons les écosystèmes planétaires. Les scientifiques sont clairs à ce sujet et nous devons nous attendre à un risque accru d'épidémies de ce genre si nous ne changeons pas nos comportements. Le ralentissement de nos activités imposées par la pandémie n'a pas infléchi la courbe de la hausse des températures ni réduit la destruction de la nature. Aussi, les reports des grands rendez-vous environnementaux ne signifient pas une suspension sine die de nos engagements, mais appellent bien au contraire un redoublement de nos efforts. L'urgence est toujours là et plus que jamais, une mobilisation de tous est nécessaire. À ce titre, je tiens à saluer l'initiative du secrétaire général de convoquer un sommet sur la biodiversité, lui accordant ainsi sa juste place au cœur de notre agenda politique. La décision collective de le maintenir le 30 septembre prochain, en dépit du contexte sanitaire, confirme cet engagement auquel je souscris pleinement. Monaco est et demeure résolument engagé pour la protection de l'environnement et le développement durable, que ce soit en poursuivant la transition énergétique, en accélérant le développement de la mobilité douce ou en faisant la promotion de l'économie circulaire. La principauté a placé l'évolution des modes de consommation et de production au cœur de son projet de société. Chaque volet de l'action du gouvernement monégasque doit s'inscrire dans les exigences d'un développement durable. Telle est la ligne que je lui ai fixée dès 2005. Monsieur le Président, alors que la crise actuelle a focalisé une grande partie de l'attention mondiale sur les chiffres de la croissance et sur la relance de l'économie, il y a un risque important que nous nous détournions des autres piliers du développement durable. Aussi est-il fondamental de saisir l'opportunité qui nous est offerte de repenser nos modèles économiques et sociaux en s'appuyant sur des principes respectueux de l'environnement. Plus que jamais, la feuille de route que nous avons établie en 2015 doit nous guider dans cette période de grande incertitude. Plus que jamais, la pandémie de la Covid-19 démontre qu'il est crucial d'atteindre les objectifs définis par le programme de développement à l'horizon 2030, l'accord de Paris sur le changement climatique et le programme d'action d'Addis Abeba. Pour ce faire, un surcroît d'ambition et de mobilisation est nécessaire, non seulement pour vaincre la Covid-19, mais aussi pour adapter nos instruments de coopération multilatérale. La période de distanciation sociale que nous vivons doit faire résonner en nous les mots « ne laisser personne de côté » que nous avons mis au cœur des ODD et ceux sur lesquels s'ouvre le préambule de la Charte des Nations Unies, nous, peuple des Nations Unies, afin d'accroître notre solidarité. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Yemen to introduce an address by the head of state.
السيد الرئيس، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، يشرفني أن أقدم فخامة الأخ عبد الرب منصور هادي رئيس الجمهورية اليمنية ليلقي بيانه أمام الدورة 75 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي رئيس الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، الأخوة أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو، في بداية أتقدم لكم بالتهاني الخالصة لرئيس الدورة 75 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، متمنيا له دوام التوفيق والنجاح في مهامه. والشكر والعرفان للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة السيد أنطونيو غوتريش لجهوده في قيادة المنظمة نحو الاطلاع بدورها في حماية الأمن والسلم الدوليين وتحقيق الرسالة السامية للمنظمة، والتي ينعكس أثرها على جميع الشعوب والدول ومنها الجمهورية اليمنية التي بذلت الأمم المتحدة جهودا رائعة ومشكورة من أجل التوصل إلى سلام دائم فيها وسعت دون كلل لمواجهة التحديات التي تواجهها خاصة التحديات الإنسانية. كما يشرفني أن أتقدم بخالص التهاني إلى
في كل طرق النضال بمختلف أنواعها. وبرضو أهني الثوار على معظم دولة السودان بانتصار ثورة ديسمبر المجيدة وكل الثورات المجيدة على مستوى الوطن الكبير السودان. وبرضو بحيي لجان المقاومة على مستوى السودان اللي هم قاموا بثورة ديسمبر المجيدة مع الشعب السوداني جميعا بانتصار الثورة السودانية وسقوط نظام الطاغية، نظام المؤتمر الوطني اللي كانت قاعد تنتهك شعوب السودان في مختلف بقاع ربوع الوطن من شرقه لغربه من جنوبه لشماله. وبرضو التحية للحكومة الانتقالية اللي بتكون موجودة حاليا، ولكن نتمنى انه الحكومة تصحح مسارها في ده. يمكن السؤال كان عن فصل الدين عن الدولة او العلمانية. حقيقة العلمانية او فصل الدين عن الدولة هي جات نتاج لعمل كبير جدا على مستوى الدولة السودانية، لانه السودان كان من قام 56 لغاية تاريخ اللحظة قاعد تكون محكومة بأيديولوجيا واحد وبدين واحد، وبالتالي جماعة الحوث الديني اللي هم أساءوا الدين وأساءوا للشعب السوداني كل الحاجات، وبالتالي جات العلمانية اختيار من الشعب السوداني. الغالبية الشعب السوداني لغاية تاريخ اللحظة هم اختاروا العلمانية، وإن شاء الله تتحقق الدولة العلمانية في السودان. والعلمانية هو ما دين عشان الناس يتعبدوا، بل هي بيجيب حقوق بتاعت الأقليات اللي بتكون موجودة في السودان وحقوق بتاعت الناس اللي بيكونوا مهمشين. والعلمانية هي قاعد تكون في مسافة واحدة، كل الأديان بتكون في مسافة واحد، كل الناس بتكون في مسافة واحد، وبتكون في دولة اسمها دولة القانون والدولة اسمها الدولة.
متحدث حركة القوى الجديدة الديمقراطية حق الأستاذ محمد محجوب، فليتفضل مشكورا.
أولا قبل التحايا ندين ونجد ونستنكر الهجمة القمعية الشرسة التي توجهت بها أجهزة الشرطة بحشود الثوار والسائرات في محكمة الشهيد حنفي عبد الدم قصاد الدم، مبنى بلدية الدم قصاد الدم.
يمكن لو طول فني انقطع الاتصال. الصوت واضح يا جماعة. نحن بنكون من هنا سعيدين جدا انه نكون نلتقي اليوم هنا في ساحة الحرية، وجينا يمكن من اقصى اغاسي الخرطوم، من اطراف الخرطوم. اليوم فرحين جدا باللغاء او الاتفاق المبادئ التم بين عبد العزيز القائد عبد العزيز الحلو وحكومة حمدوك في الفترة الانتقالية، ونتمنى انه اتفاق المبادئ التم بين عبد العزيز الحلو والتم بين حمدوك انه يرى النور على ارض الواقع، ويكون يبشر بسلام حقيقي على مستوى الوطن السودان، ما زي السلام اللي احنا قاعدين نشهده في السنوات اللي فاتت كلها. قد تكون سلام بتاع اتصالات فقط، وما قد تربط وجدان الشعب السوداني، وما قد تصل لغايه الناس اللي بيكونوا بعيدين، وما قد تخاطب جذور الازمه السودانيه. نحن دايرين السلام اللي بيتم بين القائد عبد العزيز الحلو وحكومه الفتره الانتقاليه حمدوك، انه يرى النور ويرى ويخاطب جذور الازمه السودانيه ويحقق سلام عادل لكل السودان. وده السلام اللي احنا بننشده انه يكون ما في طلقه في الشمال ولا في الجنوب ولا في الشرق ولا في الغرب ولا في كل انحاء السودان، سلام حقيقي. ونتمنى برضو من الدوله السودانيه انه يكون العلمانيه هي الحكم في السودان، وبالتالي كده نحن بنكون عشنا دوله محترمه تحترم كل الاديان، تحترم كل الاثنيات، تحترم كل الناس الموجودين، ودي حاجه كويسه جدا. ونحن بنتمنى انه يتعايشوا، وبرضه بنوصي انه يكون في احقيه للمراه في السودان، لانه ثوره ديسمبر المجيده المراه كانت هي مفتاح النصر ومفتاح بتاعت انتصار الثورة السودانية ودخول كل الشرذمة وكل الكيزان وكل الطغاة وكل الناس المتجبرين إلى سجن كوبر وعقبال إنهم يكونوا في الجناية. وده برضو رسالة للحكومة الانتقالية إنهم الناس اللي قاعدين في سجن كوبر ديل ما يخلوهم لنا في سجن كوبر، وبالذات المدعو هارون اللي كان قال قبل اليوم جبل جبل وكركور كركور وما تجيبوا حي ويقلني. يمكن المغولة ده قاعد تكون مرزمة وقاعد تكون لا عندها علاقة بالإنسانية ولا قاعد تكون عندها علاقة بالدين، بل إنه هو كاد يكون ده نوع من الإرهاب، وده نوع من الإرهاب اللي احنا عارفينه من زمان، وده الإرهاب الدولي العالم حتى قاعد يشهد به. وبالتالي إنه نحن دايرين من المحكمة الجنائية ومن حكومة الفترة الانتقالية إنه أول زول يسلموه قبل البشير يسلموا أحمد هارون اللي ارتكب انتهاك حقيقي في الشعب السوداني، ويسلموا برضو كل من أجرم في حق الناس في دارفور وفي النيل الأزرق وفي جبال النوبة. الناس ضربوا العزل والنساء والمساكين والشيوخ. تاريخ اللحظة الغداء السوداني ما قاعد يكون عادل. عشان كده احنا بنوصي انه حكومة الفترة الانتقالية تنقل كل المجرمين وكل الناس اللي ارتكبوا مجازر في حقوق الشعب السوداني، وغير كده الناس اللي كسروا مشروع الجزيرة ونهوا اقتصادي للجنائية. ده الحاجة اللي احنا عايزينه، وبنتمنى انه السلام اللي بيتسوى على مستوى الدولة السودانية يكون سلام حقيقي، يتعايش مع الشعب السوداني، يواصل التعايش السلمي الحقيقي، يكون في استحقاقات للسلام، يكون في عودة طوعية حقيقية لكل المواطنين إلى غراهم، إلى مدنهم، إلى كل المحلات اللي هم جايين منهم. وبالتالي إنه الناس اللي انتهكوا الحقوق الأراضي في دارفور والسكان الأصليين هم ماشيين، نتمنى من كل السكان الأصليين يرجعوا لمناطقهم ويرجعوا لغرام ويرجعوا لمزارعهم ويرجعوا لبهايمهم اللي هم تركوها من سنين طويلة، ويتحقق العودة الطوعية الحقيقية، ويكون في عدالة انتقالية حقيقية في السودان يلامس كل الناس ويدي كل الحقوق الناس اللي تضررت من خلال الحروبات الكثيرة اللي دامت في السودان. وبرضه في النهاية يكون في تعايش سلمي ويربط وجدان الشعب السوداني كله. وفي النهاية نحن بنشكر كل لجان المقاومة اللي هم جايين من هنا، لجان مقاومة الجزء الخامس وجمهورية الحجيسي مركزية الوحدة ولجان مقاومة حي الريان وناس حي بروف وناس الريف الغربي وكل لجان المقاومة اللي هم حضور هنا، وناس دار السلام شرق ودار السلام غرب ولجان مركزية أمبد جنوب وكل لجان المقاومة وكل الحركات النسوية اللي هم ناصروا المسيرة المليونية اللي جينا بها هنا لساحة الحرية. ودي حاجة كويسة جدا إنه لجان المقاومة يناصروا القضايا بتاعت السلام، لأنه السلام ده اللي احنا بننشده، لأنه السلام هو اللي انتهك حقوق الشعب السوداني من زمن طويل جدا. وبالتالي إذا جاء سلام هو حيكون كويس جدا وحيلامس وجدانية الناس وحيكون ما في حروبات وحيكون ما في مشاكل، ويرجع التنمية في الدولة السودانية وكل الناس تعيش بأمن وتعيش بسلام. عشان كده نحن بننشد السلام وبنتمنى إنه السلام يعم كل ربوع الدولة السودانية.
تسلم، شكرا. الحرية، العدل، السلام.
We have here in New York City so many innovators, so many people who want to create new models that are sustainable, that want to be part of the solution, that want to see a healthy city, that want to fight the larger threats we face. The level of commitment in this crisis has been extraordinary, and it will only grow. And we will prepare New Yorkers to fight against the challenges of tomorrow, whatever those health challenges must be and will be, we will train New Yorkers to fight against those health challenges. We will train New Yorkers to create a greener city and a greener world. What we do here can be the model. And I believe we will be the climate solutions leader, not only this country, but of the entire world. So, the simple point here is we can do this. We can create something new. We can take what we've learned and build upon it. So we will make sure that these partnerships grow. We will make sure that these lab facilities grow, that these innovations come more and more frequently. And we will remember that it only works if it works for everyone. It only works if every community benefits. And I will say, for the record, we understand everything is interrelated. We understand that you can't be healthy if you don't have quality housing. We understand you can't pay for medicines if you don't have a job. We understand that people need green space and places to exercise. We understand that people have to get to work and opportunity with a quality mass transit system that also helps us move away from the American addiction to the automobile. All these pieces are interrelated. But what we have learned in these last 7 months is it begins and ends with health care. That is the indispensable piece of the equation. So here's what we know in conclusion. We know that New York City has a long history of being a beacon to the world. We must be a beacon to the world again as we face these new challenges. And that means, again, that core component, New Yorkers rising to the challenge. It means drawing out all the talent that is here because it is breathtaking. The energy in this place is unsurpassed. And you can feel it if you are someone visiting for a weekend, and you can feel it if you've lived here your whole life. The energy is like nowhere else in the world. There will be a rebirth. There will be a renaissance for New York City. And anyone who wants to be a part of that, I invite you to the table in this great effort to create solutions that never existed before for the challenges of today and tomorrow. Everyone who wants to be a part of that mission is welcome. And the one thing we know is it must be for everyone. We must see the transformational moment and build every day solutions that reach every person. And finally, it bears saying, New York City has had many great eras, and New York City has had many setbacks. I often quote the truism, it doesn't matter how many times you've been knocked down, it matters how many times you get back up. So I predict to you today that not only will New York City get back up, but New York City will go farther than it ever has. And the best is yet to come. Thank you. Few words in Spanish. Los neoyorquinos han hecho un gran trabajo en la lucha contra el coronavirus. Hoy anunciamos un plan para recuperarnos que se concentra en buenos trabajos, atención médica, y justicia social. Tenemos una gran oportunidad para crear una mejor ciudad que trabaje para toda la gente. With that, we will turn to our colleagues in the media. Dave.
You want us to get the microphone here?
Yeah, I think it'd be good to get the microphone.
Mary, it's good to see you. I wanted to ask you, first of all, just the nitty-gritty here. I got tested last week at CityMD. It took 4 days to get the test back, which I was kind of surprised that it took only 4 days. But if you could just compare what the citywide average is, do we know, for most of the testing that's going on in other locations, and then compare that to, I think you said,
Sure.
24 hours here. And I did have a second question.
I'll call up whichever of our good doctors wants to speak to the latest numbers. I think, Dave, we've seen a real skew between the private labs and the public labs. Now, this facility here will focus on our health and hospitals testing. And that's been essential for so many communities. And obviously the focal point of a lot of what we've done is we've been opening schools. The public testing has been pretty good in terms of fast turnaround. The private has really varied according to the national dynamics too much. And this is why I say we still don't have a coherent national system here. So I do want to keep encouraging all New Yorkers to take advantage of the opportunity at our public testing sites. But which of you, Dr. Katz, you want to speak to public and private, how we're doing?
Thank you. Well, the same week that I read an article that in France it took a week to get the result of your PCR test, all of the health and hospital facilities were delivering it within 48 hours. And with this lab, we're going to soon be at 24 hours, be able to turn around the test. So right now, in general, if you go to Bellevue, 1 block away, 48 hours would be the average time you'd have to wait. As the mayor said, depending upon where the test is being sent from other centers, we've heard 4 days, 5 days, 6 days.
And I can just round that out with the citywide numbers. So the majority of tests are coming back within 48 hours now. That's citywide across all different testing sites. 3/4 of all tests are coming back within 4 days. And we are seeing for urgent care centers in particular, like the CityMD, sir, that you went to, it's generally within 4 days for urgent care centers.
And my second question along the same issue, how is this mayor going to help you, do you think, or hope at least, with schools, more schools opening, or the schools opening next week?
Dave, look, anything that improves testing improves the willingness of people to get tested. I mean, just think about it. I think there's been legitimate feeling that folks got discouraged if it took too long for the result to come back, because it's less pertinent if it comes back after a longer period of time. And by the way, for all of you who have been tested, I've been a strong proponent of the easier, less invasive test, the self-swab we call it, where they pleasantly run the test around inside your nostril rather than the more elevated test, shall we say. So I think literally it's been a tactic to sort of make testing simpler, less invasive, to make sure everyone knows it's free, readily available, but it has to come back fast for people to want to do it. So this is an encouragement to people to see those public testing sites coming back in a day, 2 days. That is going to encourage, and that's going to help us continue to open schools. The more people get tested, everything interrelates.
A friend who works in the nursing home industry said there seems to be a discrepancy between the city and state over whether the DOB inspectors have to submit to screenings. The state is requiring that all inspectors in nursing homes submit to screenings, but the DOB inspectors are refusing to, and the chief inspectors told him inspectors are to self-monitor health, exempt from on-site health screening, and are regulators, not visitors. So what's happening now is they can't get any inspections done because the inspectors are refusing to submit the tests. Can something be worked out between the state and the city in that regard?
I have not heard that previously. I'm concerned, obviously. I want to see if Dr. Choksi wants to offer anything. That's not a problem that's been raised to me, at least, but we'll look into it right away. We obviously want to keep everyone safe. Doctor, you want to add?
No, I'm not aware of this specific issue either. What I will say is, in general, nursing homes, because we know the risk of transmission is so much higher, we have an abundance of caution approach with respect to screening in nursing homes. But we can certainly look into the specific issue with inspectors and find that out.
Well, it's for the commissioner also. Has there been a single documented case in New York or across the country of someone who had antibodies, a significant number of antibodies, and then subsequently tested positive again for the coronavirus?
Yes, the short answer is yes. There are documented cases of reinfection, essentially someone who was infected some period of time.
Yeah, thank you, Bear. First of all, thanks for doing this in person. It's a nice change of pace from the virtual format. But going back to your vision for the recovery, when you talked about investing in public health infrastructure and creating jobs, could you speak to the funding that would be involved for this? Do you see taxpayer dollars involved? And if so, any ballpark figure, like any more specifics?
Let me speak to that. And I want to also say I had meant to provide the daily indicators. So just a quick programming note, and then I'll answer your question. Just want to give everyone the indicators for today. On hospital admissions, we are at 56 individuals for a day, 56 patients, with a confirmed COVID positive rate of 9.72. New reported cases on a 7-day average, 320. Overall testing in the city, 1.20%. To your question, so a couple of things are going to happen here. One, as the city makes decisions about our investments, our capital funding, we're going to prioritize these investments in healthcare as the core of our economic development strategy. So we will spark, as we have sparked before with life sciences, for example, or a great example from the previous administration with Cornell Technion Roosevelt Island, we're going to make investments that spark activity in health innovation, public health. But there's also a tremendous amount of resources that will be available going forward, because I am convinced the federal government will start to invest deeply in addressing the danger of future pandemics. The academic community, the opportunities for research grants, obviously the private sector, which is looking to deepen its efforts in this area because everyone understands this will be the nexus of our future. So we'll make smart and targeted investments, but I believe there's going to be a lot of other resources that will go where the action is, and we have to make this that place. And James, you want to, where's James? You want to add?
Since I think you asked also about testing specifically, funding for testing. So I will just say, just to give you an example, we were paying over $100 per test for national reference laboratories. This lab, we're paying $28 per test. So we've cut the cost by about, obviously about 75% or more using this lab. And our new rapid testing competition that we launched today, we're looking for tests that cost between $5 and $10 and can be completed within 15 minutes. So We're talking about rapidly scaling up testing, using our existing funding for testing, which is a mix of federal and city funding, but cutting the cost dramatically, and in this case by more than 90% for rapid testing, and here today already by more than 75%.
Yeah, I also noticed that you didn't mention crime when you were talking about your vision for the health and economic recovery. Why not incorporate, when you're talking about public health, public safety, where do you see that fitting in for your vision for the remainder of your term?
As I said, we're going to be putting out specific plans, and we're going to be talking about a lot of things in those plans. We obviously need to regain what we had for years, which is tremendous success fighting back crime at the community level. And we're only going to do that by working with communities. It kind of parallels what I'm saying about healthcare itself. The solution is to work with communities, and that's what neighborhood policing is all about. But again, today is to talk about a bigger structure, a bigger foundation. Over the next weeks, we're going to be putting forward a number of very specific plans.
For Dr. Katz, since folks in the communities you enumerated yesterday gathered for the Jewish holiday over the weekend, do you expect the positivity rate to rise, as we test going forward?
So we're particularly concerned for those of you who don't know the Jewish traditions. We're in a very special time right now. Between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, there are not a lot of celebrations, right? This is for us Jews a time of reflection. What we're particularly concerned about is going into the Sukkot holiday, which is a very different, a festive holiday where people typically meet together to celebrate. And so that's why we're going to redouble our efforts in all of the Brooklyn neighborhoods. We're going to be with our cars and with their megaphones attached with messages in Yiddish and in English, reminding people that we can continue to have our celebrations and our meetings, but we have to, as you are doing, be wearing a mask, and as we're all doing, be socially distant. And if we do those two things, we will be able to. Dr. Chatsky and I, with the mayor, are watching very closely the numbers. We look at them every day, sometimes more than once a day. We look at the testing numbers, we look at the case numbers, and we're prepared if we need to take more stringent action.
To promote more.
واحنا بظهركم بعد تردون والمطالب انتم تعيدون كتابتها واحنا بظهركم ننسحب نطلع نرجع براكم بعد تردون بس اهم شيء طلعوا. انا ما جاي يا جماعه خاف واحد يقول عنده حقد على الناس خاف واحد يقول مشوا روحه متفضل لا انا مو انا غصبا عليه لا متفضل على واحد ولا واحد محشمنا هذا واجب بس انا شو اقول اليوم البلد جاي يمر بازمه الفساد ما شاء الله بكل مكان فساد هاي تخيل التربيه اللي ذاك اليوم اكو مدير طلع متقاعد اجوا هالسنه صبوا 3 ماذا 4 كلهم مرشحين كلهم متحزبين هاي مديريه التربيه روح اسال عليه زين انا كمتظاهر احير اتابع مفوضيه انتخابات احير الظاهر احير مثلا اجيب سماعات احير اجمع تبرعات اسوي لافتات ماكو هيك ترى اتكاليه اكو تنصل عن المسؤوليه فكرر انا ما اريد اجمع اقول للناس كلها لا انا مجرد عتب حبايب وكلكم على راسي اللي يجي والما يجي وما خون الما يجي يجوز عنده سبب واعذره وشكرا جزيلا.
شكرا لك. يعني مثل ما قاعد تشاهدون الشباب اللي موجودين هنا وطالعين على مود وقفه احتجاجيه هي ما تطول تقريبا نص ساعه او ساعه على مود مشروع الفو لا اكثر ولا اقل اللي هو بمصلحه للشعب العراقي وبمصلحه ايضا للشباب العراق. وبكان ما يكون الاقتصاد العراقي متدهور من راح يكون ميناء الفاو الكبير راح يرجع الاقتصاد العراقي ينهض من جديد وان شاء الله خير. وشكرا لكم على تعليقاتكم وشكرا على مشاهداتكم ربي يحفظكم ان شاء الله وتحياتنا لكم وان شاء الله الحريه الجميع اخوتنا اللي معتقلين اللي هو سجاد العراقي والشباب البقيه ايضا الموجودين بالسجون يا رب ان شاء الله الفرج قريب عنهم واللهم يرحم الشهداء ويشافي جميع الجرحى. رب يحفظكم والف شكر لكم مع الف سلامه.
Thus, digitalization can make our states more efficient and bring closer to our people. Digital technologies also serve the fight against climate change, smart grids, matching power supply and demand. Developing digital solutions for that is a big part of CO2 neutral economy to come. Green energy production is intermittent. We must balance this by not only developing reserve capacities like pump storage or hydrogen, but also to even out peak demands by smart consumption management. In a way, the pandemic and its aftermath gives us an opportunity for a great global technological leap. Digital solutions can make our societies more equal, more resilient, more accessible, and sustainable. But digital development comes also with its vulnerabilities and risks that is associated with cybersecurity. As an elected member of the United Nations Security Council since January this year, we have kept our campaign promise to bring it to the formal table of the SC, which we did already in March and continued in May. Because Estonia has the habit of keeping its word. Dear colleagues, as we tackle the global pandemic, conventional and unconventional threats have not disappeared. The world around us is as unpredictable and unsecure as it was before. Take the ongoing wars in Ukraine or Syria, or the conflict in Sahel and the recent devastating disaster in Lebanon, as well as the grave human rights violations in Belarus. Overall, the pandemic has even reinforced some of the consequences of conflicts. For example, the health and well-being of the most vulnerable, the children, women, and adolescents. The pandemic has been used as a pretext to lift sanctions or restrict humanitarian aid. New divisions have emerged. This, my friends, is unacceptable. My dear UN family, we are 75 this year. The UN is and remains the cornerstone of our multilateral world order. There is no alternative to it. It is the best possible forum to address global issues from peace and security to new emerging threats. It's a forum where everybody has a voice. From here in Estonia, I can promise you that we shall continue standing for multilateralism and international law, imperfect as it feels for those impatient to resolve the crisis of our world. There is no better option than the UN, and we remain responsible and active partners to all other UN members during this crisis and beyond.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malawi to introduce an address by the head of state.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honor and privilege to introduce the President of the Republic of Malawi and Chair of the Least Developed Countries LDC Group, His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Makathi Chakwera, to make his contribution to the general debate of the 75th General Assembly of the United Nations through a pre-recorded statement. I thank you.
Your Excellency, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to extend my congratulations to Your Excellency, Mr. Vaughan Bozkir, on your election to the office of President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. You can count on my support and that of the
to increase police community legitimacy obviously is very important, not just here in Louisville, but all over the country, so that people understand that there is a bridge that's taking place. Part of those reforms is building relationships between police officers and their communities, like the credits for police officers living within impacted communities, integrating social workers with our police department. So those are programs that need to be underway. The search warrant process and how that's executed, and the clearance of a commanding officer and a matrix for search warrants also are a very important part of this. So we can give an update on each of those reforms and the progress and the timeline that we have for them moving forward.
Okay, we have some additional questions for Chief Schroeder. In regards to yesterday's decision, has any further action been taken against Joshua James, who applied for the no-knock warrant?
That investigation remains ongoing. It is being handled by the FBI. It is still in the investigatory stages.
Okay. And Laura Ellis from WFEL asked, what is the difference between looting and regular burglary?
Burglary is any time you enter or remain unlawfully in a building or dwelling to commit a crime. So looting, in essence, is burglary, but looting is specifically what we saw. That is the type of behavior we saw. Burglary is the crime.
And Chief, I missed part of Andrea Ash's question. She's from WHS 11. She asked, what are the range of charges?
I don't have that information at this time. It's something we need to.
Eugene Ansley from CBS News asked, of the 127 arrests, are you able to tell us how many of them are outsiders, not residents? I'm sorry, I think you've already answered that. John Elegant of the New York Times asked Chief Schroeder, how would you describe the mood and feeling of your officers?
So obviously this is a tense and stressful time for our officers. They're dealing with the protest activity. It's been a very emotional time for our officers in our city as we go through the Attorney General's opinion. For all of us, it is a very tense and emotional time. I think our officers are in good spirits given the conditions that we're in the city right now. Of course, they're concerned for the well-being of our city, of our other officers, and for themselves.
And this is a question for Mayor Fisher. Does Mayor Fisher welcome the offer of federal support from President Trump? And if so, what type of support do you need?
I know the president talked with the governor last night. We feel like we have the resources that we need on the ground right here in Louisville.
Wave has asked us to spell the name of the officer injured. That is, I put that in the chat area already. So if you go back up, you'll find that. And I'm sorry, scrolling questions here. Keep going. Mayor, Andrea Ash of WHS 11 asked, can you tell us what the pending contract offer submitted by FOP, what does it include, is the question.
I can tell you that the FOP and the city are at the bargaining table working back and forth, and until that's complete, that information will not be released.
We have additional questions for Chief Schroeder. Eugene Ansley from CBS asked, can you tell us about the weapon used against the officers last night and how it was obtained by the shooter?
That is part of the ongoing investigation. The weapon was a handgun.
Another question from Lauren Adams. According to arresting documents, it was a witness that identified the alleged shooter. Was that an officer or a protester?
Again, that's part of the investigation, and it's a little too early to disclose that.
I would expect the next answer to be the same. The Associated Press asked for details about the shooting, any motive for the shooter. Was he a protester?
Again, that's part of the ongoing investigation and premature to release.
Chief at Courier-Journal's Lucas Allback asked, will there be a greater police and or National Guard presence in the city today and tonight following last night's shooting?
So we adjust our response every night based on the conditions we've seen. I would expect you to see the response tonight very similar to the response you saw last night.
Kate Howard from the Kentucky Center for Investigative Journalism asked, what differentiates the behavior as looting to law enforcement? Is it because there are protests downtown at the same time?
No, it's just the behavior of a lot of people going into a business or other location to remove property.
Also, Chief, WFPL, another question about lootings. How do you know lootings outside protest areas weren't just random burglaries?
So we don't know whether they were protest related or not, or that they were merely people taking advantage of the situation.
WFPL's Jeff Clark asked, based on what happened last night, do you believe the preparatory measures, barricades, et cetera, were effective?
The barricades and other measures we took last night were put there to ensure public safety. One of the primary things we are concerned about when dealing with large crowds like we see during protest is that interaction between vehicles and pedestrians. You've seen that several times during the protest where protesters have engaged vehicles, vehicles have struck protesters. There have been other disputes between protesters and people in vehicles. It's just not a safe practice to have vehicles and pedestrians under these circumstances mixing.
Communication with some protest or activist groups. Are you aware of any planned demonstrations tonight or into the week?
I think we can anticipate a variety of protest activities through tonight, through the weekend, and continuing on for some time.
Kate Howard asked, was last night the highest number of protest-related arrests since the demonstrations began in May?
I don't have that information, but we can get that to you.
New York Times is asking about the, Steve Bittenbender is asking for the spelling of the accused shooter's name. LMPD will provide that after this briefing. Chief Johnny Diaz from the New York Times is asking if you could tell any more about Lorenzo Johnson occupation, where he's from. Did he say anything at the time of his arrest?
As for any statements he made, that's part of the ongoing investigation and premature to release. We can get you some additional details about him later.
CBS News' Arturo Rhymes asked if officers Mattingly and Cosgrove have been returned to active duty.
Sergeant Mattingly and Officer Cosgrove are still on administrative leave.
This question is for, I think it's for Mayor Fisher, but Chief may need to weigh in here. Has the city hired any private security firms to help with protests? If so, which groups, and are they in plain clothes?
There's nothing of that sort that's taking place in our city.
More questions for the chief. Laura Ellis from WFPL asks, aren't there burglaries all the time? How do you know these were taking advantage of protests?
We don't know if they were just taking advantage of the protest. We don't know if they were related to the protest. It is unusual, however, to see a large number of people go into a business and remove a lot of property. That typically signifies looting.
Question for Mayor Fisher from Andrea Ash of WHAS 11 asks, do you plan to release records in connection to the Taylor death investigation that may or may not have been previously denied since the grand jury has now released a decision?
And what we're doing is working with the Attorney General and both the FBI to understand what we can release so it doesn't interfere with any of the ongoing investigations. What we want to do is get as much of this information out as soon as we can. There does need to be some redaction of names to protect individuals' identities in some of these cases. So that process has started, and we hope to be able to announce further information on that soon.
And Mayor Arturo Rhymes from CBS asked, is there any consideration to push for changing department's use of force justification standards?
The chief has already instituted some of those policies several months or so ago. So with that, I can ask the chief if you want to comment on that.
We constantly evaluate and review our use of force procedures. We've done things recently like implementing a duty to intervene for our officers, changing the way we use tear gas and pepper balls, putting better guidelines in place. It's something that's constantly evolving. We've had conversations with members of the public, members of Metro Council, and other members of government regarding what the public would like to see out of our use of force policies.
We'll take one more question. This is from Kate Howard for the mayor, or I'm sorry, for the chief. Did federal agencies make any arrests that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of any arrests by federal agencies. I would defer to those specific federal agencies for any information on their arrests.
Thank you. And reporters have any other questions, you can email those to me.
Right.
Which is something that we all, feel for everybody who's been arrested, because if you're arrested and you don't have support, you're scared to death. So he was arrested on a years old pot warrant.
I looked it up. Apparently he pleaded, there was a plea agreement and he forgot to pay the fine or cost or something.
Well,
so
his arraignment is at 9 o'clock in the morning
tomorrow,
which means he's got to stay in jail until then. And
I told him all last night.
Somebody needs to go pay his bail right
I guess
now.
the bail fund. Well, I told all of them last night, as many as I could reach, that, again, as you know, I'm an officer of the court. I don't condone, endorse. I'm not for violence. I have clients in all of this that have been victims of criminals who have taken advantage of the fact the police are dealing with all of this and have been victims of crimes. And if you loot, if you assault people, you should be arrested, and the legal system will do its part to sort out what happened. But I 100% back this movement. I 100% back the organization I represent. I 100% back the need for reformation of police. And I'm going to stop using the word defunding, because people think that when you say that, you mean we're not going to have police departments anymore, which is just absurd. But we need to reallocate, restructure, rebuild police departments. In my opinion, police officers should make a lot more money. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in police administration. I've always thought the BS kind of stood for bullshit. These cops need mental health degrees, counseling degrees, human behavior degrees, sociology degrees. They need to be better equipped to deal with what they need to deal with. And, I feel for them, but we are where we are, and it is where it is. I've been thinking a lot this morning about how we heal, how we fix our community. And I've said all along that if outside influences and agitators would stay out of Louisville, Kentucky.
Damn it, no kidding.
Yeah, the
they
good
were the
people.
Ones who were doing the shit last night.
The good people of Louisville, Kentucky, I think we'd have some trouble. But I truly believe the good people of Louisville, Kentucky, on both sides of the coin, and the police and our government, would figure out a way to come to terms with what's going on here and fix it. But when you add in criminals that come in town to take advantage of the police being occupied, businesses being essentially, closed and abandoned, and then you bring in agitators from whatever side they're from, it's a recipe for disaster. And just by the way, I actually was advised, because of the, I'll play you some of the messages I've gotten over on my voicemail in the last couple of days.
Oh, sure.
But just because of all the threats I've gotten, they advised me that it wasn't safe for me down here last night.
Right.
And I left about the time you did. I think I left it dark. Actually, I went up to Tim Finley's church for the end of their service to hear a little music, and then I disappeared.
Yeah. I'm going to talk to the therapist here about what's going on, because there is so much trauma in this city right now. So much trauma. There are massage therapists and therapists on site, ready to serve the public
Sure.
And it's not restrictive. It's anyone who wants to come
Absolutely.
to the square in a peaceful fashion. And, you know, I just invite everybody who came into town last night with the intention of wreaking havoc to take your shit back to your own hometown.
Well, yeah, and I mean, Louisville has a case of not PTSD. We have a case of right now.
TSD.
TSD, yeah.
Thanks,
So
David.
thanks, Tara. I love you.
I love you too, man. Take care of yourself. Can I talk to you guys on camera? Are you all therapists?
Oh, yeah. No, I am too. We all are.
All right, well, let's just get you lined up right here. You can eat. You can eat. I don't care. I haven't had anything yet, but I'm pretty hungry at this point. So, yeah, go ahead and eat. Tell me your first name.
I'm Devin.
Devin?
Elena. And Millicent.
Okay, just move up another foot or so. There you go. Perfect. Millicent, I'm going to ask you to speak first, even though you had a mouthful.
Absolutely.
Why'd you come down this morning?
Yes, because we know that yesterday was rough, and we're just here to be present, and whatever people need right now, we just want to be available for whatever that is.
And I just want to point out, therapists for protester wellness are clearly marked on these women's shirts.
Yes. I don't
Very,
have
you don't have. You need to get one, baby. These are people who do not need to be arrested. These are people who do not need to be hassled by anyone because they are here to look out for all of our good mental health. What are you encountering the most right now, Ms. Harley Davidson?
Right now, just people are just overwhelmed. They're very sad. They are losing hope, and they're looking for some hope. And the fight continues. You know, we've got to stand up and do what we can.
How do we do that?
Oh man, that feels like a really big question. How do we do that?
How do you tell people to do it?
I think right now in the immediate, a lot of our work has just been getting people more present in their bodies, because this is trauma. This is traumatizing to come through your city and like I'm from here and couldn't even figure out how to get down here because of all the blockades and what's going on. And so people are carrying generations of trauma on their back. And so a lot of this is like right now we just need people to be present in their bodies so they can make some good decisions. And I think the longer term work will be processing this experience. And that's going to take time.
Well, processing is important. Explain what processing is to people who've not had therapy and need it.
Processing, in my experience, has been the exercise of exposing, identifying, and then whatever the trauma is or the hurt is, and then working toward healing, which would mean creating new patterns of behavior, healthier decision making, maybe even altering our mental processes, how we think about things, how we view things. It's a whole body experience.
Yeah, that's good. Listen, everybody's saying thank you on the stream. Y'all are going to be here for a while, then you're going to have your compatriots, I'm sure, following up with you.
We'll be here all day today.
So anyone who wants to have a conversation, please come to the square. You have to park a few blocks away, but there's easy access on foot. It's not been locked down.
I got in. Nobody asked
The
me
memorial
for an
is
ID.
intact. I know that the folks who guard these memorials are here already. Tyler's memorial is beautiful. David's is up. Brianna's looks as beautiful as it always does. So have some peace in knowing that, and that the square is still a place to come to have positive conversations. And thanks to all of you. Really appreciate you all. I'll just walk around and give you a little quick view here so you guys can find some consistency, find some safety, find some I don't know what, calm. Kim Summers is down here blessing the square, as she does so frequently. Brianna's memorial. Hey, how you doing, sweetie?
I just wanted to say that I watched you, Jared, Matt, and what is his name?
Jason?
Jason.
Yeah.
Every day.
Those are my kids.
And I also brought Jason Skittles.
Thank you for bringing Jason Skittles. I know he's going to be happy when he gets out of bed. He was up late trying to bail his buddy out of jail, so we got Riot Heart in jail right now.
Yeah, I told Maxwell that I still have his live because someone said that the police deleted it.
Yes. Well, I just don't think he pressed share. Riots? Yeah, I don't think he got to, he didn't get to press share. It went live for a while, and then, unfortunately. Thank you.
Where?
Thank you.
Like to the end.
Thank you.
Just in case. I know Derek for years now.
What's your first name?
I'm Diamond.
Diamond, nice to meet you, woman. Thank you. Really appreciate you. I think I'm going to cruise on over and check out the bail support situation, because I know that there are a lot of people who got arrested last night, and somebody told me this morning that 40 of them were still in jail.
I know some of them have gotten told that they're released, but they still are waiting on paper.
Yeah.
Just your courts. Send me a copy of that while
Sounds
your
like a
court
plan.
date is.
Thank you, Diamond. Appreciate you. I don't know.
Just talk about the racial justice.
Courthouse is in good shape, y'all. Just showing you what the city looks like this morning after a night of riots. Good morning, Pastor. Can I steal you for just a second?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd love you to talk to me a little bit. What is your name?
I'm Reverend Raymond Johnson out of Marion, South Carolina.
You're from Marion, South Carolina. Thank you so much for being here with us to proffer peace.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Nice gear.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why you came to Louisville, sir.
I come here to pray for peace.
Thank you.
I was with the riot, then the protest with George Floyd, and last Sunday we had Mr. Jacob Blake. We had a march in Charlotte there, and I was in Atlanta.
Thank
so
you. Thank you so much.
I feel good being here. Like, I understand they're frustrated, but just want to protest with peace, with no violence. And I want to be here. If somebody needs to talk to somebody, then I can be here.
You and the therapists are going to do your work today, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
My name is Tara Bassett. I'm a 502 live streamer.
Okay.
We've been out here on the ground for just shy of 120 days.
Well, thank you for
So
doing that.
thank
Yeah,
you
God
for your
bless.
prayers, and please give us all a blessing.
Yes, ma'am.
Would
I
you
am.
share a blessing for the city right now with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
Lord, touch everybody's heart. Touch those who are in power, who got the authority to make changes, and touch those who grieving here, Lord, and bring peace to the city and bring love between each other. And God bless everybody to love one another.
God
Amen.
love you, Reverend. Thank
Yes,
you so
ma'am.
much. Appreciate you for being here. Really do. More than I can say. Oh, y'all know I'm a big believer in prayer, and I'm very much encouraging everybody else to find that higher power in yourself, no matter what it is. As I said the other day, and it got a lot of laughs, if it's the mayonnaise jar on the counter that's greater than you, then that's what you need to invoke right now. So ministers from South Carolina have driven to Louisville, have driven to many other cities to bring help,
You can get yourself in
peace,
trouble that easy. You don't.
and love.
I love her to death.
Food is coming out. Just kind of. Good morning. How you doing? Where are you from? You're from Albany. Tell me why you came over to the square this morning. I'd love to hear from you.
Same reason everybody comes to the square, because we're not going to get any justice and the cops are extra.
Ain't no more coffee.
Thanks for the support. We appreciate it. New Albany's part of Louisville too. You know, it's a different state. New Albany is a suburb of Louisville. So share it live, everybody. Really appreciate it. Give everybody a chance to see what's happening downtown. And hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well.
God love y'all for. You know what? I'd kill for a cup. You're so kind. I'm on the hook here. I love a cup of coffee, sir. Thank you. I'm gonna unhook here for just a second. Yes, sir.
It's not just that.
Just unhook for just a minute. Focus on the memorial while I do this. Okay. What's your son?
Good morning, it's Lady Elred. I was about to get coffee, but then I saw you guys in here and I'm just too lazy to type. Sorry, stop typing while I'm talking, I'm kidding. It distracted me, but, Ian, as far as I know, has not been released. That's just for me looking on the page and then asking, Rob Baker's wife, a couple questions. I'm assuming Ian has not been released either. That's just me assuming though, I don't know, but I do know for sure Rob and Renee, the two Detroit people that were there last night. Rob, let me read the update from her page. 11:14 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Rob and Renee can be found by calling redacted phone number. Renee had her court date this morning for failure to disperse. Rob's court date isn't scheduled until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for unlawful assembly and failure to disperse. She was told about 30 minutes ago that Rob, 30, so 45 now. 45 minutes ago that Rob had not yet made bail. She's working on calling to follow up with the local bail organizations as she hasn't heard anything from them yet. There were 140 protesters arrested and members of the press. Though the things that I just put in the chat, if you would like to donate to support legal fees / anything else Rob and Renee need to get back to Detroit, the donations can be made by Facebook Pay, by going to Rob Baker's page, Venmo Rob Baker 45, or Cash App Fantasy FB Demon. But yeah, that's all the updates I have. Also, Riot Heart was also arrested on a old warrant from 3 years ago. And it was some trumped up marijuana charge that he had already handled. He just, I guess, forgot to pay the fee or something. And there's your morning update. Love y'all. Drink water. Stretch. We have some white supremacist in Swampscott, Massachusetts. What's new? I'm gonna go back to the stream now.
From the experiences I've recorded, you don't have any food or water or cigarettes, which are pretty important right now. Jail support is here with all of those items, and also hand sanitizer. The first thing that you do when you come out of jail is you sanitize because it's filthy inside. So I'm just gonna sit for a second. Hey babe, how you doing? Good to see you. This is the exit lobby, where people come out after they have been jailed. The streets are eerily empty because they're blocked. So you jail support sign. Still blocked. The Bail Fund, Kentucky Alliance Against Racist and Political Oppression, is one good way to donate.
Seriously, nobody's like 8 people have gotten out.
Thank you. I'm on my No, I was looking at him. I don't know who's
Giving me so many bad vibes. I
Okay,
told him to
well,
stop
let's
filming me,
let them
but-
know. Let them know.
Yeah.
Put you right in front.
I don't want to be.
Put a mask on. Put a mask on. Just talk off camera. Tell me what you're doing here.
We're here to help support people who have been arrested for protests, and we are here to offer legal advice when they're arrested, snacks, water, a phone call if they need it, a ride anywhere if they need it, and information about what to do, legal steps forward.
What can people do to contribute to this effort?
People can donate to the Bail Fund.
How do you do that?
You would go to there's some social media accounts
Good.
and some internet pages.
Good.
And also donate to BLM. Donate to
Kentucky Alliance Against Racist and Political Oppression.
mhm.
All of them.
And
There's several bail funds.
Yes.
The Louisville Community Bail Fund, the Bail Project,
yes,
etc. There's a bunch of them.
absolutely.
Thank you for what you're doing today. I know it's not easy. How long have you been out here?
I've been here since yesterday morning. Since the protests have been happening, I was here earlier and have been doing jail support off and on for the past 3-4 months. But yeah, knowing that things are going to be a lot more intense, I decided to be down here as often as I can.
Have you been arrested?
Not for any of these protests so far.
That's a good thing, right?
Yes.
Well, I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you for being here and giving folks help. How many folks have come out yet this morning from last night's arrests?
So we've had a few people who were released late last night, and we haven't seen anyone since we've been here. We weren't able to be here in the night, which we usually try to do because of the curfew.
Right.
So nobody's allowed to be out here on the street. So the people who were released late last night, we didn't have as much of a chance to connect with them right when they got out. But we're keeping track of that, and we have some locations that we are able to set up at very close by. So we're always very nearby.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Very kind. Appreciate you. So this is the back side of the Hall of Justice, which is also in good shape. Got to give a big shout out to the city cleaning crews and the crew from the Kentucky Alliance who stayed at the park and cleaned up. I don't know where Ian is. He doesn't want to be on camera. That's why you don't see him. He agreed to let me talk to him, but he just did not want to have his face on camera. And that's a typical request, so you got to honor that. There's nothing sketchy about it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just Some people have privacy issues. Some people are, working in a capacity that they would prefer to be anonymous, and that is all totally fine. Good news that the 2 Louisville officers who were shot are going to recover. We heard that one was in surgery last night. I don't know who is out. Hey, will you watch out for my friend Riot Hart? He's got a red beard. I don't think so. He's got a red beard and glasses and a Rage Against the Machine hat. We're all aware of it.
I was like, I think the whole fucking nation.
He's my adopted child, so just to give him extra love.
Man, I'm sorry, Tara. I thought
Riot Hart. Jared Wright.
Yeah.
The whole nation knows.
The whole nation knows Riot and Tara and Jason and Summer and our whole trusted family.
Come on and talk to me. You want to go on camera?
He's fucking back again.
Why don't you ask him who he is?
I did. He won't speak to me.
No,
I just
I'll
put
ask
David
him.
on him.
I'll ask him who he is. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We're a family down here, and we keep an eye on people. And when we don't recognize somebody, we ask them who they are, and we just validate that they're here for the right reasons and not to instigate. So, I'm gonna answer the phone right now. Sorry. Get a little ID here. Hey, you a live streamer? Come on, talk to me. I need interviews, man. I gotta have interviews. Pardon me? You're a protester they think is mean? Media. Oh, what's your name?
My name's Joe.
Hi, Joe.
I have a camera so they don't arrest me.
Oh, okay. So, what, are you live streaming for like somebody or just for yourself?
Myself. I have 3 people on the inside.
You have 3 people on the inside right now? Okay. Make sure you talk to people and let them know who you are.
Yeah.
Because people are suspicious and they have every right to be.
Everywhere I go, I've been literally 10 states the last 3 weeks. They all think I'm suspicious.
Well, you're very suspicious looking. That's all I can say. Thank you. So, that's how you find out. You just ask. You ask nicely, you ask politely. His name is Joe. He's got 3 people in the jail. He's hanging out. He's live streaming. He's all right.
Okay. All I said was, you're live streaming, people ask you not to, turn it off.
Yeah.
You're from out of town.
He said he's got 3 people in jail. I hear you.
I understand that.
Yep.
I'm just telling him
I know.
for his own
Safety.
Hey.
Yep, I hear you. You want to talk to me?
God bless America. We're
Well,
free
just
to
come
do
on
what
up
we
here
want
to
in
the
our
side. Yeah, I know it. Come on up here to the side so you can just talk into my, they call it the mic of justice.
I've been seeing you.
Shay named it. Shay named it the mic of justice. I don't know why, but it was pretty funny. So, tell me why you're here this morning.
Wow. Because they locked up 130 of our community for having supposedly having the right to be out here to stand up for justice. And we've been out here for 120 days. Are we at 120? We at 119?
So. I'm confused at this
When you don't sleep at night, it's hard to know when the day
it's just
changes
days and
over.
nights just kind of go into each other.
But yeah, we've been doing jail support for a long time. There's now 2 groups of us that are working together to make sure we got each other, and we are here as soon as people come out. We're here before they go in. We have their forms, we have their information, we connect them to lawyers, we get them rides to their home, we make sure their people know they're out and safe,
Yeah,
and
that's helpful.
ready to be back on the streets the next day demanding justice. Because if anything came out of yesterday, we know that justice is nowhere in sight. And so we will be here until they see how broken the system is.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Tara.
Appreciate you,
Thank you
so much. Talk to us about 502 live streamers. You're very familiar
Oh my
with
God, I love our family. It's the trusted news that I have right now of what's really going on. We know national and local news is only telling one very strong-sided piece of all of that.
I'll go ahead and call out WDRB this morning.
Let's go ahead and call them out hard. Yep.
I was upset with Lexi Ratterman, who came out and immediately began to survey the damage and the garbage.
That's
and
right, and catch those tiny little things pop
Really
off,
focused
but
on
not
that.
the beauty of community coming together and holding each other and letting us all grieve in the way that we need to grieve. And only catching one side. I'm really upset with them constantly saying that they are impartial news, but then only taking information from the cops, right? If they're only listening to LMPD, if they're only taking video from LMPD, when live streamers are here 24 hours a day, speaking that truth, filming that truth, getting it live, and putting it on live so that there is no doctored footage.
That's right.
I
You
don't
can't
trust
doctor
that.
a live stream.
Right. And y'all been out here. You have the trusted community. We can tell you the truth. We know you're going to show the full story. We know you're going to show the full story as it happens from multiple angles.
Can we hire you as our PR person?
Sure, why not?
God
Let's do one
bless
more
you.
job out here.
Thank you.
Anything that brings justice, I will step in and I will do it because this nation is broken. And every day we see how broken it is. And right now, Louisville is the epicenter of that. And so
Sure is.
all of us need to be out here.
Yep.
And if 10,000 of us were out here last night, none of this would have gone down because these police and these feds wouldn't have rolled in the way they did.
Yeah, we really like to encourage people from out of town who are not here for the right reasons to just go home.
That's right.
Okay, Ian is still in jail. I just got a message from his grandmother. No, Gregory was not one of the ones who got shot last night. Please tell me that's not true. Please tell me that's not true. Do you know who the police officers were?
I do not
I
know
saw
who
a
was
black
shot.
police officer had been shot. I hope not, because Gregory's been straight with me, and he's a good man. And I hope that if that was one of the guys who got shot, that he's going to be okay. He's always straight with me. Always gives me information that I need when I ask for it. And if that's true, I'm very, very sorry to hear that. And the good news is both police officers will recover. And hopefully the protesters who were injured will recover.
And will
Aaron
recover.
Conaway got his face beaten in, and it was not easy to watch.
Yeah. I mean, from what we're hearing of people locked up, there's dislocated shoulders, there's busted faces, there's a lot of harassment. A lot of our trans community that's been locked up has been verbally assaulted by the cops. It's a danger before they get locked up, and it's a danger when they're in there. And that danger is not the community they're locked up with because we hold each other. And so, you know, it's scary. And that's why we're all out here. And that's why we need all of us out here to stand up and witness what's going on and to stand with our black siblings and with all our siblings across the city and across the nation to fucking be here.
Beautiful words. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
I
Jail
love you,
support.
Tara.
I love you too. Jail support in place right here in front of the exit lobby of Metro Corrections. So if you know anybody who's inside, contact the Bail Project or the Louisville Community Bail Fund. You can go on Facebook and find all of it. There are a lot of lawyers who are working on it too. Tons of lawyers who are working pro bono on behalf of protesters who were arrested to get them out and represent them. And that's the biggest problem is just, geez Louise, you know, after you get arrested, you've got a bunch of charges against you. You just, sometimes you just don't know what to do. I would be really, really scared. I know it's a scary experience. And, you know, last night when we were down on Market Street, I was watching the procession of police cars leaving. Suddenly there were two riot lines, and we were in between them. And one group of officers was saying, go that way, and the other group of officers was saying, go that way. And we got crushed in between them. That was when I lost my Bluetooth. And I was crushed up against the building, and thank God to some anonymous network news crew who had big, heavy-set guys who were their security. They wrapped their arms around their reporters, and I just kind of huddled next to them and stayed put for a few minutes until we actually were able to get out of the crush. You know, and it was like, it reminded me of that concert in Seattle. God knows I can't remember what the name of the group was, but we were all at a concert when I was in college, and the crush that happened, and I seriously don't remember the details, but the crush that happened was phenomenal, and people were trampled and killed on the way out.
So I'm just gonna say this. If you're an out-of-towner going to a town where there has been 120 days of stable protests, if a nice old lady asks you for your name and just wants to fucking talk, don't give her fucking attitude. That's what Joseph did. Like, I get it. You don't know who to trust. But she literally was just like, hey, who are you? Blah, blah, blah. And then he just gave her the worst attitude in the world. And then when I tried explaining in his chat, he gave more attitude about the subject. And was like, oh, if I had an organizer or something. It was just because she was white. And it's like, she's a nice old lady. She's been there for 120 days. And this is another thing. If you go to a place where there's been 120 days of protests, you would think you would look up the people that stream there. Or the people that are around there for the last 120 days. Like, I don't even live in Louisville, and I know about the 502 live streamers. Granted, it's because I do this for 120 days. Or not 120 days, I've only been doing it for about 60 days. But I've been watching for 102 or 120 days. It's just... that just pissed me off. I'm sorry. It's just like, he had other people come up to him and just ask him who he was, because he was just walking around streaming, and yes, that's suspicious. If you're not from the city, hell, I would fucking ask you who the hell you were. And then you just go, hey, I'm Joseph. I have 3 people inside. And I'm from out of town. You just talk to people. Because who keeps us safe? We keep us safe. Guys, that just... Going back to the stream, I'm gonna go make myself coffee.
And we know that because we often process together.
And today, I'm very tempted to go put a little bourbon in this coffee. I'm just going to be honest. Or maybe just go buy a bottle and sit in the car for an hour. I don't know. And I don't even do that. But it's a heavy weight. And it's like, you can't change it.
Right.
You also can't give up.
Yep.
But then when you have to deal with everybody else, when you're calling, you don't get that opportunity. So, like I said, I haven't had the chance to really sit down.
Well, the mic of justice appreciates you sharing with me this morning.
Yes, the mic of justice. If you all don't know, it is the most famous mic in history. It's going to be in the Smithsonian. This mic, not only is it the mic of justice, in my mind, I see, if something happens, she breaks out with the mic. We're going to make it out of here. We're good to go. Got her with the mic. I got Jason kickboxing. Summer's just going to cuss him out. I'm running, still doing my hair and makeup. Like, let's go. We're going to get out of here. No 502 live streamer left behind.
I swear to God, I appreciate you. And, I always feel safe when I see you guys. We keep each other safe.
Oh, yeah, we can't. FYI, for all your viewers.
Please do. There's about 386 of them right
386 folks, listen to this. When we came back in the evening to cover, we had a powwow. Even with security, and we said we're going to get Tara's ass, and she's coming out of here. And we told them, even if she says no, I want you to grab her under the arms, drag her out. We'll work on her attitude later. We had this plan. We came to get you. But I saw on the live when you said, "I know my limits." I was like, yeah, she's good. She's going home.
I swear to God, I haven't shared a lot over the years that, I have a history of cataracts and macular degeneration in my family, and I'm starting to feel that little bit of night blindness, So I really don't stay out after dark. And especially in a tense situation, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where your life is at stake and you don't know where you're going. I couldn't bring my guide dog with me.
Right.
So I did have to dip out about 8:30, and we left our boys here to handle the night shift as usual.
And of course, I stayed worried about our little shits all night.
I swear to God.
I screamed and then teammate, I hope you're watching. First of all,
what the hell was that about? He comes down here in the middle of the night.
First of all, I almost texted Nyree, keep him home. I was a nervous wreck because we had been down here and we saw the tension and the mood, and I just knew press media, that means nothing tonight to them.
No.
It does, and I just was a nervous wreck. And I'm watching Jason, I'm watching Ryan, I'm watching teammate, and then I see the horses, and I'm like, God, they've released the horses. It's the apocalypse. These are the 4 horses of the Bible.
You
It
saw
was
what I
just too much.
said.
I mean,
Send the horses home.
because I was like, why are the horses out? What? I mean, are you going to gallop through the crowd? The horses had nothing to do with this. Send them home.
They
And they
didn't
put
deserve it.
Christmas lights on them at this point. I know they were their vision lights, but it was Christmas lights. And I'm like, LMPD, you know, you got to do better. The horses did not ask to be involved.
This is not a place for children, dogs, or horses.
Or horses. The horses were, and the one horse, I looked at his face, and he kind of looked like, I told him I didn't want to be here. So I knew
God
the
love
horses
him.
didn't want to.
God love him. Thank you for your coverage, Shay.
Go over here and see who's waiting.
I love you, buddy.
We're going to wait for Ryan.
All right, don't wander too far. Appreciate you. Oh, man, I tell you, I love my 502s. They're my family. Shay Wolfick, Maxwell Mitchell, Antonio Time Taylor, John Cherry, our still streamer, Jason Downey, Riot Hart, Summer Dickerson, and yours truly are the 502 live streamers. We appreciate you so very much, folks. We really do. I'm gonna watch the national news do their bit here. See what they have to say. This is CNN.
We're gonna have a noonday crowd in probably about 5 minutes.
It is going to be an all-day situation today, of course. Understandably so. Now here we are in Liberty as we make our way back to the square, Justice Square Park. I'd say we're about 2 blocks away. Yes, Braylon, let's do it. He is not, and this is actually the exit lobby that he will be coming out of when released. Hey Shay. Hey there. All of them. Justice Square Park, day 2. Hi there.
Thank y'all. I come all the way from Marion, South Carolina to be here with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I come here if anybody feel that they need prayer, anybody feel that they want to do something that they shouldn't do, they can come and talk to me. I just wish a lot more preachers was here. And I got this beloved minister here right here with me, and I'm glad to have her here. Thank y'all. And I'll be here until tomorrow.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you all for being here. I'm actually a chaplain from Unity of Louisville. That's okay, Pastor. But I just want to let you know I'm going.
Thank y'all. And I'll be here until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rev. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you all for being here. I'm actually a chaplain.
Okay.
Unity of Louisville.
Yes, ma'am.
That's okay, Pastor. But I just want to let you know I'm going to get my daughter from school, and I'll be back in about an hour and a half. If anyone wants to sit in prayer or meditation, I'm here.
You're also a heck of a massage therapist.
Well, not right now with
Not
with
today.
COVID, and I'm always a prayer and a meditator. So if I can help lift any hearts, I'll be back in about an hour and a half.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
Yeah.
God bless you.
I'll see you soon,
Appreciate
Pastor.
you.
Yes.
It's Maxwell. A lot of press down here this morning, you guys, showing the good things, not the crap. Focusing on the garbage and the burning is not going to do any good. Focusing on the prayer, the togetherness.
They should have been over here recording.
Well, they were.
They were?
Yeah, a lot of them are live. A lot of them are shooting. That's a good thing. Hey, Costanza. Network friends checking in. I was checking in all my girls who I met from the networks who are here for the first time. And just kind of trying to make sure that we extend hospitality as Louisvillians. Hello, Mr. Maxwell Mitchell. Love you, bro. Okay, I will. You're done. Bye. I did, Joey. You're blocked because you're just a fucking asshole. That's all I can say. That's in honor of Riot Heart. How about that? We just prayed and you're saying all this nasty stuff. Yep, you're a clown. That's right. That's exactly right. That was the most beautiful, beautiful prayer that we've had yet today. I'm going to be popping in and out all day, y'all. The rest of the 502 live streamers are gearing up, getting ready. As soon as we get Riot Heart out of jail, we'll be back at full force, but you will see Jason Downey. You will see Antonio Teammate Taylor of Wave FM Online. Shay Wolfick, of course, always here, Shay K Media. She's media mogul, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who don't know. Just got a moment of prayer here. I'm going to be quiet and just observe it with her. Just silence. Just silence. Joey's gone. Dave, I'm not able to watch every single boop in here, but tell me what the bail is. Riot Heart cannot get out of jail unless that bail is paid. So I'm not quite sure where to direct people at this moment, but let me see. It's not in CourtNet that fast. Okay. Yeah, I understand clerks are understaffed and way behind. I can only imagine because of COVID. Okay, I'm going to see if I can talk to the young lady who just was kneeling in prayer. She may be willing to chat with me for a minute. Can I talk to you on camera for just a second? I'd love to. I joined you in your moment of prayer. Are you from Louisville?
No, I'm from Boston.
Boston. What brought you down?
So actually, we were just on a cross-country tour, and
Wow.
we had a plan to stop in Louisville, and seemed sort of serendipitous that the grand jury would have been releasing their announcement the same day that we came in the city. So felt important to come down and be in solidarity with the people of Louisville, activists, citizens, people who are in deep mourning and feeling in deep pain about not only the loss of Breonna Taylor, but the continued injustice that a non-indictment represents.
As a black woman, tell me about your relationship with Breonna.
I think as a black woman, I think I recognize that Breonna Taylor is me and I am her, in the sense that there's a level of vulnerability that I recognize and that I feel, and that I imagine that she felt. And so, she's my sister, I guess.
Thank you for being with us from Boston, and travel safely.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you. Y'all, I'm going to pop off here for just a few minutes because we got some business to attend to. Getting Riot Hart out of jail. It's a little more complicated than we thought, so I'll be back. Max is up right now. Pretty sure Shay is up. She's on her phone right now, but she will be soon. Please join us all in prayers for peace and lack of agitation. Our best wishes go out to all of the protesters who got arrested last night. Hopefully they'll be able to get out of jail. But my personal thoughts also go to 2 police officers who were shot last night, one of whom I've had a lot of conversations with, and who's always been straight with me. That's Major Audrey Gregory. And I ask that you keep them in your prayers, as well as the other officer who was shot. So if you got anything to say to me about it, you're gonna have to say it to me in the boxing ring. All right? Talk to you later.
Exprimer à Monsieur le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, M. Antonio Guterres, la gratitude de la République de Guinée pour ces
Znao si formu sistema čovječa. Napiši nešto o te sitnom slovu. Ne budi jane, tebe ne reći. Provali rivu za notornu laž. Za dugu uzda posustalog sna. Riječi svoju radu. Da, opleti vrata i ne udaraj lament. Na taj smo fazon bajne i prizvali. Smrada sa farme pustimo u parlament. Onda se krstimo od nešto izvali. Otkad je svijet i vek i nas, najveći frontove prigrade vlast. Raspire svakove, vide svak. Prati proprio si cade, sempre sfasciare. Al centro l'ossigeno, si capimo postigeno. No, ispore sveće pogore i film se prekida. Skupštinski let bez logike, to spada u narkotike. Sa te se igle ne skida. Znam nije lako, sve se manje više zna. Velike reči, ciču su postane. Znači bar nešto što se kuca u dna, sedi ne.
Hello, it's Lady Elred again. I'm gonna do a quick little training on how to search for streams so that y'all will always know how to do it. I know, my voice is so annoying in the morning. I've been told my voice is annoying all the time though. So the way you look up streams, whether you want to watch them yourself or submit them to us, I will tell you how to circumvent Facebook's algorithm, because it does suppress certain keywords. So you go to Facebook, whether you're on the old one or the new one. Old one works best. If you still have access to that, I suggest using that one. And literally the feedback that I always submit when it's like, why are you going back to the old one? Isn't the new one great? I'm like, you can't tell if shit's live when you follow the page, which I follow like 1,000 pages on Facebook. So you take the keywords are rally, justice, vigil, lives matter, because some Black Lives Matter ones are suppressed. You can try Black Lives, but most are suppressed until the stream is over. Then BLM, Trump, demonstration, Daniel Prude, George Floyd, Jacob Blake, Breonna Taylor, picket, injustice, shut it down, solidarity, peace, injustice, no peace, no justice. Usually if you just put justice or peace, though, you'll find it. And then you go to the videos tab on Facebook and you click today, all, or live. And then you can flip back and forth between relevance and most recent. You're going to have to scroll through a bunch of things, because a lot of the times you'll find refeeds like mine, or you'll find only MSM stuff, which could be like the same 7 angles. On the new layout, you type in the same keyword, and you scroll down to videos, and then it will say sort by today, or it will say sort by live, from groups, tagged location, that kind of thing. Try to get today in there, and then you can sort by most viewed. It's really iffy on that. Just make sure you put live there. I have so much trouble with the new Facebook. For YouTube, it's gonna be iffy if you'll find anything. Protest is a suppressed word, so don't even try that. I mean, you might be able to find something, but be prepared to scroll through a bunch of multi-streamers, especially during peak times. Make sure that on the filter it says live. And then you can do by upload date, maybe. Don't bother with any of the other filters for YouTube. Also, it's going to be really hard to find international or US stuff on there, because Facebook is immediately what people go to if you're just a regular old person like me. Then, yeah, scroll commences. Same way goes for Periscopes, except for filters aren't needed there, because it only shows you really live stuff first. I've only found maybe a handful of streams that are ever on Periscope, so you can try that. Instagram, you're going to have to find one page, follow it, then follow everybody that page is following to find Instagram streams. Then there's Haps, but that's pretty easy. But yeah, there's your little TLDR I would show you, but I'd rather show you pictures by doing exclamation point search, as I already did. Back to the stream.
And we did just that. Monday, my comrades did a sit-in in front of the Mecklenburg County Jail, putting their bodies on the line because community care is that important, and demanded to be able to show up for our community on our own terms. During this sit-in, my comrades were surrounded by sheriff deputies. The deputies arrested 26 of our folks. People that were filmed and not participating in the sit-in were arrested. Public defenders and legal aid spectating for the protesters' safety and rights. This was unacceptable and uncalled for. After arresting our comrades, folks were sitting in jail for 10 plus hours with no food, no water. Only one person was allowed a phone call, and not even hand soap to wash their hands, as we're in the midst of a pandemic. That is disgusting and inhumane, and y'all should be shameful. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Jail Support has experienced ongoing surveillance, threats, and physical violence at the hands of police. We know exactly what Jail Support is and everything that we stand for, yet Sheriff McFadden continues to paint a false representation of Jail Support, all because he does not like the look of it. McFadden, I am here to let you know that what you are saying about Jail Support is wrong. You only care about the optics rather than the people who need free resources.
Yes.
You hung a Black Lives Matter sign with your fist in the air for a photo, yet continuously bringing out your deputies to tear down what we have been building and have never made yourself
That's
present
right.
in any of these raids. Stop saying Black Lives Matter when clearly they do not matter to you. Stop saying you agree with Jail Support when you work for a system that was never meant to protect my people.
Yes.
Jail Support was never hijacked. You just don't like the fact that we called out the system for what it is. You and your deputies and CMPD do not serve and protect. The system you work for continues to take Black lives at the hands of police. Breonna Taylor, Keith Lamont Scott, Justin Carr, Trayvon Martin, Elijah McClain, George Floyd, Sandra Bland, Tony McDade, and so many others have lost their lives because of the violence that the white supremacist system perpetrates. They should all still be here because their lives matter.
Yes.
Again, I am here to them. I am tired of my village continuously experiencing violence at the hands of the state. I will continue to stand up and fight with and for my people, and I will close this by saying community care is not a crime. Jail Support is essential. Drop the charges and end cash bail now. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jalen Houston, Jalyn. Last
voice in this grand jury proceeding.
The city has admitted fault in private settlement.
for me to talk about. But not because of what happened to me, but because I got a grain of rice-sized glimpse of what happens to people for days, on months, on years in that jail. I was arrested at 10:47 a.m. on Monday morning. I was not released until 12:45 a.m. the next morning. At no point did I have any food, and the only access to water we had was a communal water fountain that was not cleaned in between uses inside of a COVID-riddled jail. When I sat in there, I watched so many horrible things happen. I watched one of my comrades become sick from a panic attack while the medical professionals sat and watched over her as if it was a joke. I saw friends being pushed and physically attacked for absolutely no reason. And I saw slavery in real time. I saw people pushing mops and cleaning bathrooms and getting paid little to nothing just so they can legally say it's not slavery. Making $3 a week to work while sheriffs sat in chairs and watched over them like overseers. Nothing has changed. They've only changed the name. We watched slavery in real time. Some of you may or may not know, but out of the 26 people arrested, I was the only one with a secured bond. This was my first offense, and I had one of the lowest bails and some of the least descriptive charges. The magistrate, T.M. Jenkins, had a personal vendetta against me because I refused to police the emotions of my friends who had been arrested. She also asked me my place of work, something I do not have to answer, and threatened me with my freedom when I said I did not want to answer that question. When I went back and got my paperwork after seeing about 15 people having unsecured bonds, I saw that mine was secured. I asked Magistrate T.M. Jenkins, why was I the only one with a secured bond? Especially that I had no other previous charges. She looked me in the eye and told me, because you didn't want to answer my question. I went back in the cell with my comrades, but eventually I came to where they were going to dress me out and send me upstairs. A few hours later, I suspect, because you don't know what time it is in there, they came and told me that my bond had been processed. Okay. And that they would not take me upstairs because my bond had been processed. So I went back and sat, and I waited, knowing that my comrades had already taken care of me, and I watched several other people leave. And finally, I asked, after maybe 5 other hours, what's going on? They told me, oh, the magistrate messed up your paperwork and she's left. So we're trying to get in contact with her. So I'm sitting there in a cage, having done everything I was supposed to do. None of us should have been arrested in the first place for practicing our civil duty to speak out against injustices. But after doing everything I was supposed to do, signing my paperwork, answering questions, having my bail paid, I still had to sit because of a clerical error. And personally, I don't think that clerical error was a mistake. Again, I was in there for 14 hours. Many hours I was by myself. Imagine being in there for 24, 48, 72, 100 days, 365 days, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't do it. It's inhumane. It is cruel. And it is disgusting. We need to abolish the police, abolish the jails, abolish the prison system, abolish the plantations, and we will not stop until they are gone. Thank you.
Yes, Jalen.
My name is Emily, E-M-I-O-Y. On Monday, I was unlawfully arrested while standing on the sidewalk of public property that my taxes paid for. I was not a part of the protest. I was simply doing my civic duty to record injustices at the hands of the sheriff department against community members simply trying to provide community aid. Their only crime was passing out applesauce and Gatorades to community members. When individuals who walked out of the courthouse asked me, "What's going on? Why are these people sitting over there?" I said, "Oh, they volunteer with jail support and they're here to pass out snacks, offer rides to those who are recently released, and just any type of support that they can manage to anyone in the community." And you know what they said? They said, "Oh, hell yes." They said, "Yes, that's dope shit that you're doing." It's literally only maybe 20 of them. Why is it a whole squad of 50 people surrounding them? I had sheriffs get in my face yelling at me to back the fuck up without a mask. One who deliberately refused to put on a mask and said, "I don't have to listen to Roy Cooper." And then after, they dragged people away for sitting. I was told, "You need to move." Even though earlier they stated, "You either stand here or you stand there, but don't get any closer." So when I asked and said, "I don't have to move from public property. Why are you telling me I need to leave from public property?" He simply pointed at me and said, "Get her." My phone was knocked out of my hand. I was aggressively turned around and handcuffed for no absolute reason.
Love you.
I did nothing. And now I have 3 offenses charged against me. I was in that cell for hours. And when they arrested me, I told them, "I have a disability. I have my medication in my bag. I need to take my medication." The arresting officer said, "They'll give you your medicine when you're inside." I was in a holding cell alongside my friend who has diabetes. I told the nurse upon entry, I have a disability. My medication is in my bag that I was arrested in. I told them the name, the milligrams, and I said, "Please, I need to have this." They said, "Yeah, we'll get you taken care of." Hours later, me still yelling, banging, "I need my medication. Please give me my medicine," because I could feel my panic attack arising. If it weren't for my comrades in that cell, I don't know what would have happened to me. They banged, they screamed, "We need a nurse, we need a nurse, she needs her medicine." They came in to pull out the white woman. She said, "What are you doing? I'm not the one who called for the nurse. I'm not the one who needs the nurse. My friend laying down over there, who's clearly having a panic attack, is the one who needs the nurse." The officer said, "Oh, she'll see a nurse and get her medication once she's processed." I had already been processed. And once they were informed of that, they said, "Oh, well, she has to see the magistrate first." The nurse told me, once they finally let me see her, "I have to go by the orders of the magistrate. I can't give you anything unless directed by the magistrate." The magistrate said, "I'm sorry, I don't know why you're haven't been given your medication and why you've been denied your phone call." I did not receive my medication until I walked out of that jail. Not before having an extreme anxiety attack in which I was curled up on the floor, throwing up into a trash can, begging and pleading. They wouldn't allow anyone to come out to sit with me whom they had witnessed trying to help calm me down. They stood over me and watched me as if I was an animal in a cage on display at the zoo. The nurse sat across from me and said, I can't give you anything. I'm not giving you anything. You just need to calm down. I begged and pleaded. I said, can I at least get a phone call to call a loved one? Can I at least have that? She didn't even say to me. She said to the officers nearby, she's going to be processed to get out of here, so I don't know why she keeps asking for a phone call. She doesn't need a phone call. As I'm still curled up on the ground, tears crying, running down my face, hyperventilating, here comes a mental health doctor who's standing over me because he got annoyed because the nurse was telling him I refused to answer any of her questions, even though I told her the necessary information she needed to know. He then began to stand over me, puts his finger in my face, and yells at me, you need to calm down. You need to stop yelling. You're going to be getting out of here, so I don't know why you're freaking out. Last time I checked, in any type of medical profession, especially in the mental health world, that is unexcusable behavior. That is not protocol. You don't treat a human being who is clearly exhibiting distress in such a manner. So why did that happen to me? I never got my meds. I never got my phone call. And they had the audacity to ask me as they walked me out, do you have a way home? You can use the phone in the lobby to call someone. I was taken in before 11 a.m. I was not released until after 3, almost 4 in the afternoon. I had no one to call. Had it not been for familiar faces I saw, I would have had to walk home. Abolish these jails, abolish this carceral plantation system, because why the fuck are you treating individuals who are in extreme distress, who clearly have disabilities, who clearly pose no threat, as if they're nothing but scum on this earth?
Thank you, Emily. The message is clear, folks. We're not going to stop. Abolish the police. There are people who are being dehumanized every single day who have to enter the Mecklenburg County Jail, but all types of places of incarceration. So we have to abolish those too. We also have to abolish the cops in our mind, right? And the places inside of that seek to control and dominate others and ourselves. We're here to say that mutual aid is not a crime and that we should be able to do jail support. This is a call out to the DA. Drop the charges against the protesters and drop the charges against anyone who's ever done jail support. What's happening should not be criminalized. What's happening is not criminal or a crime. These people are showing up for others and they deserve to be able to do that. The folks who are inside deserve to be met with smiles and rides and food and anything else that we have to give. So you've heard it here, you've heard it many times. We're not going to stop showing up to do jail support. We're not going to stop taking up space. We're not going to stop talking about the ways in which injustices that happen here and in Louisville, Kentucky, and in New York City and in Oakland, California are always already connected. It's time, y'all. Abolish the police. Abolish the jail. How many more black people have to die?
Community care is not a crime.
le Gabon, par ma voix, reste fondamentalement attaché à la position commune africaine telle qu'exprimée par le consensus des États-Unis et la déclaration de Sirte. Parallèlement à plus de solidarité internationale et à la réforme attendue du Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU, la revitalisation des travaux de l'Assemblée générale ainsi que la réforme du Conseil économique et social de l'ONU doivent également être menées en vue d'impulser une dynamique nouvelle à notre organisation. Monsieur le Président, les Nations unies qu'il nous faut sont également tributaires d'une redéfinition des missions assignées aux institutions de Bretton Woods, ainsi afin d'en faire de véritables moteurs du développement et de la croissance mondiale. Ces réformes sont indispensables à l'émergence d'un ordre international plus juste, prônant au mieux les intérêts de tous, car elles impactent la réalisation de plusieurs objectifs de développement durable à l'horizon 2030, y compris la réponse aux légitimes aspirations des peuples africains contenues dans l'agenda 2063. Monsieur le Président, les Nations unies ont tout naturellement vocation à être une réponse des peuples face aux menaces à leurs aspirations de dignité, de paix et de prospérité. Les Nations unies doivent être ainsi la réponse de l'humanité contre la fatalité et l'injustice. L'exigence d'action pour un système multilatéral plus juste et plus équitable a pour corollaire la nécessaire stabilisation des coûts des matières premières qui sont soumises à une spéculation excessive. Celle-ci est source d'instabilité difficilement compatible avec la prévisibilité des ressources mobilisables dont nos pays ont tant besoin pour la réalisation de leurs objectifs de développement. Dans la même dynamique, une justice plus équitable consisterait sans doute à rétribuer les pays qui disposent de matières premières le juste prix de leurs ressources naturelles. L'avenir que nous voulons exige également le respect des engagements souscrits. C'est le lieu, pour moi, de rappeler l'urgence, de concrétiser ces engagements pris en faveur des pays en développement, que ce soit en matière de transfert de technologies propres et d'amélioration de l'accès des peuples à l'énergie renouvelable. Il s'agit pour nous d'accélérer leur passage d'une industrie traditionnelle
can be sustainable without peace, and there can be or security or stability, and one of these cannot be achieved without the other two. However, unfortunately, these foundations continue to be shaken in several regions of the world. Recurring terrorist attacks make it clear that no nation has been spared this threat. Consequently, our response to this threat must be based on candid cooperation, locally, nationally, regionally, and globally. Of course, through me, Gabon stands shoulder to shoulder with the international community in condemning terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, and extends its support to the countries and peoples that have fallen victim to this scourge. Mr. President, the cost of instability arising from the effects of terrorism, hotbeds of tension, and various forms of instability is particularly high for many African countries. Indeed, these nations find themselves obliged to devote huge resources to fighting the above phenomena. These phenomena are fueled by, for example, the illicit trade of light arms and small arms and light weapons rather, and the illicit trafficking of wild flora and fauna. It goes without saying for me that fighting such sources of instability in several regions across our continent, we need to stand shoulder to shoulder and tackle the threats at a global level, because any threat against any nation is a threat against all of us. In this regard, we remain firmly committed to the work of the United Nations, to the work of the African Union, and to that of the Economic Community of Central African States. We're committed to standing alongside these institutions to work for the promotion of stability and peace in our states. Mr. President, at a regional level, my peers have entrusted me with the task of spearheading the institutional reform of ECAS, the Economic Community of Central African States, that is, to make it more efficient and better able to meet the challenges that it was created to meet, namely those linked to regional integration and development. On the 28th of July 2020, the ECAS Conference of Heads of State and Government adopted a new institutional framework which is more dynamic and better able to meet its goals. And this in order to respond to the major challenges of our time: peace, security and development. Indeed, the revised Treaty of ECAS entered into force on the 28th of August 2020, and the ECAS Commission is the new executive body of this organisation, and it entered existence on the 31st of August 2020, after all of its members had taken an oath. During its 17th regular summit, ECAS also adopted a community action plan to implement United Nations Resolution 1325 and for the implementation of a community strategy to respond to COVID-19. At this summit, ECAS also harmonised rules and regulations pertaining to telecommunications, ITCs, cyber security, and cross-border integration. Mr. President, domestically, like many countries, Gabon has suffered the effects of plummeting commodity prices. This fall in prices has been exacerbated by the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. This situation overall has seen economy slow down. Against this backdrop, my country continued with reforms already underway to correct imbalances through recovery measures. These involve making budgetary adjustments, developing infrastructure, and promoting the private sector as a lever that can help us diversify and transform our economies. Today, we can be proud of the encouraging signs emerging following the implementation of our economic recovery plan. Indeed, thanks to the return to growth we're seeing as a result of the aforementioned reforms, Gabon is slowly reclaiming greater room for manoeuvre economically.
antorchistas. Nosotros no somos líderes corruptos como se nos dice en la prensa y en la televisión. Esto es muestra del trabajo antorchista. ¡Y que viva Antorcha Campesina, compañeros! ¡Que viva! ¡Que viva Antorcha Campesina, compañeros! ¡Que viva! ¡Que viva Antorcha Campesina! ¡Que viva! ¡Que viva Antorcha Campesina!
Ahora, de nuestro dirigente de la zona de Acatlán, ingeniero Iván Jiménez Hernández, un hombre que ha encabezado y se ha entregado a la lucha para ayudar a los pobres de este municipio. Recibamos a nuestro dirigente político con fuertes y nutridos aplausos. ¡Bravo! ¡Somos un solo hombre! ¡Somos un solo líder! ¡Adelante, antorchistas! ¡Hasta triunfar! ¡Somos un solo hombre! ¡Somos un solo líder! ¡Adelante, antorchistas! ¡Hasta triunfar! Compañeros antorchistas, agradezco infinitamente el respaldo del antorchismo acateco y del antorchismo del seccional Acatlán de Osorio, que hoy están con nosotros aquí para exigirle a la señora presidenta que cumpla los compromisos que hizo en campaña y que hizo con el movimiento antorchista, compañeros. Por eso les agradezco su presencia y démonos un fuerte aplauso, compañeros. Las inclemencias del tiempo están fuertes, pero los antorchistas somos hechos y estamos hechos de acero, compañeros. Y estamos probados en las mejores batallas. ¿Sí o no, compañeros? ¡Sí! ¿Sí o no, compañeros? ¡Sí! Antorcha campesina tiene que existir y no devolveremos hasta morir. Antorcha campesina tiene que existir y no devolveremos hasta morir. Agradezco, compañeros, también la presencia del maestro Rodolfo de la Cruz Meléndez, dirigente del seccional Acatlán de Osorio, para lo cual yo pido fuertes y calurosos aplausos, compañeros. También agradezco la presencia del compañero y diputado Nivaldo Hernández Sánchez, que también está aquí con nosotros. Agradezco también, compañeros, la presencia de don Javier Rosas Vidal, presidente auxiliar de San Vicente Boquerón, y que está aquí al frente con nosotros. No se rajan, compañeros. Puesto en pie de lucha.
Developing countries that suffer from conflict and instability. As emphasized by the Secretary General on multiple occasions, there is no means to combat the virus except through solidarity, greater cooperation, and unifying efforts in order to overcome the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, every time I have the opportunity of addressing this assembly, I wish I could speak of an end to the difficult transition in my country. I wish I could speak of overcoming the serious challenges and beginning the path towards a civilian democratic state where power is peacefully transferred and the rule of law prevails and where human rights and dignity are protected. However, unfortunately, some desire and act to undermine these aspirations for which the Libyan people made great sacrifices. They insist on pursuing every means, no matter how destructive or unjust, to seize power and rule by force. However, with the will of our people, we are persevering with all our might to achieve the goals for which the martyrs offered their lives. The heroes of our army and armed forces have proven they are the bedrock that will defeat everyone who seeks to return our country to dictatorship and one-man rule. We fulfilled our promise when we said the invader will not enter Tripoli. On April 4th of last year, the city remained resilient in the face of a tyrannical attack led by the aggressor and the militias that support him. The resulting human and material loss are too much to enumerate here. With the sacrifice of our heroes during the Volcano of Rage operation, we were able to deter and defeat the aggression. Unfortunately, it was supported by missionaries and materiel by countries known to everyone and mentioned in UN reports. This is unacceptable. It violates Libyan sovereignty and independence and the Security Council resolutions and international law and custom, which prohibit the interference in internal affairs of states. There is no doubt that such conduct cannot be compared to legitimate agreements concluded by the legitimate government with some states. As new developments take place culminating in defeat of the aggressor and victory for the Libyan people who are determined to proceed forward to overcome every obstacle, we call on these states to revisit their positions and to no longer bet on the aggressor, and to discuss with the Government of National Accord the means to address their concerns. We must work to establish relationships based on mutual respect and common interests and the non-interference in internal affairs. We reiterated at every occasion our commitment to peaceful means through constructive dialogue as the only means out of the crisis. We engaged positively with the UN-led peace process and offered every assistance to the UN efforts in this regard. We engaged in goodwill with initiatives to reach a solution, most recent of which were the outcomes of the Berlin Conference. In fact, we offered a number of initiatives ourselves and sought to solve the political and security crisis and to address the living challenges faced by Libyans. We have constantly proven that we want peace, not war. While we possess the force and faith to resist and defeat the aggressor, we want to prevent the bloodshed and the loss of life. And in order to unify efforts to combat COVID-19, which is threatening our citizens, we announced a ceasefire on August 21st and called for elections by March of next year. We emphasized that an effective and lasting ceasefire requires that both regions of Sirte and Jufra must become free of weapons. Foreign forces and militias must withdraw from both cities and from all Libyan territory. This is the means to realize national sovereignty over all of Libyan territory, which is an entitlement to the Government of National Accord. We welcome the wide support for this initiative and look forward to practical measures leading the other party to accept it and to fully withdraw from the mentioned areas. The militias should return to their countries and the seaports and oil fields must reopen, which were proven to have been closed by external influence, causing losses estimated at $9 billion in addition to serious damages to infrastructure. We have welcomed the statement by political leaders in eastern Libya that called for a ceasefire and a resumption of oil production. However, we have not yet seen cooperation from armed groups and the aggressors' militias. In fact, we have only seen hostile remarks from their spokesperson and violations by their forces and their militias. Therefore, we hold them responsible for any military confrontations and any resulting casualties and destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, we strived earnestly to address the living conditions and improve the performance of our sectors and to limit the proliferation of weapons and insecurity. In many cases, through cooperation with the UN support mission in Libya, we achieved tangible progress. However, these efforts were not sustainable because of external interventions and division among our institutions and the lack of oil production, which is our most important source of revenue. We always knew that addressing all of these challenges lies in the formulation of policies by an elected government of national unity. Therefore, we iterate that we call for an agreement on
Aquí estamos Y compañeros, los invito a que sigamos trabajando, porque esto es el comienzo de una lucha ardua que vamos a dar en contra de la señora presidenta. Y como dije, no vamos a descansar hasta lograr que todas esas demandas se materialicen en beneficio de los zacatecos y de la ciudadanía en general. Por eso, no bajemos la guardia, compañeros. No nos desanimemos. Al contrario, tenemos que unir fuerzas, llenarnos de ánimo y que sepan ustedes que los que estamos aquí enfrente vamos a seguir dando la batalla, compañeros, hasta donde Antorcha Campesina, compañeros. ¡Que viva Antorcha Campesina, compañeros! ¡Que viva! ¡Que viva Antorcha Campesina! ¡Que viva! ¡Que viva Antorcha Campesina!
Antorcha no se raja, que sube, que baja, Antorcha no se raja. Agradecemos las palabras de nuestro dirigente seccional, el ingeniero Iván Jiménez Hernández. Y vamos a poner una consigna: que entre la comisión por una solución. Que entre la comisión por una solución.
A continuación, del poeta cubano Nicolás Guillén, la poesía El mal del siglo, declama la alumna de bachillerato Alison Linet Montesinos. Recibamos a esta señorita con fuertes y nutridos aplausos.
Señor, ¿por qué odiarán los hombres al que lucha, al que sueña y al que canta? ¿Qué puede un cisne dulce guardar, sino ternuras en el alma? Cuán doloroso es ver que cada ensayo para volar provoca una pedrada, un insulto mortal, una calumnia. ¿Por qué será la humanidad tan mala? ¿Por qué junto al camino de la gloria siempre la envidia pálida acecha el paso del Romero Cándido y le lanza su flecha envenenada? Almas que se revuelcan en el lodo, ¿por qué serán las almas que siempre han de manchar las vestiduras de aquel que lleva vestiduras blancas? ¿Cómo castiga el mundo al que nació con alas y sueña con la luz del infinito desde las lobregueces de la caula? Y este siglo egoísta nunca ha sabido de quimeras cándidas, ni de ilusiones, ni de empeños nobles. Este siglo se arrastra. Estos hombres de ahora solo piensan en el oro que enfanga todas las limpideces de la vida y todas las alburas de las almas. Señor, ya nadie sueña. Señor, ya nadie canta. Los caballeros de este siglo buscan la oscuridad de arteras emboscadas y en sus noches sin gloria jamás viven su fina aristocracia. Y el eco de una lira, el amor de una dama y el brillo ante el asombro de la luna, el acero atrevido de una espada. Manos que se esconden en la sombra son las manos que clavan el puñal de imprevistas cobardías y traiciones satánicas sobre todos los pechos sin amparo y todas las espaldas. Yo no puedo vivir en este siglo sin cerebro y sin alma. Señor, Señor, yo soy águila o cisne. Dame una cumbre al cielo viva como el águila, para olvidar en ella mi lírica nostalgia. O igual que al cisne, dame como suprema gracia un lago silencioso y solitario, de ondas azules y de espumas blancas. Gracias.
Muy fuerte los aplausos para los últimos aplausos, compañeros. Esto es lo que promueve el movimiento antorchista. Cultura, compañeros, arte. ¡Que viva Antorcha Campesina, compañeros! ¡Que viva! ¡Antorcha Campesina! ¡Que viva! ¡Que viva! ¡Antorcha Campesina! ¡Que viva! ¡Que viva! ¡Antorcha Campesina! De norte a sur, de este a oeste, ganaremos esta lucha. Cueste lo que cueste, de norte a sur, de este a oeste, ganaremos esta lucha, cueste lo que cueste.
A continuación, escucharemos las palabras del diputado antorchista por el Distrito 23 de Acatlán de Osorio, el ingeniero Vivaldo Hernández Sánchez. ¡Antorcha campesina tiene que existir y la defenderemos hasta morir! ¡Antorcha campesina tiene que existir y la defenderemos hasta morir!
Compañeros antorchistas que el día de hoy nos acompañan en esta marcha de lucha, les agradecemos mucho a cada uno de ustedes, compañeros, y principalmente la gente de San Vicente Boquerón. ¿Dónde está? Que alce la mano la gente de San Vicente Boquerón y de Antorcha de Acatlán. Aquí está una comisión. La pandemia está también una representación de los antorchistas de las diferentes zonas en donde hay antorcha revolucionaria. Y se preguntarán, porque en los medios y en el Facebook dicen que no tenemos derecho los que somos de San Jerónimo, los que somos de Tehuixingo. Pero les decimos a esas gentes engañadas que somos mixtecos, que somos poblanos y que somos mexicanos y que siempre vamos a defender a cada antorchista que haya en el país. Por eso están equivocados.
¡Adelante, antorchistas!
¡A triunfar! ¡Somos un solo hombre! ¡Somos un solo ideal!
¡Levántense, compañeros!
¡Antorchistas! ¡A triunfar!
Están equivocados porque miren cómo tienen a esta ciudad los anteriores gobiernos. Deberían de tener vergüenza los que han ocupado esta presidencia municipal, porque llegan al poder y se hacen ricos, y si no, ahí están las pruebas de cómo viven, cómo comen y cómo se han enriquecido de esta presidencia histórica. Pero hoy no es la excepción. Hoy tenemos a una mujer que es gobernada dizque de la cuarta T. Los que querían acabar con la corrupción, los que dijeron que los que estaban gobernando el país deberían de sacarse e irse al bote de la basura. Y ya lo hicieron, ya lo lograron en el 2018. Mucha gente engañada votó por Morena. Y miren ahora lo que están haciendo los señores que dijeron que iban a hacer el cambio. Es la misma burra, nada más que revolcada, porque finalmente la familia Martínez sigue gobernando como cacique este municipio, ¿sí o no? ¡Sí! Y por eso estamos cansados de tantas reuniones. Yo como diputado le he pedido a esta presidenta que atienda los problemas de la gente. Por eso se le paga. Por eso en su nómina aparecen 34,000 pesos al mes. Para que atienda a la gente. Para que atienda a su pueblo. ¿Cuántos millones tiene Melinaba para atender a sus pueblos? Aquí tengo los datos. Según el corte de caja del año 2019, tiene 115,531,000 pesos para atender a la gente. No hubo recorte en el 2019 de participaciones de ramo 28. La señora tuvo 38,189,000 pesos. Recaudó la señora cobrando registro civil, predial y todo lo que ingresa, 11,614,000 pesos. Y de ramo 33, por FICM, donde se mete agua potable, luz, pavimento, 41,137,000 pesos. Por Fortamón tuvo 24,589,000 pesos. Ella tuvo de ingresos en el 2019 115,531,000 pesos. ¡Qué bien! Pudo haber hecho la pavimentación de la carretera, que son 9 kilómetros. Sin moches, a cada millón el kilómetro son 9 millones. ¿Tuvo o no tuvo dinero la señora? ¡Sí! Nada más que lo que hizo es pavimentar su calle, que es donde viven los señores. Y obras fantasmas que hizo en el 2019. Pero fíjense ustedes en qué se gasta el dinero. Casi 76 millones se gasta en servicios generales, 26 millones. En materiales y suministros, 13 millones. En subsidios y transferencias, estas que le dan al presidente auxiliar, que es una mentada de madre porque no le sirve ese dinero, ella da casi 13 millones. ¿A dónde se van los 13 millones? ¿A las juntas auxiliares? ¿A las inspectorías? ¿A las obras? ¿A los barrios? Hay también 15 millones en subsidios. ¿A quién ha subsidiado?
Al centro comunitario.
¿Al centro comunitario lo ha subsidiado? No. Donde hay un alto índice de drogadicción, de prostitución, de alcoholismo, de droga. Y esos centros comunitarios son para la prevención de la violencia. Y esta señora, nada más porque no tiene a alguien que quiere manipular como Lucy, no le paga. Pero vamos a defender a Lucy desde la 60 legislatura y como diputado antorchista. Lucy, no estás sola, te vamos a apoyar.
¡Bravo!
¿Quieren que les diga en qué otro se gasta la señora? En bienes inmuebles. 1.400.000 pesos. ¿Qué cosa compró? Solamente su tesorero que corrió lo sabe, o su secretario, porque cambia funcionarios como cambiarse de, ya saben qué. Pero hoy los antorchistas le venimos a parar un alto y como diputado voy a defender la causa de los antorchistas y ciudadanos de San Vicente Boquerón. Muchos en redes sociales me han estado atacando porque dicen que solamente defiendo a los antorchistas. Se equivocan, porque la pavimentación de la carretera les va a servir a todos. Antorcha hace obras para todos. Antorcha trae beneficio, cultura, deporte, bienestar, desarrollo para todo el pueblo pobre. ¿Quiénes se oponen al desarrollo? Los caciques de cada comunidad. Aquí hay un cacicazgo férreo que ya los vamos a ver en el 2021 engañando a la gente con 1,000 pesos, con láminas, con cemento, con todo lo que necesita la gente pobre. Entonces son muy dadivosos. Entonces sí se toman la fotografía con la gente. Entonces cuando alguien cumple años, entonces van a verlo. Pero ahorita, ¿dónde está la presidenta? Tiene que estar aquí trabajando, porque nosotros le pagamos con nuestros impuestos. Yo hoy tenía sesión de Congreso, pedí permiso, porque quise venir a manifestar mi solidaridad hacia mis compañeros antorchistas. No es posible, ni de un hombre bien nacido y como antorchista, que mis compañeros estén luchando y yo sentadote en la Cámara de Diputados alzando la mano como muchos diputados que así les hace el Estado. Pero llegó la hora, compañeros, de levantar nuestras armas, y nuestras armas, nuestra lucha es la manifestación pacífica. Por eso, el día de hoy, vamos con todo. Vamos a hacer que los zacatecos engañados se den cuenta que la única organización que trabaja y lucha por los pobres de México es Antorcha Revolucionaria. Pensaban que estábamos muertos. Piensan y se equivocan que nuestro líder, el ingeniero Aquiles, va a estar en el bote, o que el ingeniero Rodolfo lo va a detener el gobierno de la 4T. Puras mentiras, compañeros. No tienen prueba de nuestros dirigentes. Los dirigentes antorchistas son más limpios que el agua. Que encarcelen a los sinvergüenzas, que encarcele López Obrador a Manuel Bartlett, porque si él es un sinvergüenza. Que detenga la inseguridad que hay en Puebla, Miguel Barbosa, que es el peor gobernador que tiene la evaluación a nivel nacional. Y si evaluamos a la presidenta, tiene un rechazo del 4.5 según las encuestas. Pero ya vamos a ver que quiere ser candidata a diputada federal o reelegirse. Vamos a ver si si le van a alcanzar los millones para engañar a los 38 municipios o 51. Morena cada día más va para abajo porque engañó al pueblo, porque Morena no es la solución. El país, México, Acatlán, necesita una organización y esa organización se llama Antorcha Revolucionaria, compañeros. ¡Que viva Antorcha Revolucionaria!
Antorcha campesina tiene que existir y la defenderemos hasta morir. Antorcha campesina tiene que existir y la defenderemos hasta morir.
Y por si faltara poco o mucho, en el 2020 la señora tuvo ingreso hasta el mes de junio 21 millones de pesos. Recaudó hasta el mes de junio 6 millones. Tiene para ramo 33 37 millones 771 y tiene por Fortamun 25 millones 336 mil pesos. Eso es lo que está ejecutando y falta todavía hasta el mes de diciembre el ejercicio. ¿Qué nos ha dicho ella? No tengo dinero, no tengo dinero, me hicieron recortes, no tengo dinero. Es mentira, no hubo ningún recorte de participaciones. Para Acatlán, para los demás municipios, sí los chingó el gobierno, pero como aquí es Morena, les dio dinero. Por tanto, no se puede quejar que no tiene dinero. Aquí están los papeles, se los digo porque yo soy diputado. Cada año me pasan sus cuentas de los 217 municipios. Y les digo que no voy a aprobar sus cuentas públicas de esta señora. Y no las voy a aprobar porque se ha gastado el dinero en puras chingaderas. Nada más les voy a decir, como dicen en mi pueblo, la puntita, porque falta el tronco. Pagó la señora por energía eléctrica en el 2019 8,738,000 pesos. Agarró dinero de ramo 33 y pagó la energía eléctrica. Hizo ella un proyecto de energía pública donde se gastó 6 millones de pesos. Fíjense bien, para hacer el proyecto del alumbrado público, que bien pudo haber quitado la energía y poner energía solar, prácticamente unas 200 lámparas a las colonias abandonadas, no lo hizo.
За жалост, голяма част от полицаите не го знаят това нещо. Бъркат двете улици, Бенковска, Сраковска, но какво да правиш? Капацитет умствен. И отивайки към Централно военно окръжие, аз се движа по улица Оборище от Александър Невски към бившия партиен дом, така да го кажем. На кръстовището на Оборище с Раковска са се ситуирали няколко полицаи, които, както разбрах после, това било филтрационен пункт, каквото и да означава това. Някой от вас, ако знае, може да ми обясни после. Аз така и не разбрах цялата история. Съответно, един особено интелигентен представител на Народната полиция от град Пловдив ме спря с думите: къде бе? Всичките неща, за които ще ви разкажа в последствие, ги има документиране на камерата, която се стои на каската ми. Обясних му учтиво на човека, че не сме спали в едно легло, така че Добре да се говорим на вие, почтивата форма български език е вие. Той продължи да се държи по същия абсолютно селски начин. Каза ми, че не мога да отида там. Аз му казах, добре, ще слезе и ще си бутам мотора, както много хора са ме виждали да го бутам тук по жълтите павета. Съгласно закона за движение по пътищата имам право и се причислявам към пешеходците. Разбираемо, милиционера не стопли какво му обяснявам. Дойде един офицер, на когото се опитах да му обясня същото нещо. Той ми каза, че в момента това било зона за сигурност. Заради някакъв протест, който ще да бъде тук, става въпрос вчера на обяд в 12 часа и половина. Занимават си хората, трябва да си заработят заплатите, пратили се ги да стоят там по поляните. Както и да е, аз бях сядал от мотора, направих опит да се свържа с главна дежурна на СДВР, да ги попитам има ли заповед за такава зона и докъде е тази зона, тъй като ми беше обяснено, че пропускали хората живеещи или работещи в района. Аз им обясних, че аз отивам по работа във военното окръжие. В същото време покрай мене мина една жена, която те попитаха къде. Тя казва и до банката. Пловдивският милиционер я попита, знаете ли къде е банката? Интересно, не знаеше, трябваше тях да ги попита. Не знам. В същото време пропуснаха няколко джипа, които минаха абсолютно на скорост, без още да отрезат полицията, но ние знаем, нали, черен джип без предимство, особено пред милиционера. Малко след като въпросите два джипа, три, извинявам се, минаха, аз им казах, че от тук нататък аз повече няма да се разправям с тях и ще си отида до военно окръжие да си получа документите. Запалих мотора, тогава те се изправиха пред мене. Един младеж с 2 звезди на пагоните застана пред мене, така демонстративно държейки телефона си, че ми прави запис, което е много хубаво, защото вече имаме 2 записа, моя и неговия. И ми заяви, че ако не изпълня полицейското разпореждане, ще бъде задържан. Попитах го какво е полицейското разпореждане, той каза, напуснете от тук. Аз му казах, че няма да напусна, тъй като имам работа. След разменени няколко такива реплики, изцяло, държа да отбележа, изцяло в добрия тон, явно му се изчерпа търпението, което беше някъде в порядъка на около 30-40 секунди и разпореди на един от неговите подчинени да ми поставят белезници и да бъда задържан. В този момент аз се опитах да се свържа с адвокат Хаджигенов, да му обясня за какво става въпрос. Телефонът ми беше отнет насилствено, това също го има записано. През цялото време, докато не пристигнахме в районното, на мене ми се отказваше да се свържа с адвокат, въпреки че всички вие знаете, нееднократно от тази трибуна е обявявано, че всеки има право на адвокат от момента на задържането. Задържането е момента на поставянето на белезниците. В моята заповед за задържане е записано 13:00. Това е часът, който дори го има на камерата отбелязан. Съответно, те ми казаха, че ще се обадя, когато даже пловдивският милиционер каза, абе ще се обадиш, когато те заведат в районната прокуратура. Извинявайте, но полицайка не знае реда за задържане и да ме праща в прокуратурата. Ако аз бях на него, то ще аз изкъсам пагоните и си тръгна, честно ви казвам. Сега е момент, искам да благодаря на един човек, който лично не го познавам, даже не си каза и името. Той беше един от изгонените от полицайите, когато се опитваха да преминат, защото отивали на протест. Човека е дошъл до тук, видял, че няма никакъв протест и се връща в момента, в който мене са ми изпоставили белезниците. Помолих го да звънне от неговия телефон на адвокат Хаджигенов. Човекът нямаше телефона, намери го в интернет, обади се, съдейства ми, след което остана и изчака на това место докато не ме качиха, за да предаде в Куера Новена. Много ви благодаря, господине. Винаги, когато имате нужда, може да решите на моята помощ. Дано да не се налага да е за такова нещо, а примерно за чаша бира. Радвам се, че сред нас тук на протеста има, аз съм убеден, че той не е единствен. Аз съм убеден, че почти всеки един от тези хора, които сте тук на площада, ще да постъпи като него по същия начин. Което е хубаво, защото ние сме обединени от една обща идея и си помагаме. Помагали сме си и когато тук жените направиха медицинския пункт за обгазените. Помагаме си с това, че си носиме вода и си даваме един на друг.
Hello everybody, it's Lady Elred. Sorry about that, I was in a meeting. You guys wanted what audio? What? The UN speech? Okay. Sorry about that.
Will continue being a contracting party to the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and any revenues accrued from the exploitation of the state's natural resources will be allocated to the federal government. And I wish to remind that these convergences were never challenged by Turkey or the Turkish Cypriot side. It is for this exact reason that the issue of hydrocarbons was never raised during the intense negotiating period between 2011 to 2017, nor was part of one of the elements of the framework of the UN Secretary General as presented at Grand Montana. At the same time, Turkey also disregards the fact that the Republic of Cyprus has established a national sovereign fund which safeguards the interests of Greek and Turkish Cypriots from any revenues accrued from the exploitation of hydrocarbon deposits. Moreover, Turkey fails to acknowledge my proposal for establishing an escrow account to the benefit of the Turkish Cypriot community, to which any revenues from the exploitation of hydrocarbons would be deposited based on the population proportion of the constituent states. And if Turkey will recognize the sovereign rights of the Republic of Cyprus within its exclusive economic zone, then the said revenues might be released to the benefit of the Turkish Cypriot community even prior to the solution of the Cyprus problem. Therefore, as proven by the aforesaid, Turkey's assertions that its illegal actions aim at protecting the rights of the Turkish Cypriots are false and invalid. As false and invalid are claims that the Republic of Cyprus violates the rights of Turkey. However, what I would like to welcome is the reference of Mr. Erdogan, and I yet again quote, "Our priority," Mr. Erdogan said, "in a sincere dialogue based on international law and on an equitable basis." If Mr. Erdogan truly adheres to the above mentioned, and if he sincerely believes that Turkey's actions against the Republic of Cyprus are compatible with international law, then why doesn't he accept our proposal and the European Union's proposal for a sincere bilateral dialogue, or to refer the whole issue to the International Court of Justice? Dear friends, international law cannot be applied unilaterally according to one's whims. Wouldn't be to the best benefit and interest of everyone to settle our differences in accordance with international practices? On my behalf, I wish to repeat once more that I am ready to engage in a constructive dialogue and or to abide by any judgment of the International Court. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the blame game method is always used by those who bear the responsibility of not reaching a solution of problems or disputes they themselves created. This is exactly what Mr. Erdogan attempted to do by accusing our side that the only obstacle to a solution is the uncompromising, unjust, and spoiled approach of the Greek Cypriot side. From what I have already mentioned, it is evident as to which side, through the military invasion and its illegal actions thereafter, aims to permanently divide the Republic of Cyprus. The numerous UN resolutions, the decisions of the Security Council, and the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights speak by themselves. At the same time, I'm wondering, to aspire establishing an independent and sovereign state without any foreign guarantees, any right of intervention by a foreign country, and free from any presence of occupation troops? Which other of the 193 United Nations member states is under guarantees by a third country? Is it unjust to advocate establishing a normal state in which all decisions will be taken only by citizens, free from foreign dependencies? Is it uncompromising to envision establishing a robust system of security based on the Charter of the UN and the treaties of the European Union and the Council of Europe? Does any constitution of a federal state provide that for every decision at a federal level, at least one positive vote by one constituent member is required, when especially the constituent member is actually controlled by a third country? Distinguished friends, I pose this argument having in mind the fact that the Turkish implanted settlers might now outnumber Turkish Cypriots, and Turkish insistence of maintaining the Treaty of Guarantee, the right of intervention, and the permanent presence of Turkish troops. If President Erdogan considers that what he demands for the Turkish Cypriots is compromising, and why doesn't he grant the same rights to the Kurds, bearing always in mind that their population proportion is close to the population proportion of the Turkish Cypriots? Mr. President, Excellencies, I have mentioned just some of Turkish demands, preconditions, and ongoing illegal actions in Cyprus. I do not want to expand on numerous other absurd claims which do not abide to the notion of reaching a viable and functional settlement in line with international law and our capacity as an EU member state. What I would like to repeat is that as a European country, and in full respect to the values and principles of the European Union and the UN, our intention has never been or will never be to deprive our Turkish Cypriot compatriots from their legitimate rights in accordance with the EU Acquis and Charter. I do believe, provided that foreign interferences, that there is a common ground between to live in a European country truly independent and sovereign, a country free from foreign troops and rights of intervention, ensuring conditions of stability for a safe, prosperous, and peaceful future. A settlement with neither winners nor losers, in full respect of the sensitivities and concerns of both communities. For a state truly led by Cypriots and not for a state led by foreigners. The era of colonization is well beyond us. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in concluding, I wish to once more reiterate that strengthening our commitment to multilateralism and international cooperation, which underpins the UN Charter, is fundamental in the three UN pillars: peace and security, development, and human rights. To this end, I would like to echo one of the most inspiring and hopeful mantras of the last session. We remain united in our shared humanity and in giving peace a chance. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus for his statement. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this morning. The 9th session, in which we will continue the general debate, will begin at 1500 hours, and before I adjourn this meeting, I would remind delegations of mitigation measures for the COVID-19 pandemic, namely physical distancing measures in the room around you. The meeting is adjourned.
I would kindly ask delegates to leave the hall in a staggered manner. I will call out row by row. If you could please remain in the hall until the row is called. I would first ask delegates seated in the row from Iceland to Italy to leave one by one. Next, those seated in the row from Jamaica to Latvia, please leave one by one.
The value of human life and the safety and security of our American cities. And across the country, hitting the vehicle 3 times. Our police officers deserve our respect, and the violence that is being committed towards them in this week and a half is outrageous, and the words of CNN and of Brianna Key are outrageous, irresponsible, and we should never hear statements like that, followed by hours later, 2 police officers being shot.
Haley, what does the president believe the protest?
След това обвини негов верен, вече бивш другар, строителят на партия Апартаменти за България. Най-накрая стигна до самопризнание, че там има намесена някаква госпожа, която господин президент Радев насила е вкарала в спалнята. Аз съм човек да говоря с президента, нещо да ми помогне и на мен, нищо, че съм жена. Ще го търся непременно. Но това е наистина пак безобразие, защото господинът трябваше да бъде разпитан. Трябваше да има не каскет, а истински прокурор, който веднага да се задейства още в първия ден, когато се появиха тези просташки фотоси, тези чекмеджета пълни с пари и злато. Тази госпожа коя е? Тя е била снимана многократно. Цялата охрана или госпожицата. Защо до днес не разбрахме коя? Защо тя не е разследвана? Защо не е в прокуратурата? Защо не разкаже за снимките, за парите и за голото тяло на тиквата? Крайно време да имаме нормален прокурор. И затова искам специално сега оставка на този каскет. Искам да не забравяте и онова нещо, определил се за псевдопатриот господин ревизор, който е толкова ревизор, колкото покойната ми баба, Бог да е прости. Ли гората на цела власт? Как е постригана нула номер? Видяхте ли великата подпорна стена, която не е хотел? Видяхте ли реките, които умират? Видяхте ли празните язовири, които източихме миейки си ръцете? За всичко това трябва да има отговорност и един ден този човек ще го разхождаме на кришка до онази подпорна стена и ще го питаме 20 пъти какво вижда. Хотел ли е това или стена? Хотел или стена? Черно ли е или бяло? Докато отговори ще стои мръсът на пясък. А след това ще го закараме във Варненския залив, там до онази полезна трава и ще го молим да плува 8 часа на ден. В почивките ще му даваме да си пиеме по чаша вода от същата трава. За разнообразие. И накрая да го пострижем, както постригаха полите в България. Нищо повече от това. И да си миеме само ръцете, но и душата всеки ден. Ще се отървем и от тези идиоти, но по-интересно ми е това, което тиквата, извинявайте, както го наричат по света, е казал, че щял да се грижи за следващото поколение. Пази Господи! Аз мисля, че ние всички протестиращи ще направим всичко възможно от душата си да се грижим за него. Там на онова място. Малко е хладно, няма сръбска скара. Ще има разходка в квадрат всеки ден по половин час. И ще се грижим. Ще се грижим. Ако трябва, ще му носим пастъци, за Коледа банани, както беше. За рождения ден парченце тиквена тора. Нищо повече от това. И така, додето е жив, защото оттам не трябва да излиза. Ще се грижи да бъде там непрекъснато. Непрекъснато. Във връзка с нашите искания, Шкербет Чорба воеводата се изказал, че ние искаме пълна капитулация. Да, ние искаме пълна капитулация, така е. Ние искаме да се размине някъде през вратички. Искаме го веднага вън и веднага на съд. Незабавно. Само страха му държи на този пост. Искаме пълна
Здравейте, свободни български граждани! Две новини от последните минути. Кръговото в Пловдив на Сточна гара е блокирано в момента от протестиращи. Това е удобен шанс всички пловдивски граждани да изразят любовта си към премиера Слънце, който не е обявявал от 70 и близо 80 дена вече. Скрит в житка. Още една война. Наши сънародници днес са пред посолството на България в Вашингтон също да протестират. Всички българи навсякъде по света изразяват по този начин отношението си към един човек без достойнство, без отговорност, без чест. Това е най-срамният премиер, който някога управлявал тази държава. Срам и позор. И понеже говорим за върховенство на правото, искам да ви кажа още няколко детайли около начина, по който този човек управлява държавата. И дали той всъщност я управлява. Преди няколко дена друг гражданин на Турция, който беше потърсил убежище в България, нелегално беше депортиран по заповед на Ердоган. Става дума за Селепетин Юрън, който е член на Тюркската демократическа партия. По телефона. И аз и много други граждани, които смятат, че България е част от Европа, искаме да попитаме господин Борисов, този жалък страхливец, Ердоган ли управлява България, господин Борисов? Ердоган ли е вашия началник, господин Борисов? Господин Борисов, никога след като България е станала независима държава, никой не е управлявал по този начин българския премиер. Може би с изключение на историческия момент, в който бяхме васална държава на Кремъл. И след това вие опозорихте тази държава. Ние вече не сме независима държава. Ние сме територия, на която турският президент издава заповеди кой може и кой не може да остане в България. Позор! Още един штрих към начина, по който тази държава се управлява и тази държава се защитава се нейната национална цялост, нейната сигурност. Може би знаете, че наскоро приключи процеса за атентата, извършен на едно летище. Атентат, за който на всички е ясно, че е отговорна Хизбула. Господин Борисов, господин Гешев, защо военното крило на Хизбула още не е обявено в България за терористична организация? Има ли хора на Хизбула в София и в България, които правят бизнес с вас? Отговорете на тези въпроси. Ние приют за терористи ли сме? Това ли е държавата, която управлявате, Със сигурност, гарантираме ли го? Заминавайте в Турция още сега при вашия началник Ердоган. Скъпи български граждани, ако не се съпротивляваме срещу тази власт, която продава свободата на хората, която продава сигурността на България, която продава обществената сигурност, която приютява терористи и която гони свободни хора, прибирани по арести, затваря ги по абсолютно незаконен начин, то ние скоро време ще се превърнем в копие на Ердогановата държава, а това е абсолютно недопустимо. Това ще е края на българската независимост. Затова всеки един от нас, всеки ден трябва да бъде тук до оставката на този жалък страхливец и на сам Ердоган. Оставка Борисов! Господин Борисов, вие сте толкова жалък и гнусен страхливец, какъвто няма вероятно никога и не е имало в българската история. В първата българска конституция на свободно княжество България пише, че всеки род, стъпил на българска земя, става свободен човек. Господин Борисов, ние тук сме свободни хора. Всеки, който е потърсил защита и закрила в България, трябва да бъде свободен човек и неговите права трябва да бъдат гарантирани. Вие, господин Борисов, не правите нищо от това, защото сте един жалък, долен, страхлив човек и няма никаква причина повече и секунда да сте премиер на тази държава. Може би не са ви го казали, защото вашия Фейсбук е еднопосочен. Само информация от чипката към хората, които ви следват. Господин Борисов, вече близо 80 дена вие не сте премиер, вие сте уволнен от нас.
Изпитвам нескрито възхищение към господин Милов, който намира сили след толкова дни да нарича Бойко Борисов господин. Може би въпрос на негово възпитание и мое невъзпитание, но наистина си струва възхищението. Няколко новини. Вчера имало протести пред посолството ни във Вашингтон. Още една неприятна новина за нашия пишман летец, който обхожда тръби с едни господа с костюмчета на България, за да обяснява какъв голям строител е. Най-големите морски застрахователни компании се оттеглят от проектите Северен и Турски поток. Борисов, за теб става дума! И за госпожа Меркел, но сякаш тя е по-далеч. Тъй като става дума за строителство, той намира време винаги да се разходи на някой малък участък от магистрала Тракия или на магистрала Хемус. Избира се една от двете по-дълги магистрали и тръгва на разходка, само и само да не дойде в София. Само и само за да не срещне вас. Само и само да не ви погледне в очите. Защото знае какво мислите. Добре! Оставка Борисов! нещо Борисов. Оказа се, че президента на републиката преди време разбрахме, че той е шофирал дрон, който можел да влезе навсякъде и да снима каквото и да е. Сега се оказва, че доставил и прекрасни госпожи, за да му снимат чекмеджетата. Започва да ми прилича на сводничество. Господин Борисов, дръжте се сериозно. Поне сериозно, защото вече изглеждате жалък. Дори в очите на децата, както каза Обена, дори в очите на децата в училищата. Смешно е. Да се върна за малко на темата за строителството. Един мой приятел, който много отдавна работи във вестник Дневник, е решил също да направи репортаж за строителство. Нарича се Аспарухов мост. Той свързва Варна с 27 000 души от два квартала на града. В видеото, което е публикувано днес в тази българска медия, се вижда, че мостът не е ремонтиран 44 години. Бетонът е напукан и изронен, арматурата на конструкцията е оголена и корозирала. Апропо да припомня, това е мостът, който свързва Северното Черноморие над езерото с фекалиите с Южното Черноморие. В материала доста пунктуално е припомнено и първото обещание за ремонт до 2015 година. След това от 2017 година. Сега сте 2020 година. Обещанията са от министър Павлова, която вече не е министър, от бивши и настоящ отново кмет Иван Портних. Общо взето все от различни представители на ГЕРБ, но ремонт няма. Няма да има и връзка между Северна и Южна България там. Този мой приятел се казва Спас Тасов, от цял живот е бил журналист. Когато говорят фактите, Борисов, е по-добре да се засрамите, а не да се разхождате с джипката и да се чудите кой край пътя е получил 50 лева за пенсия и кой не. Ненадейно вътрешния министър разбрахме, че журналистът Кенаров не бил бит. Вие видяхте лицето му, видяхте интервютата му, видяхте медицинските му свидетелства. Той не бил бит. Смехът на днешната власт продължава. Министърът стигнал до извода, че не всичките му подчинени са съвършени и сега ще ли да ги проверяват кой от тях имал неразрешени средства, т.е. боксове. Никой не се бил оплакал от това, че полицай е използвал бокс метален срещу протестиращ. И понеже няма оплакване, няма бокс. Онази вечер на 22-ри не сме отивали да почетем сградата, на която пише Съединението прави силата, въпреки че ме чухте да го казвам от тук. Не сме отивали към паметника на незнайния войн, не към Александър Невски. Абе хора, вие всичките сте шизофреници. Всъщност, те казаха, че сме отивали да нахуем в Народното събрание. Така след глупи вече сме идиоти. Няма значение, ще преглътим и това. Но най-странното е, че тези хора много се впечатляват от думата въстание. Първо, второ, трето, броят въстанията, Борисов казал, че на конгресите на ГЕРБ се събирали повече хора. И да, може би ще повторя нещо, което Николай каза, но винаги изпитвам големи притеснения и тръпки, когато чуя предложение от ВМРО и от ДПС едновременно за експертно правителство. Обикновено сме свикнали едните да трупат електорат от ругаене на другите и обратното. Обслужват се прекрасно. Днес ненадейно разума е нападнал едновременно и Хамид Хамид и Красимир Каракачанов. Невероятен синхрон. Не! Експертно правителство означава втори кабинет на Борисов. И всички ние знаем това. На този площад няма глупаци. На този площад няма наивни хора. На този площад има хора, които 11 години търпят автокрация. 11 години търпят мълчание, страх, диктатура. 11 години търпят влаченето на пари. Не просто към чекмеджетата на някой. Влачене на пари и от здравната ни система, и от социалната ни система, и от европейските фондове. Всички ние знаем прекрасно това. И в тези градове, в които има страх и хората не излизат, също знаят, че се краде всичко това. Това, че се мълчи на тези места, не бива да успокоява никой. Борисов на последно място трябва да успокоява теб. Те знаят истината. Не бива никой да се успокоява, че ще вали дъжд, както валя днес, че ще духа вятър, че ще дойде сняг и ние ще се откажем. Не, няма да се откажем. И никой не бива да си мисли, че ще ни раздели. Защото и някой бил зелен, друг син, трети червен, розов, безпартиен. Не, няма да успеят да ни разделят. Няма да успеят. Скоро ще започнат да ни делят, повярвайте ми, и на роми, арменци, българи, турци, евреи. И това ще започнат. Пригответе се. Да, и това ще започнат. Има много лоша новина за тях. И с това няма да успеят. Защото всички сме български граждани и мълчим, когато слушаме химна на България. вечер посоката на нашето шествие ще бъде друга. Решихме, че след предложението за скрит служебен кабинет на Борисов трябва да поздравим и скрития съдружник във властта на Бойко Борисов. Не скрития съдружник, съмнявам се да се казва ДПС, но със сигурност се казва Делян Пеевски. И искам да предупредя всички, които смятат, че това, което правим, е насочено към даден етнос, да ви кажа от сега, че е грешка. Имам много приятели от руски произход и смятам да продължа да имам. Но понеже винаги се твърди, че единственото качество на господин Пеевски е депутат, ние ще посетим политическия отдон. Сесията тръгна в посока Движение за права и свободи.
X in chat, guys. Put X in chat.
Борците, както казваше един техен почетен председател, само че много да мине хората, отдавна се ги разкрили. България е малка страна и това ще знаеш всичко. Така че... Той Каракачанов първо да се посъветва с неговия коалиционен партньор, който щеше да се мята с стрелството, който в едно предаване в партия Верника, че беше
poetry for you about the truth. Thought it would resonate a little better with my soul this morning. I'm going to take up some space. You are standing in the middle of these divided states. A country built upon the commodification of black female bodies. They tell you black people built this country. They come from black yonis. The commodification of black yonis toward the pavement on which you stand. You know the value of a nation and its stature in the world by the way it treats its least powerful. You can look at the statistics, or you just listen to Malcolm. The most disrespected, neglected, unprotected being in these divided Northern American states. I just told you couldn't even stand there if it wasn't for black women. And you want us to be silent while you kill our sons, our husbands. Black women are the fastest growing demographic in the carceral system. While you still rape and continue to commodify our daughters, we stand on the edge of a trap in one of the largest trafficking centers in the United States. People by my daughters. Y'all don't see that, huh? I'm not going to tell you our lives matter. You know our lives matter. So what we need to garner is the power to demonstrate that our lives matter in the face of digital lynchings, demonstrations of what you want to project as our lack of worth. This means everybody got to find a silo. This a roll call. You with us or you not? You can speak now or stay silent and remain complicit. And that's what we'll remember. We have power. I ain't talking about something we got to go make up. We need to exercise it. Find you a battlefield and stand on it. We ain't looking for allies. Y'all need to graduate and become co-conspirators. There's a war going on. There's a war on black bodies. There's a war on truth in a country that refuses to recognize that this country sits on a foundation of white hubris and white supremacy and extractive capitalism that ain't good for nobody, not even white people. You need to show up. You need to use your voice. Silence and sidelines. That ain't a choice. The pendulum is moving. The world is pregnant right now. It would like to give birth to a new paradigm. Let go of what you think you value in a system that does not value human life. Black people have forever and always been the canary in the coal mine. What you let them do to us, they will do to you. They are doing to you. Help midwife a new paradigm. People talk about what can happen tomorrow. You know the funny thing about tomorrow? It's never tomorrow. It's always right now. That's the time you got, right now.
There's nothing on earth like a black woman. Nothing on earth like a black woman. And for black women that have gotten here late and just showed up, if you are a black woman, we're asking you to come stand with us, whether you are speaking or not. This is our space. This is our space. We're holding this ground not for you all. We're holding this ground for ourselves. We're holding this ground for our grief. We're holding this ground for all the girls and women we have lost. And every time I come up here, I'm going to say another name. And so the name I'm going to say now is Kayla Moore. I'm going to talk about Kayla Moore, who was murdered by the Berkeley Police Department because she was in the middle of a mental health crisis. And how often that story plays out again and again and again and again and again. What she needed was compassion and care, but because she was black and because she was transgender, what she got was a badge and a gun and a knee on her neck that killed her. And so every time I come
الحسين تربية أخلاق أصل وفاء لبلدك، لا تكون عميل ولا لا ذيل لبلد أعداء العراق. صحيح، أحسنت أخي.
ايش ادري هايجان هلا اليوم هذول عندكم؟ ايه شلونك؟ كان قرأنا بيان؟ ها؟ بيان؟ يمكن خلاص يلا اخير زوار البصرة الساعة طابة مجموعة توس حمود هاي شنو يقول لك بيان؟ ما شنو؟ بيان رسالة تهديد لهذا العامري. والله انه يتحمل مسؤولية كافية. ايه يا قرار سجاد قالوا لي ما شاء الله كان بيان له. سيد اركان شلونك سيد اركان؟ سيد شكل سيد ايه ايش في هذا العامري سيد؟ ايش في هذا العامري؟ ايش في هذا العامري؟ ايش في سيد قام ايش يسوي سيد؟ انا شو اسوي؟ اللي بيهم غيرين يوم البصرة عنت، اللي بيهم غيرين يوم البصرة عنت. هاي زام الحبوب ترحب بك ترحب، هاي زام الحبوب ترحب بك ترحب، هاي زام الحبوب ترحب بك ترحب، هاي زام الحبوب ترحب بك ترحب. بالأخير أتمنى من كل واحد إني صراحة الشهداء ثورة تشرين العظيمة وإقراء سورة الفاتحة على أرواح هذه الشهداء الأبطال، واللهم احفظ زوار الحسين قواعد الله الحسين. نعم مستمرين من ساحة اعتصام الحبوبي، وإن شاء الله عن قريب تحقيق المطالب بحب الله وبحب الوطن وبحب علي بن أبي طالب. مستمرين والناصر
Wow, guys. Guys, we actually had a donation. I didn't see it from Carmen. Let's just replay it one moment. Yeah, well, we can hear it at least. Why is it not replaying? Why can't I hear it? For some reason it's not working. It's not working. Widget. Why is this music playing? What the fuck? Pretty strange.
Oromo stand for peace. Oromo lives matter. Oromo lives matter. Oromo lives matter. Canada. Stop supporting. Stop supporting. The Ethiopian government. The Ethiopian government. Ethiopian government is a killer. Ethiopian government is a killer.
Ethiopian government is a murderer.
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 Justin Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau.
Stop supporting.
Start supporting
The Ethiopian government.
the Ethiopian government.
Stop supporting.
Supporting
The Ethiopian government.
the Ethiopian government.
We are taxpayers.
We are taxpayers.
We are taxpayers.
We are taxpayers.
The Ethiopian government is a murderer.
The Ethiopian government is a murderer.
The Ethiopian government is a killer.
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 Canada.
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 Stop using.
Stop using.
Stop using.
Stop using
Our tax-paying money.
our tax-paying money.
To fund the Ethiopian government.
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 Who must go?
Abiy must go.
Who must go?
Abiy must go. Abiy must go. Now. 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 Abiy must go. Abiy must go. Down, down, Abiy. Down, down, Abiy. Down, down, Abiy. Down, down, Netanyahu. Down, down, Netanyahu. Down, down, Netanyahu. Down, down, Netanyahu. Down, down, Priscilla. Down, down, Priscilla. Down, down, Priscilla. Abiy out of Oromia. Abiy out of Oromia. Abiy must go. Abiy must go. Abiy must go. Abiy must go. Now. 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 Down, down, governor. Down, down, Gantu. Gantu tidak itim aja lah Gantu mana? Gantu ada tim. Gapu haji baru lawannya kamatan. Gantu tak. Down, down, Gantu.
Sultan Ristarallah.
Sultan Ristarallah.
Sultan Ristarallah.
Sultan Ristarallah.
ነገ ወደ ህዝብ እንደምትመለሱ ወቁ።
ነገ ወደ ህዝብ እንደምትመለሱ ወቁ።
ሱልጣን Ristarallah.
ሱልጣን Ristarallah.
ነገ ወደ ህዝብ እንደምትመለሱ ወቁ።
ነገ ወደ ህዝብ እንደምትመለሱ ወቁ።
የምታረጉትን ነገ ታሪክ ይፈረዳችኋል።
ነገ ታሪክ ይፈረዳችኋል።
ዛሬ የምታረጉትን ነገ ታሪክ ይፈረዳችኋል። ዛሬ የምትገሉት ንጹሃን በአራቱም አቅጣጫ የምትገሉት የኦሮሞ ንጹሃን ነገ ይፈረዳችኋል። ሰዓቱ ደርሷል። ወደ ከህዝብ ጋር የምትቆሙበት ሰዓት ደርሷል። ይባላችሁ ግን ታሪክ ይፈረዳችኋል። የብዙሃን ደም ይጮኻል። የብዙሃን ደም ይጮኻል። የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት ገዳይ ነው። የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት ገዳይ ነው። አብይ አህመድ ገዳይ ነው። አብይ አህመድ አጭበርባሪ ነው። አብይ አህመድ አጭበርባሪ ነው። አብይ አህመድ ነው። ተጠያቂው አብይ አህመድ ነው። We march for justice. We march for justice. We march for justice. We march for justice. We march for human rights. 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 Abiy Ahmed is a killer. Abiy Ahmed is a killer. Ethiopian government is a killer. Ethiopian government is a killer. Prime Minister Trudeau. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Stop financing the dictators. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Stop using our tax-paying money. Our tax-paying money to support Ethiopian government. Ethiopian government is a killer. Ethiopian government is killer. Ethiopian government is a killer. Ethiopian government is a killer. Hey ho, Abiy must go. 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 Who must go? Who must go? When? Abiy was not elected. Abiy was not elected. Abiy was not elected. Abiy was not elected. PP is illegal. PP is a legal party. PP is a legal party. PP out of Oromia. 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 Who must stop supporting Ethiopia? Who must stop supporting Ethiopian government? Who must stop financing Ethiopian government? Why? Why? Because you are taxpayer. Why? Because you are taxpayer. Why? We are taxpayer. Why? Because you are taxpayer. Who must stop supporting Ethiopian government? Who must stop financing Ethiopian government? Who must step down? 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 Canada. 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 Canada.
Low.
Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Oh, I just realized I had therapy on with my Lady Elrad voice this whole time. I wonder if my therapist noticed and just didn't say anything. Hi guys, I'm back. I had therapy for an hour. Remember, mental health is important. So I will catch up on streams and stuff. I don't know what's really happening in Central Oregon, in Bend. All it says in the description is curious situation. So, oh, it looks like a little mini Trump flag wave. Oakland is doing a presser after their protests and the Breonna Taylor indictment that came out yesterday. Then Oromia is doing the Oromia protest as well as the Black Lives Matter protests mostly. And then we got Diana doing Diana things, and crazy Bulgarian is drinking. He's not even Bulgarian, he's Danish. Or, you know, he might be Bulgarian. Anyways, hello everyone, it's Lady Elrad. Go drink water, stretch, all that good stuff, and yeah. Also take breaks, because my therapist mentioned to me that it is possible to vicariously get PTSD and trauma through watching these streams. So, yeah, take breaks if you need to, stretch, all that good stuff.
Oke. Mootummaa Erga.
Oromoon waan isinitti deemtan hojii isinitti jirtan isinirraa.
Tradition of libation, I want to welcome Mama Ayana Machado. Okay. God told me to make it quick. But the truth is, woman, my job, Director of Programs at Healthy Black Families, where we work to provide services, resources, training, advocacy, and leadership for Black mothers. And I can tell you, it's super hard to get funding for Black mothers and their families. We do birth equity work. So I'm aware of the moms who have made their transition all over the world to maternal mortality and death. On that note, for our mothers, giving thanks to the Almighty Creator of all life, known by many names, but only one. Ashe. Ashe. Divine Mother. Ashe. Holy Mother. Ashe. Gaia. Ashe. Pachamama. Ashe. Only one. Ashe. Turn to the east. We give thanks to the ancestors, the ancestral relations, the divine energies, the sacred energies, the blessings that pour forth to us and through us and express through us in divine synchronicity in this moment, calling forth the words to weave and move forward into a new day, calling forth the divine ancestral energies of the East, the relations of the East, Ashe. Ashe. To the West, special love for Breonna Taylor, Ashe. To the ancestors and the relations of the West, Ashe. Ashe. I mean the North, sorry. To the West, Northwest. Right? To the ancestors and the relations of the West, Ashe. Ashe. To the South, to the ancestors and the relations of the South, Ashe. Ashe. To the heavenly relations above, that we see your synchronicity and know our divinity and our infiniteness and our power. Ashe. Ashe. To the center of the earth below, the hot molten center, to the center of the universe. Yes. Ashe. Ashe. And in center, we call forth, give honor, love, and recognition to the power and the genius, the creativity, the courage, the ingenuity, vitality, abilities, infinite love, and expressions of our ancestors from the motherland. Ashe. Ashe. To the original mother and father. Ashe. Ashe. To those who resisted oppression, because never was there a time that we did not resist oppression. It is our divine action to create love and life in resistance in a sacred chemistry. Ashe. Ashe. To those in the Middle Passage, W.E.B. Du Bois documented 60 million in the Middle Passage, and we can see their bones as we look down upon the passage from the sky. They light the way. Ashe. Ashe.
To those who were here to greet us, whose lands, colonized lands we are on, to the keepers of Colonel Island, Ashe. Ashe. Special love to the Ohlone people whose land we stand on, who still exist. Yes. Ashe. Ashe. To the freedom fighters throughout the ages who have conspired, strategized, unified, rose up, armed, fought, the warriors and the lovers, the artists, the givers, and the takers. Ashe. Ashe. And to the fallen, those gone too soon. Before we start the names, I have to give special love to my son Anthony Karan. Ashe. Ashe. My son Katari Asian. Ashe. Ashe. My political son, Javad Jahi. Ashe. Tupac Shakur. Ashe. To my divine Queen Mother Moore. Ashe. Let us say the names. Let us say the names.
Natasha McKenna.
Ashe. Say them. Shout it out. Say their names. Ashe. Ashe. Come on with it. Ashe. Kay Moore. Ashe. Breonna Taylor. Ashe. Ashe. Shout it out.
Pamela Turner.
To those killed in prisons. Ashe. To those killed by extrajudicial murders and vigilantes. Ashe. To the hanged. Ashe. To the raped and murdered. Ashe. To those who had children cut from their bellies. Ashe. To those who died under the life of medical malpractice. Ashe. To the mothers who did not make it through giving birth and their babies. Ashe. To those hit by cars and gunned down in wars. Ashe. To the women, to the mothers, to the daughters, to the sisters, to the cousins, to the lovers, to the wives, the grandmothers, the great-grandmothers who have been shot down. Let's not forget that sister in Georgia. What was her name? She was 99 years old, I believe. 91? Ashe. Ashe. My mother turns 90 today. I gotta give special love to her mother and her matriarchal lineage. Ashe. Ashe. And to the unborn. To those who were not able to make it through, who may have touched our womb for a moment, or for the full 9 months. To the unborn. Ashe. And to those unborn in spirit, we welcome you because we are working to make this a better world. And we are working to make it a place where you are safe and that you can move in your divine feminine energy. Ashe. Ashe. And finally, just take a moment and center yourself. Call upon an ancestral woman that you would love to walk with you and embody her greatest good, her highest good. Let her hold you. Ashe. Ashe. I want to say one thing because we have a right to resist. Be fearless, move in love. Let's put aside our differences, create strategic unity. As Sister Ayo said, no longer be our allies, be our co-conspirators, be our co-strategists. Yes. Step up, yes. Put yourself on the line, raise your children, teach your children to be fearless. These times that we are coming into are not for the weak. Yes. Say it. They are not for the timid. They are not for those who would rather sit and gaze at the screen. It's time of education, and unity. Be fearless of each other, but be aware. We call all these beautiful words, these wonderful energies, and those we have thought of and embraced in our heart, our ancestral energies, the relations that move with us, to join us in this work, to continue to perpetuate it forward, to make us all step up in our leadership, to open our hearts to love and dissipate anything that is not for our greatest good. To destroy destruction through creation. Ashe. 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 Ashe.
Particularly on such short notice, for sharing their soul and their pain and their anger and their rage and their hope and their guidance and their direction and their medicine, because that's what Black women carry. That's our gift to this world, is medicine. I want to encourage all of you to join us this evening at 5 o'clock as we join with Bay Area families that have lost their loved ones to state violence. We're going to meet at Oscar Gare Plaza. And I want us to remember that Breonna Taylor did not die in a vacuum. She did not die in a box of state-sponsored violence levied at our bodies by law enforcement. She died inside of a greater context of a war that is being waged on the lives of Black women and girls in this country. Yes, even here in Oakland. And it manifests when the cops kill us. It manifests when the cops rape us. It manifests when we lose our sisters to interpersonal violence inside the home. It manifests when we lose our sisters to intercommunal violence on these streets. But what we have to remember is all violence is what? State violence. All violence is what? State violence. All violence is what? State violence. It's not this movement over here and this movement over there. It is one movement for the liberation of our bodies and our communities. And these are the moments we have to take our stand and be really clear that the state isn't going to deliver our salvation. Our salvation, our salvation, Don't you do it! That's going to be the news headline. Right? And then they vote. Thank you, baby. That was so hard. It's hard as hell. They got my shit on first. I got to get it. He come down and people dead. He ain't. I never liked him. I told him, and then I interrupted him. You know, they tried to ban him. They lied on him. Why did he go so?
Not like beating down on you. Yeah. I don't know how many people are from Portland. I know a lot of people from the Pacific Northwest followed me last night. I'm currently doing, I guess I'd call it a collaboration with Boop Troop. So when I'm streaming in places that they can't go, like Louisville or Minneapolis, stuff like that, I'll be streaming under them. So, you know, it's helping to grow their brand and my brand, because then when I'm in Portland, I'll be streaming under me, and I'll probably still, you know, work with them. They seem to got it down. It's just me for my operation and my company, so you know, I've been trying to grow it, but it's a little difficult just in Richmond. So that's why I do plan on moving soon to Portland, very soon actually. As soon as Daddy Trump gives me the backed up unemployment, I'll be doing that. But yeah. Yo, is it me or did this body shop go for the last like 2 blocks? The same body shop. We're almost there. Here's the first barricade. I'm about to walk up on. So who knows what's gonna happen? I'm gonna try to stay in the thick of it while you know, they start to make arrests right after, I think it's 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. But I also want to try to be safe and try to continue to capture footage. So, you know, I've always been pretty agile and able to get out of sticky situations over in Richmond. I don't have a bike, so it's a little bit more difficult, but you know, I do have a camera. So that generally sometimes deters them, but I know a couple live streamers got taken down yesterday. But yeah, streets are empty. I got LMPD down there. I'm gonna go from this view now, show y'all what's going on. That's the one roadblock they got. We got a few set up down there. But I'll go down here and see. I don't want that work. It's the roadblock. We're at 5th and West Broadway, South 5th and West Broadway. That's where this first roadblock's at. Completely empty streets. There's a couple cars down there that I think they let through, either people who work here, but you do have to go through those police checkpoints to be able to come into this area. There's some people that work at these buildings over here. Everything is boarded up. And when I mean everything, I mean every single piece of glass that's reachable on the ground level is boarded up. I'm not sure why they, I know why they didn't board up there, because it would just be too expensive. But I feel like if someone really wanted to still burn these buildings, they could easily do that. But yeah, all boarded up, completely empty streets. I want to get a picture real quick of this, so I can, in case it does pop off tonight, I can get like a before and after. I don't know how I'm gonna do this with this second phone deal. Really, I needed it so I can still go on Facebook and comments and stuff like that while I'm streaming. And on top of that, so I can answer phone calls and all that kind of stuff as I'm streaming. And so I can have all of my bandwidth dedicated to the stream. Right now, I think it's pretty good. I'm getting a supposed 5G signal. I don't know how real that is, but I know a march on Washington, it was pretty much impossible. It's pretty much impossible to stream. Between people having live views, which just eat up data, it's like you can have like 3 or 4 dedicated cell services like banded together. Is it okay for rioters to violate my rights to run my business downtown? I don't know. I can't answer that. That's up to you to decide, you know what I mean? I can't tell you if lives matter less than your business. That's all I'm gonna say. Personally, I don't necessarily agree with looting small businesses, black-owned businesses, and stuff like that. But I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and say that property is valued more than a human life. I just can't. Does that answer your question, Lindsay? Wish they would stop, but agree with protesting peacefully. Well, protesting peacefully hasn't worked, Lindsay. MLK tried it. They murdered him. It didn't work. It only worked after the riots. It's
and indicted, so it's a little different, but it's still the same in terms of just this feeling that Black people and Black women, as we see, are under attack, and we're under siege, and the level of disrespect, the lack of accountability, and just the danger that we face is so real. It's just so strong and so crazy that I just don't know. It's just so clear. It's so thick, and people see it. Everyone sees it. Everyone knows it. I'm sure there are people who are, even people who are not even a part of our community, folks who consider themselves to be conservatives, people who don't agree with some of our progressive values, or they don't consider themselves to be a part of our community, and we are often at odds, or there's tension in terms of ideology. I'm sure many of them know that what happened yesterday is a miscarriage of justice, because I've had some say to me, this is kind of wrong, and they come up with a million excuses. So I just wanted to come on here and not ramble, but to really just kind of talk through what I think is important for us in this moment and what we need to understand. Number one, and I've done lives in the past where I try to help people gain clarity on what happened to Breonna. And, it seems like repetition is important, because even in some of the things that we as supporters of hers and her family, some of the things we post and some of the things we say it's not correct. And I want us to have the facts, because the facts still, the facts in no way changes what happened to her, and the fact that Breonna was murdered and it was a crime, right? It doesn't change it. So it's not like you have to twist the facts, or you want to try to hide certain things because you feel like if you give that information, it's going to change people's minds or opinions or what have you. The bottom line is that Breonna Taylor should not have been killed, and all of the circumstances around what happened to her were criminal, and it was a total disregard for life. And what we see now is important for us to put it in context that yes, it's a miscarriage of justice. It's a lot of different things, but it's also very strategic, what was done. And it's blatantly strategic if you really paying attention and you understand this system, how it operates, and how there are a number of individuals. The system has its people who do what they need to do to help the system remain. And Daniel Cameron is a part of that. So we'll talk about that second. But I wanted to just start out with, Daily Diane. We're going to talk about the settlement piece again. I think I did it before, but we're going to talk about it again today because I also see a lot of misinformation about that. So, one, just to give a brief, very brief, hey Trey, I hear you somewhere in this house. I heard your voice. Just to give you guys a brief understanding of what happened to Breonna on that night and some of the issues surrounding the murder of Breonna Taylor. Number one, Breonna was not involved in any way in criminal activity. And in fact, there are some people who want to try to say that recordings that they put out, they put out clips of voice recordings or recorded telephone conversations between Breonna and another young man by the name of Jamarcus. So this is a guy who she had a friendship with and had dated based upon what I'm told very casually at one point, but that was her homeboy, it was her friend, it was her people, it was whatever he was, and I don't even want to try to characterize the relationship because guess what? Breonna's not here to tell us exactly what the relationship was. But at some point in her life, it's clear that she had an emotional attachment and relationship to this guy. And so there were recordings that just a couple of weeks before this decision yesterday came out in the press. Supposedly they were leaked, and it was conversations about with Breonna and Jamarcus, where in one time she said she loved him, and she told, it was a bunch of little things back and forth, him calling her, he's calling her from jail, which is where most of these conversations, if not all of them, were recorded. It was basically, him calling from jail and talking about different things. I think there may have been a conversation where he asked her to bail him out, little things like that. And then there may be, I think there's another conversation, I'm pretty sure, where he tells somebody that Breonna had his money and something like that. So, which of course we know that when the police went to the house, there was no money there. They didn't find anything. They didn't find money. They didn't find drugs. They didn't find any of that. And it's also important, again, to note that Breonna, again, she did not have a criminal background, had not been associated with drug dealing, had never been caught with drugs. And based upon what I have learned being here and being around her, she was not the type of person. She was a hardworking young lady who would have even been involved with drugs. But we all know, especially if you Black living in America, and by the way, it's not just a Black thing because white folks have all kinds of cousins, family members. The president of the United States of America is friends with a bunch of criminals, people who have been arrested for everything you could think of, including a man who he hung out with who we know for sure was raping young girls and trafficking women. Okay, and those are his friends, and he's still the president of the United States, and no one has busted into his home and shot him or his wife, okay, or his children. And not that we want that to happen, but don't tell us about association, because they all associated, okay? The mere fact that, you know, a bunch of these guys, senators and high-level people are associated with, again, the Jeff Epsteins of the world, associated with pharmaceutical owners who are pumping more drugs into our communities with pills than, you know, than any crack dealer on the street corner or whatever you want to call them would ever be able to get into our communities. It's absurd. And when you, as a Black person especially, find yourself in conversation with folks and they start saying these things to you, and you start feeling like, oh, well, maybe, you know, she did have a friend or this and that, it's bullshit. Don't, you know, just don't. Even if you don't feel like you have the words to try to fight back or argue, you don't even have to. You can just literally tell those individuals that the president of the United States, his friends, all of them have been arrested, or he's been, you know, trying to keep them from being arrested for criminal activity that ranges from perjury to harassment to collusion to sexual assault and sex trafficking. So stop. So we're going to put that to the side. But Jamarcus has been in trouble. And he's, you know, I don't know that he's convicted of anything, but he's been in trouble. He seems to have a troubled life. I've never met the young man. I don't know anything about him except what I've heard in the press, and also the fact that he himself has said that he was asked to implicate Breonna as a part of a potential deal that the prosecutors were trying to give him, and he said no. Okay, so he said he would never implicate her in something that she didn't do. And by the way, you know, they're asking him to implicate her, right? They're asking this guy, Jamarcus, to implicate Breonna in a plea deal that would allow him to escape jail time. Now, if she was even remotely involved in his drug business, even not, if he was just a different type of dude, and it also speaks to what we know about Breonna and her and how the type of person, her character, because if she was a grimy chick or was involved in his business or any of that, I believe that he would have had no problem, you know, that he would have had no problem implicating her because it would have helped him. And she's dead. It's not like she's alive where if he implicates her, then he's got to deal with the back and forth, you know, and her potentially coming out against him and saying whatever. It's not that kind of situation. We talking about a situation where all he's got to do is say that she was involved in his illegal drug activity, and they would give him, in this deal, we all saw it, that they would actually reduce the charges and he would receive probation. Why would he not want to do that? Unless he knows that she doesn't deserve it because she was not involved in his illegal activity. And in fact, you hear her on the tapes that they put out, right? The tapes that they put out. Y'all, this guy that's president, y'all playing around. Anyway, we're going to talk about that in a minute. But anyway, he's on TV right now. And so, anyway, the the tapes that they put out, their own tapes, you hear Breonna say to him in one of them, it makes me nervous when you come around. You got cops and this and that. It makes me nervous. I feel jittery or whatever she says, something like that gives me anxiety. So now anybody with common sense knows that if you put these things together, right? The fact that she's telling him on the tape, when you come around, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Now, I just want to keep it 1000% real, because I think we have to have conversations that are real and high level in this moment. I know for sure from my own personal life, now I'm not talking about nobody else, I'm talking about my life. I know how this goes. You got a friend, you meet the friend. When you meet the friend, you don't really know what the fuck they do. Like, whatever, you meet them. You get involved with them, and then you find out that they stay in trouble for this and that, and they always got these different things going on. But by the time you realize this, you already really kind of like the person. So now you like them, or you love them, care about them, and now you're in a situation where you kind of trying to get away from them, but at the same time you care about them, and and there's a little back and forth, and there's a struggle. Okay, of all of this relationship that you have with this individual. That doesn't make you a candidate for execution. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. And I understand that we now have been told by the Attorney General of the United States, of Kentucky, and it is backed up by a number of other individuals who run this country, that you can, in fact, be executed because somebody who has some issues, gets in trouble from time to time, and or is always in trouble, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The person is probably not good for me, but I got into an emotional relationship with them, and now I'm dealing with your bullshit.
Viva AMLO. Jorge Alejandro Pérez, nosotros también desde La Paz, Baja California.
The body which best epitomizes the current stasis of the United Nations is the Security Council, which clearly no longer reflects the realities of today's world. This is why Equatorial Guinea stands firm in the demands contained within the Esselwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration, which can be summarized in ensuring that Africa should not be belittled, nor be put at a disadvantage. The historic injustice to the African continent must be repaired. It is ironic that whilst African issues make up 75% of the Security Council's agenda, Africa does not have a full voice and is in inferior conditions in this body when it comes to dealing with issues of vital importance for the continent. President, Equatorial Guinea firmly believes in the 3 pillars of the United Nations: development, human rights, peace and security. These have inspired our political direction when it comes to designing the programs which guide our political action. We, therefore, defend the supremacy of international law, which is based on the Charter of the United Nations. This charter is the fruit of jointly agreed rules, which are rooted in the sovereign equality of states, the non-interference in the internal affairs of other states, and respect for territorial integrity. Misinterpretation of these principles leads directly to confrontation. International conflicts and disputes must be resolved by pacific means, in line with the principles of justice and international law. All states must abstain from threatening or using force against their integrity and political independence, or from any other act which is incompatible with the principles and purposes of the Charter of the United Nations. President, December 2019 saw the end of Equatorial Guinea's membership of the Security Council, where our voice was heard loud and clear, and our country's contribution on an equal footing with the most important countries in the world was very evident in seeking solutions to the major problems affecting peace, security, and stability across the world. We contributed with independence and rigor to combat those factors which cause conflicts in the world and phenomena such as mercenaries. We also played our part in resolving and pacifying many wars. The end of our time in the Security Council did not in any way imply that we gave up on our goals and objectives. On the contrary, we have reaffirmed them, and we will use the valuable experience acquired to continue fighting for what we wish to see across the world, which is peace, security, and prosperity. The international community must pool its efforts to help Africa to implement the United Nations Agenda 2030 for sustainable development and the African Union's Agenda 2063, and to start building infrastructures in the areas of health, education, the economy, and trade. And it must focus on addressing Africa's problems in areas such as youth, women, refugees, and employment, with a view to improving socio-economic development in African countries. The United Nations Security Council must increase its communication and coordination with the African Union Peace and Security Council. It must create mechanisms for shared planning, decision-making, evaluation, and information sessions, as well as working together in the areas of early alert, strategic review, the design and deployment of mandates, so as to improve coordination.
Not arrest officers for shooting through a house, find them negligent from shooting through neighbors' houses, but can't find them negligent for shooting through her house and killing her. So yeah, and he's arrested for 30 minutes and out. So yeah, so they're in the jail for 15 hours for failure to dispense. Yeah.
You could tell none of us were rioters or violent. The people that they arrested, out of 150-some people, they didn't arrest no rioters or the people who shot the police officers. They didn't do none of that. Like, they targeted us and was trying to make an example out of us. And this building needs to be burned down or shut down or something because it's so inhuman in there. No person should be in there. It's not even in good conditions. Like, nobody, it was no COVID restrictions or nothing. You got all these people in the one room, dirty, nasty, filled with piss and shit, and then no COVID restrictions, like nothing. No
So y'all can have your mask or anything in there?
Yeah, they gave us masks. They made us wear the disposable masks, but that was it. And then when we asked for different water, they told us to drink out of the sink water above the toilet. I'm like, what?
So you have heard it. We are in front of Metro Corrections too, guys. And this is a visitor to our city that says our Metro Correction Detention Center is beyond repair and no one should be in there. It should be shut down. So again, you are getting live coverage from your mobile reporter, George Smithers, Keeping It Honest Media. We are down here. We're going to go over here and talk to the folks who are waiting for folks to get out of jail. And they sit here and they wait for folks to come out. They give them some refreshments and what have you. They may have the list of folks who were arrested. I'm not sure, but we will. This is called the jail support team that's right here. So they're waiting for folks to come out of jail over here. So how many folks have they let out that they arrested last night? You guys got a count?
I don't know the whole number.
Don't know the whole number? Okay.
Estimate like 30 or 40.
30 or 40 people have been let out?
Out of like 100.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
they...
don't know that. That's just suspected.
I was going to
Okay.
say, that's the amount I'm guessing.
Yeah, I know how many people were arrested. I just don't know how many people let out.
It's been let out. Okay, okay. Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
So there's probably quite a few more folks that are left in jail, and they got arrested last night and they're still in there. Yet the police that shot Breonna Taylor gets booked in and let out within 15 to 20 minutes, post bail and gone. Post bail and gone. And we've got protesters who allegedly were arrested for unlawful assembly and being out after curfew. 15 hours, 16 hours. The clock is still ticking and there's folks still in there. So I am not for sure why they're doing this and what they're doing it for, but someone needs to call the mayor's office. Someone needs to call the city council and demand that these protesters be treated justly and be treated like humans and be given due process and be released. They've been booked. They give them a court date and they should be let out. There's no reason to detain them for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end. For what purpose? So I'm asking you as a mobile reporter, you need to call city council, you need to call the mayor's office, and we need to demand that these protesters who were arrested for simply exercising their First Amendment right to peacefully protest and assemble and address grievance against the government, that they should be let out of jail and they should not be just sitting there hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end. So if you guys can do that for us, it would be greatly appreciated. So you know that was camera time right there. But we need to demand that these protesters be released from lockup because it's unnecessary.
And then on top of that, she gotta be cautious about shit, cause nigga, you a whole so you gotta be like, I've been coming on and off since it started, but today probably about 45 minutes. We were out here yesterday. No. What is the overall
So we need to do what's necessary to get these folks out of Jefferson County Corrections. If someone can look up that number, because I don't have it on me obviously, if someone can look up that number to the Jefferson County, oh, David James is here. Oh, wonderful. It's a good time for me to ask this guy a question. So I'm definitely going to ask him.
just knock on the door in the middle of the night, knock on the door in the middle of the night, and never say who you are, that is the most dangerous thing you can do. Somebody is going to get hurt and killed. And that's exactly what happened.
And the Attorney General's office was trusted. And the Attorney General's office was trusted to present all the...
Hello, everybody. It is Lady Elrad with a new voice mod because I don't want to use the other one. We are doing auto-tune today, so this is Lady Elrad. If you're new to the stream, welcome. Go drink water. So Lady Elrad update on what happened between last night and this afternoon, morning, whatever you want to call it. Happy time zone is... So, the people that we know that were arrested off the top of my head in Louisville specifically is Rob Baker, Ian from Concrete Reporting, Smooth View, and Riot Heart. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. Off the top of my head. There were also 140 other protesters and press that were arrested, so that's a lot. So far, the last update I got... Actually, let me just go check Rob's wife's page real quick. He should be live as soon as he gets out. Renee was released. So that's good. So the woman that was with Rob has been released. So as of 2:36 p.m., this is what Samantha Baker says. I just spoke to Rob. He's still in jail, but the judge told him that he will be released today. However, due to COVID and hours of operation, he may not be able to get his belongings that he was arrested with back until tomorrow. He said that as soon as he gets a charger, he will be live to see y'all. So, he's going to be released today. So that's good. I have no idea about Ian. Last update from Ian was from Arex in the Discord. She also said that he's possibly being released soon. I don't know about Smoothview, actually. Actually, I'm going to switch off of this one. Y'all are going to get real loud, Lady Elrod.
There we go. See? Now you don't have to listen to auto-tune. Let me go look at Smoothview for y'all. Oh, if I can not smell, if I can spell correctly, that would be great. And speak. I don't see anything about Smooth. Oh, actually, no, 10 minutes ago he was released. So, as of 10 minutes ago, he has been released. So Smoothview is out. Rob's getting out soon. Renee, the woman that was with Rob, is already released, and then I'll post an update in chat about Ian. But that's as far as we know. They were threatening felony charges on some of the out-of-towners. Let's hope it didn't come to that for anything. I mean, I don't think any of our guys got hit with anything like that. Oh, the governor's about to speak in a second, so I'll grab that. Thanks to WDRB for letting me know. But yeah, that's all the updates I really have regarding those situations. If anybody has any information on Trumpet Man, was Trumpet Man the one that got ran over by a police bike last night? If anybody has an update on that guy, would like an update on that. But yeah, people have been waiting for almost like 7, 8, sometimes 12 hours to get released today. It's been a bit, and you can't stop the revolution. We're here to stay. And with that, I bid you adieu.
Attorney General? Yeah, Attorney General, because he's, I'm sorry, I can't think of the... A prosecutor. Interest. Conflict of interest, there we go. Since he clearly does have a conflict of interest for the fact of working with the justice, and there are any charges that we can press civilly or even injunctions against him for the fact that he clearly did not disclose everything about what's going on in that investigation, as well as picking and clearly selectively picking and choosing everything that went on in that investigation.
Yeah, so I'm not an attorney.
And I totally understand.
So I don't know what is possible. I have no idea.
Which is like I totally understand. I'm just trying to get answers to figure this out for myself.
I totally get you.
I think me and you totally agree that the way that a lot of these things are brought out, it's inappropriate miss and justice. A lot of this has been for political gain for one of the other parties, and lives have been lost and affected because of this, instead of actually fighting the lives of law and giving justice to certain people that pay taxes.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. You know, one of my big questions is the makeup of the grand jury. You know, so there's a lot of questions to be answered.
Considering the fact that Kentucky has actually had a really bad job of disclosing a lot of its information in regards to these cases, in regards to the investigations that have gone about, so on and so forth, do you think we'll actually be able to get a lot of that public information on file anytime soon?
I don't know. I know that we're trying from the Metro Council point. We have Chief Schroeder that's been fighting us, and the mayor trying not to allow him to come and testify. So right now, he's scheduled to come testify at 1:30 on Monday, and we've been fighting for that for weeks now.
I'm gonna cut back in here real quick. I'm gonna post Ian, Smoothview, Right Heart, and Rob's Venmo and PayPal information in the chat. Twitch chat. If you're watching on a different platform, come to Twitch. It's better.
Well, I think there's a lot. I don't know that there's a number one. The ballistics report is one of the ones that I think is one of the most important ones.
Could you just elaborate for 10 more seconds on that?
Yeah, I think it's very important to know who shot what round, where those rounds ended up, and what the trajectory was of the bullet.
In the immediate future, with what happened last night and today, your message to people who do not plan on adhering to that curfew, what is your message for people who are going to stay out after 9 p.m.?
What I would simply say is, you know, I feel the pain, I understand the hurt, I understand the frustration that everybody has about the outcome of how things turned out. I appreciate everybody's right to protest. I want everybody to be able to protest. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I don't want to see a protester get hurt. I don't want to see a police officer get hurt. I don't want to see a citizen get hurt. And so when you stay out past the curfew, then it's a possibility that something like that can happen. And so I would just encourage everybody to be peaceful in the protest.
Councilman David James, just this one question.
Yeah.
Do you think that the charges of the protest, peaceful protesters, will be dropped by the city?
I don't know anything about the charges. I don't know what they're charged with. I don't know what happened to be charged. I don't know anything.
Okay, so we've heard the voice of David James. Y'all heard my question. So we have listened to what he's had to say, and he's saying that it's the judge that has to decide whether or not they can release those folks. So he is David James. He is the president of the Metro Council, and he talked to us about his thoughts on the Breonna Taylor case and what was and what was not done properly. So hopefully we can get some resolution to some of these questions that we have, and we can get folks who were protesters, out from being locked up. It's horrible. It is horrible. But we will continue our fight for justice. We'll continue our fight for Breonna Taylor and justice for her murder. It is important, guys, that we stay involved, that we stay engaged, that we fight for our rights. Excuse me, sir. To fight for our rights, and that we need to go and vote, because that's where our power lies. It lies in the vote, and we need to go vote and make sure that we are exercising our constitutional rights on every hand. On every hand. On every hand.
Every single song. There would be no shame in that.
He's married to the woman. So he's the Uncle Tom. He better not do that. He'll mess him up.
So
He's married to a woman.
He's married to the government's niece.
He's cool with me. Yeah, he's cool with me. I ain't calling him out a name or nothing.
what's going on, man? So what are they gonna do about getting these protesters out from over there? It's been over there for almost 20 hours now.
What protest?
The protesters that got locked up last night.
I guess they're waiting on them to get out.
I know they're waiting on them to get out, but it's been 20 hours. They let that guy out the shot in the house, and so fast was regardless.
Like everybody else. You get interviewed the same night it happens. You know, my clients shoot somebody, whether it's in self-defense or not, they get interviewed by the cops that night. They get taken to jail that night.
Well, they didn't.
And they present their self-defense claim at trial in front of 12 jurors. That doesn't happen.
For the police.
Don't they have something to where, like, say for instance, if a police officer gets dispatched, say for instance something happened down here, and somebody got to go, and the police.
We have with us a famous man. Happens to be Kenny Walker's lawyer. Would you introduce yourself, sir, and tell us why you're here at the park today?
My name's Steve Romines, and actually I had to do some work here in court, but I wanted to walk through and talk to some people about really what's going on tonight. My concern is, obviously I'm also David McAtee's lawyer, about if the procedures have changed at all since the night that David got killed. Because there was supposed to be a lot of changes that occurred in how they handled those situations, and I want to talk to the people to see if that's actually happened. I'm not going to take LMPD's word for it.
I don't know if you heard my question at the Attorney General's announcement yesterday, but I specifically asked if the Castle Doctrine had been considered in Kenny Walker's defense of his home in the Stand Your Ground. The Attorney General said, I'm not going to answer that.
Well, obviously they didn't, because
technological and commercial facilitation to realize the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, 75 years ago, on September 2nd, 1945, President Ho Chi Minh delivered the Declaration of Independence that proclaimed the birth of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, now the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Since the early days, President Ho Chi Minh, on multiple occasions, sent letters to the founding members of the UN.
They never announced that they were police. They never told them that 11 other people said they never announced that police. They didn't tell them any of that information. They didn't even have ballistics back over who actually shot Mattingly. So they tell them whatever they want to tell them to get the result they want. And if they want to not return an indictment, they give them information that's exculpatory. If they do want to return an indictment, they give them the information that directs them that way. That's how grand juries work. That's the way they work in every case. And that's the way they worked in this case, because they presented them the evidence to not, and I'll be surprised if the evidence comes out if they even presented charges against Cosgrove and Mattingly.
Explain to us, if you will, and this is Steve Romines, who is Kenneth Walker's attorney, for those of you who are just tuning in, what ballistics tests that the FBI are supposedly conducting right now have not yet been turned over?
Well, none of them have been. The FBI has not turned over any ballistics to us or the part of Kenny's criminal team as well. Only thing we have seen is what's in connection to the KSP ballistics report that's were prepared in connection to Kenny's criminal case, and they do not indicate that Kenny's shot hit Officer Mattingly.
Antonio?
Are you in fear that they will try to recharge Kenny Walker?
If they do, we'll defend it. Fine. No, I don't want them to. And that trauma he already suffered, and I don't want him to have to go through it again. But that's a risk we're willing to take to get the proof out. I mean, really, and this is what I've said anytime: release everything. Release the files. You release the grand jury transcript, you release the entire file, and let people make their own decision. But telling them what's in it doesn't work. You have to put it all out there. But it's the same thing that I've said about indicting them. Let's be clear. They would, if they had all been indicted for murder, they have a defense. They've got a defense that they had a warrant. They've got a defense that they were acting in self-defense. They've got other defenses. Fine, present it to the jury and see what they say. Because that's what happens when my clients get charged. They get arrested, they get indicted, they go to a jury trial, and they have to present to the jury why they acted in self-defense. But somehow we've applied this heightened standard of self-defense to police that doesn't exist in the law. And that's what we saw again yesterday. So, guys,
thanks, Steve.
Thank
you so much for taking the time. We appreciate you. Thank you. It's a lot to ask. That's Steve.
Just so you guys know, that's Kenny Walker's lawyer.
family.
He's the lawyer for David McAtee and Kenny's lawyer.
Okay. I'll fuck with him.
Right behind you.
In regards to the evidence that was
You all right?
Well, I think there's a lot. I don't know that there's a number one. The ballistics report is one of the ones that I think is one of the most important ones.
Could you just elaborate for 10 more seconds on that?
Yeah, I think it's very important to know who shot what round, where those rounds ended up, and what the trajectory was of the bullets.
In the immediate future, with what happened last night and today, your message to people who do not plan on adhering to that curfew, what is your message for people who are going to stay out after 9 p.m.?
What I would simply say is, I feel the pain, I understand the hurt, I understand the frustration that everybody has about the outcome of how things turned out. I appreciate everybody's right to protest. I want everybody to be able to protest. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I don't want to see a protester get hurt. I don't want to see a police officer get hurt. I don't want to see a citizen get hurt. And so when you stay out past the curfew, then it's a possibility that something like that could happen. So I would just encourage everybody to be peaceful in their protest.
Councilman David James, just one question. Do you think that the charges on the protesters, the peaceful protesters, should be dropped by the city?
I don't know anything about the charges. I don't know what they were charged with. I don't know what happened to be charged. I don't know any of that stuff.
Thank you.
So we heard the voice of David James.
All right, you guys. So that was, we heard from Kenny's lawyer and then a little bit of David James, what he had to say. Shit, it's so hot. All right, you guys, give me a second. I'm going to put my stuff in my gimbal. I keep saying we're going to leave, but... Hi, baby.
Knocked the mirror off his car.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, I am highly honored and greatly privileged to introduce a pre-recorded statement by the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, for the general debate of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly.
Your Excellencies, Ambassador Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, fellow heads of state and government, Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to congratulate you, Ambassador Volkan, on your election to the presidency of the 75th session of the General Assembly. Zimbabwe is confident that under your able stewardship, the General Assembly will proficiently address the challenges that are presently facing our organization and our world. I also wish to convey our sincere gratitude to the President of the 74th session of the Assembly, Professor Tijani Muhammad Bande, for skillfully executing his responsibilities during his tenure. This year, we celebrate the Diamond Jubilee of our United Nations organization. It is gratifying that we continue to make a qualitative difference in the lives of many people throughout the world. Our jubilation has sadly been marred by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has brought to the fore the importance of unity and effective multilateral cooperation in building a future we all want. The theme of this 75th session, the future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitments to multilateralism, confronting COVID-19 through effective multilateral action, is therefore apt and most appropriate. Today, humanity is at a crossroads as we are confronted by complex challenges that do not respect any borders. Multilateralism is under increasing threat from the blind pursuit of narrow interests. We must therefore strengthen international amity and goodwill, as well as uphold mutual respect and observe the sovereign equality of states. Your Excellencies, Zimbabwe is on a new path. Like other nations in the region, we are facing humanitarian challenges, which in our case have been worsened by the illegal sanctions, the negative impact of climate change, and compounded by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, my administration continues to record notable achievements towards sustainable development, which leaves no one behind. Our macroeconomic stabilization reforms have seen the reduction of our budget deficit to a single digit, as well as a positive balance of our current account, coupled with foreign exchange rate and the prices stability. Major infrastructure projects are ongoing, such as the rehabilitation and construction of health services facilities, water and sanitation infrastructure, as well as roads, dams, and bridges across the country. Investments in mining, agriculture, tourism, energy, and manufacturing sectors are on the increase. We are optimistic that the implementation of the second phase of ease of doing business reforms will help to further improve our World Bank rankings. Similarly, my administration is decisive in entrenching constitutionalism, democracy, and the rule of law, including the protection of property rights. The commitment of my government to these cardinal principles remains unwavering. It is in this spirit and in line with our Constitution that in July this year, my government concluded the landmark global compensation deed with the former farm owners. We count on the to implement this agreement. The alignment of our laws to the Constitution is almost complete, while new pieces of legislation continue to be enacted to strengthen our institutions. The raft of political reforms will benefit the generality of Zimbabweans as we consolidate our respect of human rights. My administration places great importance on fostering national unity and cohesion. The culture of dialogue across all sectors is taking root with activities and programs under the auspices of our homegrown dialogue, Pollard, gaining momentum.
Hello everyone, it's Lady Elred. Well, you can submit in the WokeNet one. I don't have it attached to the stream right now. If you want to submit a protest, just drop it in chat. The way you do it is you drop the link, and then in that same sentence you put city and state. If it's a country thing, it won't matter. You just gotta tell me that. If it's US, it will autofill it, so I don't have to do it. But yeah, you can. The way you're going to submit the stream is just dropping it in chat. It automatically goes into the sheet. I don't have the woke one attached right now, because everything breaks, because my computer's a piece of shit. I'm gonna go cry. I still need to fix my hard drive issues. And yeah, go drink water. This will be declared an unlawful assembly, and you will be subject to use of force such as tear gas, impact munitions, random bans, and arrests.
To implement measures to battle the COVID-19 pandemic, over and above instituting phased lockdowns following the World Health Organization guidelines, my government has also provided Zimbabwe dollars 18 billion, which is approximately $720 million, an economic stimulus package. Zimbabwe welcomes calls by the United Secretary General and the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, for the COVID-19 vaccine to be treated as a global public good with guaranteed fair distribution and mechanisms to ensure equal access. We are encouraged by the ongoing cooperation between the United Nations Secretary General, the G20, and the Bretton Woods institutions towards finding solutions to developing countries' debt and related issues. While the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund have supported a debt standstill up to the end of the year, more needs to be done. As a committed partner In implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, Zimbabwe welcomed the launch of the Decade of Action. In this spirit, we hosted the 60th Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development in Victoria Falls in February 2020, which adopted the Victoria Falls Declaration on the Decade of Action for Sustainable Development in Africa. As we move forward, we believe that strengthening public health systems, international solidarity.
The police just walked right up and was like, you going to jail, you going to jail, you going to jail. And nobody even knew they was there. Like, nobody even knew they was coming. By the time they walked up and said, get off the street, they started grabbing people.
Was there a curfew?
No curfew. I said, what constitutes this as an unlawful assembly? They couldn't answer that. They said they had told people to go home, but on my live, not one time did they tell people that.
Oh, you was live?
The whole time.
Is it saved on your?
Yeah. It was the whole time I was live.
Well, I'm starving.
And then that's Mary.
Hi, we met.
We hugged.
All right. Call me later, all right?
Okay, love you, Mom.
Love you more. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having us. What platform can we follow you on?
So, I hate social media, but I'm on Lori Smith Facebook. My IG is IM2428.
I know that one. I don't know why, but.
That's Benton, Sunrise Sunset.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And then for my show, we get ready. My sister, she took everything down, so she's gonna reset it up, so she'll be back up. It's gonna be just the Lowry show. LAWRI. Yep. All right.
I went to the bathroom. I was like, wait. That was it. There's way more to the studio.
Oh yeah, this is you haven't even been back there yet. So this is what we do. This is where.
No, it's Frank Nitty is done. They closed my Cash App. It's no longer available. You can't send money there. It's gonna get rejected.
See the set list. We got everybody coming in rehearse. T.I. Usher, the whole.
Yeah. Saw me connection.
Well, we do all that. Yeah, everybody. Where's Sandy?
She's loving everything and just running around taking pictures and stuff.
Okay. Well, you guys. So just kind of keep me updated with everything.
Yeah, I gotta hold on one second. I'm trying to concentrate on this PayPal.
This is your studio?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know Jeffrey Allen? Jeffrey Allen, the saxophonist in Mid-Condition?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I used to be his supervisor at the
Oh, really?
residential.
Okay.
Do you know the Tinsleys?
How they not by name?
We used to do a radio station.
Because a lot of times when, because I used to travel so much before COVID hit, I'm ghost. I disappear like them. I'm ghost. In and out. So sometimes I don't even know who's coming over here. So I come and do either inventory or have to come in and go in the studio and do some edits, and I'll be like, oh, they was here? Okay.
Is it B103 for here or something like that?
Radio?
Yeah.
It's, everybody got a 103. I think we 97.
I used to do it a couple
I think y'all get it. Y'all, that's wrong too.
For,
our hip hop is 97.
Not y'all.
Oh.
I think you did like gospel stuff.
Gospel is 104.
Maybe.
Well, let me give y'all the right PayPal. That PayPal ain't right.
Gospel is 103. Yeah. Yeah, gospel is 103. I'm glad you guys got this opportunity to see what I do. Sometimes they don't like me because I be, whereas my business partner, he's more the humble guy. I'm the one like, okay, y'all gotta go.
Yeah.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Y'all gotta go. Well, I don't know where you're going, but you gotta definitely exit out of here.
Let's see right here. David L. Connor ER, y'all. That's my PayPal.
Now, last night, there were 2 officers that were shot.
Yesterday was long as I don't even know it. I don't know how I feel about yesterday. But I'm definitely wore out, definitely tired. Everybody else is too. I don't know how many people. I don't know how many people are in there right now. I don't know how many people they've let out. I don't know how many people they've let out though.
About 40 people in there now. Most of us got
All right.
released.
Okay.
So,
You hit me, cuz.
So we're just gonna do a couple of things. We do these chants for every time they get locked up. We've done it for the Until Freedom marches.
This is K9 unit.
Y'all just repeat after me, alright? Open up the cell, let my boys up in jail. Open up the cell, let my boys up in jail. Open up the cell, let my girls up in jail. Open up the cell, let my girls up in jail. We got money for the bail, we got money for the bail. We got money for the bail, we got money for the bail. Open up the cell, let my boys up in jail. Open up the cell, let my boys up in jail. Open up the cell, let my girls up in jail. Open up the cell, let my girls up in jail. We got money for the bail, we got money for the bail. We got money for the bail, we got money for the bail. Where's my cellar sound with the bucket?
If you can hear my voice, I love you so much. If y'all were to please share this. But again, there were 2 officers that were shot last night here in Louisville. And they said that they apprehended the suspect. But what I heard is they apprehended the wrong individual as expected, because again, Louisville obviously has no competence. They cannot orchestrate a raid. They are releasing protesters. I'm sorry. Louisville cannot obviously orchestrate a successful raid, and they expect us to believe that they apprehended a shooter within 24 hours. Give me a break. So now they are releasing protesters.
Preston locked up with about 11 live streamers. Radar for some bullshit.
I did hear about Daniel Cameron being married to Moscow Mitch's granddaughter.
Hey, man. Mike Jack. Mike Jack. Mike Jack. Mike Jack. Mike Jack. All right, now look, man. Over 100 people got arrested last night. About 40 adolescents left in this job. I ain't seen riot hard yet. So this is what the fuck we gonna do. And I don't filter my language. I want everybody to chant like we at a sports game. When I say let's go riot hard, we're gonna say let's go riot hard. If you ain't never watched sports game,
Riot Heart still up in the jump. We about to chant for his release now.
let's go riot hard! 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 And free out the rest of the people in there, man. Free out the rest of the people in there, man. And have them in we gotta start looking out for the prison too. They got people in prison, got corona, they got all these people around here, and then the mayor, and guess what Trump said yesterday? He said, what's the name of it? Do y'all need more troops in Louisville, Kentucky? Trump said that. He wanna bring more people here to fuck us up, y'all. Hey, Trump needs the motherfucker. know what I'm gonna say. Y'all know what I'm saying.
Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump!
Hold on, the real boy ain't know about this shit right here. Hold on. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Fuck 'em.
Y'all know back in Richmond, I love to leave me a chant every once in a while.
Nigga, stimulus don't make us happy. No sleep, it ain't no more peace. No justice, no sleep. No justice, no sleep. No justice, no sleep. Free the beer change.
Freedom. Freedom.
You bad. You don't get the mic. Hey, this is another one for Reinhardt, okay? This is another one for Reinhardt. Free the beer! Free the beer! Free the beer!
Free the beer!
Free the beer! Free the beer! Free the beer! Free the beer! That sounded a little confused. He's one of our beloved live streamers. He's got a big ass thing. He loves the beer. He's not out there. He is not out there. No. Free the beer! 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 Let's go right on!
Clap, 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 clap!
Let's go right on! 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 Open up the cell with my boys up in jail! Open up the cell with my boys up in jail! Open up the cell with my girls up in jail! Open up the cell with my girls up in jail! Open up the cell with my boys up in jail! Open up the cell with my boys up in jail! Open up the cell with my girls up in jail! Open up the cell with my girls up in jail! We got money for the bill! 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 Anybody that got locked up last night put their life and body on the line for this movement, so we gotta show them some support. Anybody who did just get out of jail, got food and stuff on there. We got food over there too. Anything on me? Oh, Trump trying to bring people back to Louisville. He's trying to bring people to the truth.
But until
I am not from Louisville. I believe this is the exit lobby to the Department of Corrections. Were you one of the ones just released?
yes.
What were your charges? What were y'all charges, if you don't mind? Unlawful protest.
Yeah, and my husband's in there too. His name is James Jones.
Unlawful assembly, failure to disperse.
Yeah.
Yep. I appreciate you. And thank you so much. Can I give you a hug?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, I hope we make the news.
Hey, thank you.
One more?
You need more?
Yeah, hell yeah. What were your charges, bro?
Failure to disperse and fucking curfew or whatever.
Was there any type of further thing that you gotta do? Like no more further court dates?
I gotta go to a Zoom court date.
A Zoom court date?
Yeah. Zoom court right there.
So is there like what happens if you was to miss a court date, or like do they tell you like what's going on? Like
I guess
a fine
no,
or something?
they didn't tell us anything, man. They were real shitty.
because they know it's bullshit. So yeah, unlawful assemblies, failure to dispersal, a lot of bullshit charges. A lot of bullshit charges. Ian from Concrete Reporting. I have no idea who to ask about that. Have you heard of a person named Ian from Concrete Reporting? I've heard of. Do you know if he's been released?
I'm glad to see so much quote unquote media attention. Now we can expose some motherfucking truth out here. Let's talk about how they arrested 2 black men who had pistols, but they found 7.62 shells at the crime scene. That's assault rifles. Free my boys, because they didn't shoot shit. They found 7.62 shells at the scene where them officers got shot. Them 2 boys had motherfucking pistols. They had 3%ers all over this bitch and they ain't get a curfew violation at all. Let's talk some truth as long as media's out here, because media be running from the truth. Let's be honest. You know how many lives I saw that was just staring at the goddamn KSP like the shit was cute? They just recording them boys like this shit is a rally for Blue Lives Matter or something. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? 7.62s don't go in no pistol, y'all. I seen that nigga in the highlight motherfucking hoodie. He had a pistol, y'all. They found 7.62 shells. And I watched LMPD's live. It was about 12 rounds they went out before LMPD even took cover. Make something make sense. Stop watching mass media and watch your 502 live streamers because they gonna fucking lie about it. Period. I've been up all night because it didn't sit well with me that niggas with pistols are arrested and now personally see them pick up 7.62 shells. Quit playing with me. I'm a real frontline and I'm a diabetic. So if you're not ready to come out here and diabetic, go the fuck home because they shooting and guess what? I ain't gonna speak on it. Y'all saw what the fuck happened yesterday. Y'all saw what the fuck happened yesterday. 2 flashbangs and several shots before that boy's pistol came out his pocket. Quit playing with us. 3%ers is out here. Other people is out here. That man said we got other agencies and others helping us, but they named every other government organization that was already here. So who are these others, my dog? Who are these others? Who are these others, my dog? I saw the 3%ers getting out of U-Hauls past curfew.
Talk about it.
If y'all gonna be out here and I'm talking to media, CNN, all you motherfuckers, tell the motherfucking truth. And this is gonna be the last hour I say anything to anybody. Y'all know who fix it is. I'm not gonna be playing with y'all. We will break cameras and all. And this is not a threat, it's a promise. Tell the fucking truth, because we are getting hurt. Tell it. National Guard, DHS, feds, KSP are ordered to kill. LMPD and the sheriffs are the lives. Do you know what that means? They are ordered to fucking kill. Stay the fuck home if you're not with that mess. I'm straight, but the truth gotta be told, man. I stayed up all night looking at this bullshit. We've been out here 120 days, the most people sitting in the motherfucking world. Not the state, not the country, not the region, not the fucking continent, but the motherfucking world. And we gotta die here. Snipers is on the roof today shooting. Ain't nobody busted a grape. Why are you shooting? That's not today. If y'all gonna be out here tell the motherfucking truth, y'all will feel us. Y'all gonna fucking feel us. We've been peaceful 120 days, and y'all gave us no justice. No justice. And for everybody talking about burning down, let me tell you something. Federal buildings are not built to burn the fuck down. You gotta blow them bitches up. And I'm not inciting shit, but if you wanna keep talking about these federal buildings, you got to do what you're supposed to do. Quit talking about it. I done seen plenty motherfuckers try to burn it down. It's concrete.
What else was concrete?
While we had over
I know 2 other buildings that were famously concrete.
trying to keep us from protesting, we got people all over the city looting, getting money, and we getting shot at. They protecting federal buildings, and every store in the city is getting hit. Man, look, let me tell y'all something. If this shit is not showing y'all what they want to do to us, it is a problem for us to protest, but it's not a problem to do licks in stores. It's not a problem. Ain't nobody get arrested last night unless you was protesting. If you was downtown last night, you was the only people that got arrested yesterday. I'm still waiting on some goddamn police reports in the scanner group.
There it is. There the fuck is.
Man, look, I see a lot of new faces. And y'all not motherfucking freeways. And I don't sugarcoat shit. Y'all better ask who the fuck face it is. I don't sugarcoat shit. And now you new faces, y'all better understand where the fuck y'all at. When I tell you for 120 days, we said we gonna be peaceful until they not give us justice, because we expected not to get justice. So either stay the fuck out of our way or join the motherfucking party, but do not put yourself in harm's way, because you don't even know the cuts, the crevices, nothing about nothing. Y'all don't even know how to find the goddamn safe zones. Quit playing with me. Stay the fuck away from Breeway if you're not with that mess. You got niggas out here ready to die. You got white people out here ready to die. You got people in LMPD, you got people in DHS, National Guard, KSP, and the motherfucking feds who's ready to turn on their own brothers for us. That's right. That's motherfucking right. Keep letting our people out. Keep letting our people out. Keep letting our people out. But I said what I said. If y'all don't know what's going on, stay the fuck away from the real day oneers. This is not a parade. This ain't Thunder over Louisville. We not no motherfucking teenagers, and we're not peaceful any motherfucking more. I'm done talking, cuz. Y'all know who I am. That was only for the new faces that ain't been here for 120 plus. Period. And that goes for people out of town and in Louisville. Because I ain't seen a lot of y'all.
I'm a new face.
But I've been doing this for 100 days in Richmond too, and I love
y'all.
y'all.
What I said. All y'all heard what I said, and I'm not repeating myself. If y'all not with that mess, go home now. Period.
What's going on?
Because you got too many people really to die about this shit. We turn. Nigga, my brother sat in the COVID cell back here for 2 months. No commissary. Quit playing with me.
I need to wake up. Who is y'all? I'm with the movement. What you mean?
Quit playing with me.
What's up with all the aggression? I'm mad too. But we ain't gotta be mad at each other.
And he didn't even have a goddamn gun.
Period. That's it. I respect that. Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
He didn't have a gun. He used this car to protect us. And they charged him with 36 counts of wanton endangerment. And he already got indicted.
Thank you, Amanda.
Y'all not out here for us. Y'all out here for a photo shoot or a good story. Gonna fuck
False. Period.
There's people here that y'all ain't need to see check. That will fuck y'all up. Y'all gonna get cameras broke, y'all face beat, and y'all might die. Cause it's past 120 days. And I'm gonna tell y'all now, while y'all think shit sweet, watch out for them white people that's really breedway, cause they with that mess. Fuck is you talking about? Now I'm done talking about it. Go sit down and wait for Reinhardt to get out. Nigga, I don't even like her.
Mike check.
Mike check.
Mike check. Mike check. I know a little bit of what y'all.
Hey, y'all, that's crazy.
I know a little bit of what y'all here, but it's been the truth.
People are tired.
We've been out here for 120 days, and they've been puncturing us for 140 days.
I've been protesting since
And I just want to tell you something.
Period. I have too.
And we stood in the Highlands yesterday. We've been in this street longer than we was in the Highlands yesterday before they met us with deadly force. And I talked to the mayor this morning. And I let him know that if he didn't call a stand down, then we was gonna have more hashtags.
Sheesh, y'all.
And I stand behind every person who's been out here for 120 days. And I thank all of y'all who came from different locations to be with us, because that's real. I thank all of y'all who've been in Portland, and who've been in Kenosha, and who've been in Detroit, and who've been in DC.
Period.
So give it up for yourselves.
Period. Thank you.
Thank y'all for standing with us. I am a resident of the city of Louisville, and I'm tired. We listened to that verdict in that square yesterday, and we were shocked. We were so shocked we couldn't even talk for 7 minutes. We thought our lives got cut. We were devastated. These people have been fighting. We've been marching. We've been crying, and we've been peaceful.
Yeah, we do, Jenny. We do, Jenny. Period.
Before y'all even got here, it was hundreds of us who've been getting sniped from the roof. It's been hundreds of us who've been getting our cars tore
For real, Amanda?
And flashbangs. So we do thank y'all for standing with us, but understand how we feel. The city of Louisville is being exposed. This is one of the most segregated cities in the nation.
Yes, it is.
They said it's Compassion City, but I renamed it like 2 weeks ago. This is really Corrupt City.
Period.
And I know you don't know where you are, but if you go 5 minutes, you will find a whole lot of poverty.
Yes.
You will find a place that's absent of grocery stores. You will find a place that has real bad school systems.
Yep.
You will find a whole bunch of kids who right now are falling behind because they don't even have the internet bandwidth to do non-traditional instruction. You got more liquor stores than you got grocery stores.
Period.
Right here, 2 minutes away, they knocked down the projects and built $300,000 condos. There's 7,200 houseless people in the city of Louisville, Kentucky. Most of that population are teenagers.
Damn.
This anger we got is real. This anger we got is valid. One of the questions that I want to ask all of y'all is, I'm a black woman. Brianna was a black woman. You want to know what it would have been like to get her real health care?
Hell.
We got a health care system that prioritizes dollars over people. Yeah. We got a health care system that does to black women what police do to black men. Yeah. This fight is bigger than us. So if you're coming down here, you standing with us, and you not standing with them.
That's a fact.
These boarded up buildings don't scare us. We live in the hood. We live by boarded up buildings. So when they start boarding up buildings, they made it home. Facts. They made it look a little more like a place. Yeah, tell them. Because our businesses have been boarded up. Yeah. And our schools have been boarded up. And our houses have been boarded up. So when they put the boards up, they just made it feel like you are not an ally. And they showed 10,000 videos of little bitty fights.
With
And
the
I got a problem
facts.
with CNN.
That is crazy.
I watched that shit
That
all
is true
night.
though.
And they showed 10,000 videos of little bitty fights.
Tell it, baby. Go ahead.
Ain't nothing in this place on fire. Nothing in here is burned. I got a problem with CNN.
Right.
And I wish I could find that one reporter because I tell him the truth. Period. I got a problem with people who perpetuate a narrative. We've been peaceful.
Period.
And if we gonna burn it down, we definitely ain't gonna go for government buildings. We might go for the places that they gentrify. We've been staging sit-ins at the places where projects used to be.
No. Hey, you fuck. You police? No.
Who me? Oh.
Here we go. So you in Louisville, Kentucky. I got you. You in Louisville, Kentucky. Breonna Taylor did not get justice. But we live in a corrupt city and in a corrupt system. And if you're not from here, I want you to know something. That square right there was an auction block. But I want you to know, but for 120 days, we renamed it and we rebranded it. It's Freeway. It's no longer an auction block.
Freeway.
They used to sell slaves right there, but we've been feeding people for free.
For free.
Period.
They
Period.
used to sell slaves right there, but we've been helping houseless people.
Yes.
So that's what we come to do. We came to change the narrative. We gentrified Jefferson Square. We made it our own.
That's right.
We are advocating for grocery stores and fresh food.
Yes, sir.
We are advocating for better education for our black babies.
Period.
We are advocating because our black men are being taken from our communities because of mass incarceration.
Was paying his respects to Justice Ginsburg. There were some people in the crowd that started to chant to respect her wishes, to uphold her wishes. Do you have some thoughts on those chants, which also, included vote him out?
Yeah, I think the chants were appalling, but certainly to be expected when you're in the heart of the swamp. I travel with the president all across the country, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, Nevada, and everywhere we go, the streets are lined with support like I don't think any other president has had previously. But with regard to precedent, as I've noted before, 29 times has an appointment been made in an election year, 29 times, and that was all 29 times when there was a vacancy at hand. So the precedent is very much on our side here. And I would also note the hypocrisy of Democrats. Joe Biden saying, I would go forward with the confirmation process as chairman even a few months before an election. Barack Obama saying, fill the Supreme Court vacancy when it was his tenure. And you had Kamala Harris saying as well that Senate GOP is holding SCOTUS hostage for political gain. Join me in calling them to consider President Obama.
No, but they're supposed to be protecting us.
So when y'all ask, them are our tax dollars that put that word up.
That's right.
Period.
We don't have faith in the justice system to protect us because it was never meant to protect us.
Come on now.
That justice system has always been just us.
That's right.
But today,
Come on.
that narrative shifts.
That's right.
That narrative changes today. If you hear, you hear. But you ain't on the auction block. You on Greenway.
Freeway!
So when they ask y'all to chant, y'all better chant like y'all really mean it. Because we really need that encouragement and we really need these people to know you ain't stopping us.
That's right.
And I'm going to end this with my favorite chant. Ain't no power like the power of the people.
But the power of the people don't stop.
Do it again.
Ain't no power like the power of the people, but the power of the people don't stop.
All right. I got one more thing. Keep going. Keep going! 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 We are far from over.
Yeah, we are far from over. Why the police over here? Why they over here? They went up here to protect us, man. They gonna sit up here like they do, like they being our friend. We don't need y'all over here.
Right.
Y'all over
there. Detroit looks like a lot of these boarded up.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. We got 40,000 abandoned infrastructure.
I know so many people of Detroit are resilient, and I thank y'all. I thank y'all. Because I know what D13 is about. I know what the D is about. I got so many friends from the D.
Yes.
I'm so glad y'all standing with us.
We ain't going nowhere. Yes.
We're not stopping until Flint get clean water.
Period.
We're not stopping until they start putting proper money into y'all schools. We're not closing them up. You know what? They put that money in the Southfield. They put that money into Detroit.
I don't trust my officers. I ain't gonna lie to you. And that's just due to trauma that I've been dealt with. I've never seen a good cop.
I'm a security guard right now today. I'm security.
Today, but tomorrow you're a cop.
But I'm a full-time police officer in Indiana. And I treat everybody the same. I think most people that I've ever taken to jail will tell you. You know, they shake my hand usually when I didn't take them. Even when I lock them up, they shake my hand and say, I appreciate the way you.
Okay, so what about the blue wall? So I can say something that's going to negate everything you just said. The blue wall of silence. It's about you see an injustice going on. It's about you going ahead and speaking up for that. There's been multiple instances, specifically one in California. I don't know off the top of my head. Was an African American officer. He got ousted by the police department for snitching on a coworker. So there's a blue wall of silence that goes on, and that's why no cops are good. Because if you're a good cop, you would see what's going on, then you would quit your job.
I do speak up. I speak up when I see something bad happen, and I tell all my officers. I'm a trainer too. There's something from Indiana. In my department, you don't see none of this happen. Okay, I think
is this Jefferson or
it's about training. I'm in Floyd County. Okay, so I think a lot of it has to do with training. There's a lot of officers out here that have a lack of training. They literally get hired. They go through minimum training, they come around the street, and they don't know how to truly deal with people. So we need better training for police officers, absolutely. I agree. But when I see a police officer doing something bad, I will absolutely 100% go up there and say something to that officer. Hey, if it's getting out of control, but just, let's face it, when it gets heated, you know, emotions are high, right? So sometimes when stuff happens, emotions take over. So if I see a police officer, his emotions taking over, I will 100% step in and say, hey, you're about to show, hey, buddy, you need to step back.
What if it's too late?
You're getting too heated.
Who's going to do that when people are in riot?
Other officers
So let me ask you a question.
have to stop those guys.
But then there's qualified immunity. It's past that. It's not that it happens, it's what happens after, right? People die every day. It's what happens after the fact. It's not the fact that it happens. It's what happens after the fact. People aren't being held accountable. Do you think that Brett Hankinson should have been held accountable?
I think he was held accountable for some of his actions already.
He was held accountable for the bullets he did not put into Breonna's body.
Okay, but here's the other side, and I don't know all the details, right? So
No, the details are there. We can all tell you the details.
Here's what I do know. Okay, so let me ask you this thing.
That's the same answer every cop says when I ask them, do you think...
If you're a police officer,
Right. I'll never be a police officer.
let's just say you were in that situation.
I don't speak in hypotheticals. Let's say someone over
If you
here.
go into a house and they're shooting at you, you're going to return fire, right?
No.
Right? You wouldn't? So if he still starts shooting at you, then you're not going to return fire? Okay.
But they broke into the wrong house, so they made a mistake. If I'm walking...
See, there's a lot of false information going on there. There's also false information.
Motherfucking city, y'all better fuck this shit up. Cause I'm sick of this motherfucking shit. Sick of it.
Everybody coming out here making money off of
Period. What's your name, honey?
All the people coming out
Jay,
here
that's
making
what's up.
money off of They making money
Hey,
off of Breonna.
we in solidarity with you.
Fuck that shit.
Fucking famous shit. Fuck y'all family, nigga. We
They
ain't
come in here and Louisville, Kentucky making money off of us.
fuck out my motherfucking
Tired
shit.
of this bullshit.
Oh, shit.
Right here, hard.
Damn.
Fuck wars, nigga. Ask about me, nigga. I'll break every last one of those cameras that was to fucking play around. You here to fuck around with none of you dicks up.
Selling t-shirts and all that shit supposed to be free.
Period.
All that shit
On
supposed to be
everything.
Free.
Free.
All that shit supposed to be free.
Period.
Over selling shit and taking
Period,
it back to
Jenny.
their city.
Hey, she's on fire. She's heated. She calling out everybody right now. Everybody with cameras right now. Like, You damn right you do.
Yeah, definitely do.
And I'm here to listen. What's up?
We need our people.
Yeah, making y'all look bad.
That's what the media do, though.
Yeah, that is what the media do.
That's what they do.
That's what they move. Ain't nobody supposed to be selling nothing for no price out here. Everything's supposed to be for free, especially if it's on Breonna Taylor's name. There's t-shirts being sold, all kinds of shit. Yeah, we ain't selling no shit. Period. Jenny, yes, I agree. Are you born and raised in Louisville here? You born and raised here? You been here? Me too. I'm from Detroit, born and raised. I came down here in solidarity. Look, my brother was murdered. He was shot 9 times a block away from my home. I understand your pain, and I'm here with you. You feel me? I'm not against you. Because I have my camera on, it's because a lot of people do want to see what's going on here, but it's not to get clout or get money off of none of this shit out here. Trust and believe that. I ain't asked nobody for no money out here. Unless it was...
If you ain't out here for that, then it ain't coming direct towards you, but some of these motherfuckers ain't never seen.
Oh, yeah. Period. Call them out.
Fake ass camera taking pictures of that shit.
Mm-hmm. Just come take pictures and leave.
We doing something wrong.
Right. And that's why I'm here. I want to, like, I'm going to get the truth out. You feel me? Like, this is the truth right here. Raw footage.
Right.
Live.
No edits.
No edit. No edit needed, honey.
What's your name?
Renee.
Renee?
Yeah.
Jasmine.
Jasmine, nice to meet you. Look, I'm in solidarity with y'all, 100%.
No, we good. I'm sorry.
So,
My emotions
no. Look, I'm angry too, honey. My brother ain't get justice for 13 years. Trust me, I'm angry too. Oh, shit. Yeah. Look, hey, we had to file a restraining order against DPD. You feel me? Because of the abuse and the torture that they did to Detroit protesters. They beat somebody so bad, he had health conditions, but he ended up dying 3 days later for it. Yes. Like, people got broken arms, broken legs, can't walk, like, all kinds of shit. We had to get a restraining order out on DPD. And we got a restraining order out on DPD right now. Detroit Police Department, they can't riot against us.
You gotta get a restraining order against them.
Right. Isn't that sad? But it was a good win for Detroit, though, because now we can march in our streets every day without the Detroit police trying to riot against us. Yes. Right. Ain't doing shit, but just trying to document something bad. That's it. That's all they trying to do. I'm here. My homie in there that I got. Girl, I'm ready. I just got out of jail.
I'm ready too. I've been ready too.
Yes. They made my shit close up. I'm pissed. Like, they made me take out my nose rings and my belly rings.
I don't get the belly ring.
I don't know. He lifted my shirt up. He lifted my shirt up and told me I need to take that out. That's because he asked if I had anything else in my pockets or if I had a belt on. Yeah, like it was violation 100% in there. They told me if I didn't take my shit out that I was gonna sit in solitary by myself and be the last one to get out of there.
How long was you in there?
I was in there for 15 hours. 15 hours with no clean water and no food and a toilet stuffed up with shit and piss in it. Come on now.
I didn't eat today at all. I walked straight up, came down here. So I'm stuck by food. None of that.
Yeah.
Brianna don't get to eat, so fuck.
Period. Like, look at it. This shit needs to go down. If anybody gonna burn anything now, it needs to be this shit right here, because this shit is inhumane. Like, this is not okay, what they doing in there. I'm telling you. Let's party for awareness. Kelly, thank you. We out here. It's Louisville, Kentucky, live right now. Okay? We still waiting on people to come.
You know, being shot at, killed at, or using our rights as a people. So I just want y'all to take that with y'all, and please, 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 please educate yourself and spread that education. And whatever you learn about, tell somebody else. You never know how your presence and how what you're learning can change. Yes, you're just one person, but all it takes is one person. So thank you. That was so good. That was really good. Thank you. See someone else walking up. Thank you.
Period. Oregon here. Oregon, y'all, I don't know if y'all been hearing what's going on with Portland. Man. Hey, y'all be safe. For real. Yeah. Y'all going to Portland? Hey, they going to Portland. Hey, Baltimore's here with us too. Hey, what's up, Baltimore? Hey, come to Detroit. Come to Detroit. Y'all hey, period. Hey, come to Detroit. Come fuck with us in Detroit. March with us. We march almost literally every day out there at 6 p.m. all the way to 9, 10. Like, we just be downtown marching. No, y'all not alone. Y'all not alone at all. Like, Renee wouldn't have drove 5 hours down here if y'all was alone. You feel me? Like, a couple other people down here from other places wouldn't have drove down here. You feel me? So, we're doing something. Free the protesters. Stop arresting people for having a peaceful protest. Yeah, period. Period. Hierarchy. Rob Baker. Rob, Sam, Rob is not out yet, girl. We out here waiting on Rob. We're waiting on a couple other people to come out. They let some people out, finally, but they didn't let Rob out yet. Yeah, they not telling us shit out there. I'm gonna tell you right now, but Rob's still in there, and we ain't going nowhere till they free all our people, period. Damn, for real? In Seattle, they did that? Hey, Amanda, be safe, be safe, be safe. That's insane, yeah. What they did to us last night, what they did to these people last night, and over here in Louisville, man, fucked up. Pepper balls. Yeah, they can't tear gas us no more, so they using those fucking pepper balls.
Policies to their employees. These are tremendous options.
Jen, stop lying. Are you serious, Jen? Literally, every right.
Right, Renee?
Yes, every right.
Every right.
Yes.
You have every right.
Period. Everybody that feel this pain, that know this struggle, that's too close to home, that stand in solidarity, have a right to be fucking pissed. And we gotta show them, we gotta stand. We can't be silent no more. You feel me? Silence is violence. I stand.
Silence will get that person. We'll get the
fuck Proud Boys. Yes. Yes. In Flint, a truck ran through protesters last night. Shut up. Hey, someone almost hit me earlier. That's crazy.
Yeah, we seen them.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone almost hit me earlier. That's crazy. As soon as I got out of jail.
Somebody almost hit her earlier.
Literally.
We seen the car fly by. Literally.
Almost hit me. For like just sped right past me, and like if I had moved out the way, he would have hit me.
And she's from, hold on, where you from?
I'm from Detroit.
Like, everybody know how I feel about this my homie from Detroit. But,
period.
You know, everybody know how I feel about Detroit. You know, we got that
wow, for real?
The Ohio, Michigan rivalry.
What, Jenny? That's crazy. Treyguard, that's crazy. Look, hey Sam, stay strong. We in solidarity. We ain't going nowhere, and we gonna make sure Rob get out safe. For real, for real. Like, period. I'm about to see who they let out over here. Hey, you out? They let you out? They let you out? Finally. Was anybody else still up there in the cell that we was in? No, just okay. I'm good. I'm glad they got most of y'all out. For real, for real. I'm glad to see y'all out here. For real, for real. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm waiting on my partner still to come out here right now. They still got him in there. Crazy. I know y'all hear the helicopters. Look at that. They already got the helicopters around there. Do you know where we could donate to help out down there? Yeah, let me go ahead and ask her real quick. Hold on. Let me go find her real quick, Mason. Hold on. Let me ask her personally where her shit at so we can get some funding down here for them. Cause Louisville need us. I gotta find out what old girl went. Hey y'all, don't mind this big ass pimple on my head. But let me find her real quick, cause I think I might have lost her. Damn. Hope I ain't losing. Did I lose them? Where they at? Oh, they might be down there. Not yet. He's still in there. I'm still waiting on him right now. Yeah, you waiting on Sierra? She ain't came out yet? Dang. Huh? They have released some people over there. So, they haven't released everybody though. There's still some people in there. I'm one of the protesters that got released earlier. You did? Yeah. Uh-huh. I'm on live right now. So, yeah, I'll find you. Yep. I'm looking for somebody right now. I'm looking for old girl. Much love. Thank you, Sean. We appreciate it. Where was old girl? I just interviewed her. Where's she at? Damn, she disappeared that fast. Hold on, Mason. Don't go nowhere yet. Let me find her. Damn, how the fuck she disappeared that fast? Like, she just literally disappeared. Like, fast as fuck. Hold on, y'all. Y'all, this is crazy. I don't know how the hell I lost this girl that fast. Y'all, this pimple is bothering me. Like, oh! Y'all see my hands? I ain't gone nowhere. I've been out here since I got out of prison. They little prison cell. Y'all amazing. I'm down to donate as well. Tara, thank you. Thank you. I'm definitely about to let them know right now. Let me find them real quick. So y'all could definitely stick with the Louisville, Kentucky in solidarity for Breonna. Damn, I just spoke to old girl. She did, yeah, she did fast as fuck. I just spoke to old girl. I real life can't find this girl. Damn, bro. Where did she go? Hold on, y'all help me look for her too. I'll see if y'all see her. Back over here, not over here.
Us to stop calling rallies and demonstrations against police brutality. They cannot buy us off. We will not be bought off, brothers and sisters. And that is why we are here today to demand justice for Breonna Taylor. Cameron is elected. He is the elected state attorney general. He's elected every 4 years. The people of Kentucky should start right now to get him out of office on the next election. In fact, they shouldn't even wait for the damn election. They should recall his behind today. Have a recall. Launch a recall petition today. And we don't have to wait 4 years. Daniel Cameron is a product of Mitch McConnell. The people of Kentucky should vote out McConnell and vote 355,000 member Fraternal Order of Police, the president endorsed by the New Jersey Police Benevolent Association, the president endorsed by the New York PBA, the president endorsed by the National Association of Police Organizations. That President Donald Trump must go. Trump must go. McConnell must go. And Cameron must go. We want nothing less. People say, they say, well, y'all chant, what do we want? Justice. Well, yes, we want justice. They say, well, what is justice? Is justice police reform? We want police reform, but justice is not police reform. Justice is when these killer cops go to jail just like everybody else that commits murder. That's what justice is. And we'll get justice for Breonna when those officers that shot her to death are in jail. The only officer indicted was Higginson. Higginson didn't even shoot Breonna. The officer that was indicted because he shot into the apartment of Breonna's white neighbors.
That's right. That's right.
Did you know that?
Preach.
Her white neighbors.
That's right.
That's why he was indicted. But I'm going to tell you something. That flimsy indictment against Higginson, mark my words, he is not even going to go to jail. He's not going to go to jail.
Oh, he might have with
And that's what this whole thing is. The failure to bring indictments against the officers for murder of Breonna Taylor is a travesty of justice, a whitewash, a cover-up, one of the greatest crimes in this new century, the 21st century. And we're going to keep the light on Breonna Taylor. I don't care what that Uncle Tom in Kentucky said in his speech on Wednesday. That's right, he's an Uncle Tom. He's a tool of the slave masters. He's a house Negro, just like any other house Negro that protects his master. I don't care what he says. We are not going to stop protesting. I say power to our brothers and sisters in Kentucky who marched last night against the curfew, who marched last night against all odds. Our brothers and sisters in New York City who marched last night. We are going to keep marching all over this country. We're going to shut this country down until we get justice for Breonna Taylor. Shut him down. 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 There's another investigation going on, and that's the federal investigation. But brothers and sisters, don't put your hope in any investigation being conducted by this Justice Department that's under the control of Bill Barr. I predict, now what should happen is that the Justice Department should bring back indictments for the violation of Breonna's civil rights and her boyfriend's civil rights. That's what they should do. But I predict today that that Justice Department investigation will not bring any indictments against the officers that killed Breonna Taylor. And remember that I told you this. So we want justice for Breonna. The other thing we want to know, we want to know who is on that grand jury. My understanding is we're supposed to have jury of our peers. I want to know how many black people were on that grand jury. In fact, they need to make the deliberations of the grand jury public so we can see just what evidence was brought to the grand jury. Because we believe that this whole thing is a cover-up, and we're going to continue to demand justice for Breonna Taylor. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. We're going to have just a couple of speakers here,
and then we're going to march, and then we're going to have the rest of the speakers when we come back. But I'm glad to see that the mayor of the city of Newark is here with us today. Mayor Ras Baraka. Mayor, come on up and give us some remarks, your thoughts on the Breonna Taylor situation. First, I just want to thank Larry Ham. Come on, y'all. People's Organization for Progress. We have to, because these things don't happen without people organizing them and taking their time to do that, and all of you supporting them and the work that he does, the People's Organization for Progress. And I want to thank the young professionals that helped put this together. Also, this is the second time they've been out here making this happen. We appreciate them. You got to show these people love when they out here doing this stuff, because they can get easily isolated and depressed, and you feel like you're not getting any emotion in the things that you're doing. You have to show love from them, the people in this community. Doesn't mean all of us have to agree all the time, but we certainly need to surround them, protect them, and show them love for continuously coming out here, doing this time in and time out. I don't know nobody else but Larry Ham that does this as consistently as anybody else in the state of New Jersey. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. He said everything that obviously needed to be said. One thing that is proven to us is that our anger is not enough. It's simply not enough. We've been angry for a long time. We've been doing so much for so long. And there's people even before us that have been fighting and passing the baton on and on and on and on. It's proven that our anger is not enough. In the middle of all of this stuff that's going on nationally, they're still killing people. There's still no indictments. Things are still not happening in the middle of all of these things that we're doing. That means that we have to become more calculated in what we're doing. What Larry said is right. You can't stop. We have to continue to march, have to continue to protest. Your marching and protest helps other people, whether you know it or not. It gives people courage who didn't have courage. It helps legislators pass laws who wouldn't have passed it without them. It helps governors and other people sign legislation that they wouldn't have signed without you doing that. So it's important for that to take place. Now, the person that he talked about is the Attorney General. In New Jersey, our Attorney General is appointed. That's why it's important for us to vote in all of these elections. The Supreme Court justices are appointed. We would have a civilian complaint review board, the strongest one in the nation, if the Supreme Court of New Jersey didn't vote it down. The Supreme Court of New Jersey is appointed by the governors, right? By the governors. That's why it's important that we involved in all of this stuff that's going on. The Ruth Bader Ginsburg, that's important. It's important for us to be involved in that. It's important for us to vote. It's important for us to make our voices heard on all of these very specific issues. The Attorney General is a black man. He looks like us, looks like me, right? He might have children that look like mine, you know? But at the end of the day, it's what you believe, what you think, what's in your head, whose side you on. That's how history makes a decision about you. Whose side are you on? Don't mean you have to all the time agree. Just whose side do you end up on when the butter hits the bread, right? When it's time to make the decision, which decision?
You know, chilling. You know, feeding people right now. Coolers out here. You know, so we peaceful as hell over here right now. So don't let the media tell y'all different, because we peaceful. We got the therapist for protest and wellness. Look at this. Look at this. You out here supporting the protesters. We appreciate y'all. That's what's up. Shout out to y'all. Yes. Is this the flyers y'all got passing out? Can I read some of it?
Yes. Well, so that's a QR code that you can scan for the phone, and it takes people to a spot. But we've got tips also for mental health first aid.
Okay. That's lit. Look at this, y'all. They got anxiety, common techniques. Like, okay. Mental aid, first aid out here, baby. Okay, look at all these info. Look at this. This is what we need in Detroit. Detroit, we need this. We need to have all this info. Look at this. This is therapists for protester wellness. Look at all these therapists right here. Look at their info. Contact info. Like, this is lit. They even got immediate crisis counseling. Talk to someone now. Call or text. Look at these numbers. Like, this is love right here, y'all. I appreciate it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely, yup, you right. Oh, really? Oh, dope. Okay, I'm gonna definitely get in contact with you. I'm Renee, by the way. Nice to meet you. Okay, we appreciate y'all. Oh, God. Yes. Take care. It was nice meeting you. Yes, we need to, Evelyn. Let's collaborate. Like, come on now. Like, come on. I'm down. I got a flyer with me so we can replicate it for Michigan. Let's get it out, passed out to people, because mental health is so important, y'all. It's so important. But like I said, I'm gonna be back live in a little bit, y'all. Everybody peaceful right now. Everybody just chilling. Y'all see for yourselves. We just hanging out, chilling, waiting on our...
I'm gonna chime in on that. And just say, yes. Guess what? Mental health is important. So go take a stretch if you need to. Go drink some water. Take a break. The movement won't disappear just because you're not watching. So go do that.
Any of that because of the stereotype. The stereotype.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
get somebody else to do it. They don't have to steal your stuff, you'll give it away. They don't have to force you to the back door, you'll go to the back door anyway, right? That's what that means. They don't have to put guns in your community, you bring the guns into your damn community. They don't have to hang you from a tree, you'll hang your brother from a tree. They don't have to discredit your neighbor, you'll discredit your leaders for them. That's what they do. That's neo-colonialism. And that's the state that we're in at this point, and we have to figure out how to battle it and deal with it. That's all, you know, I just want to come and support Larry Ham. Every time the brother asks me to come, I'm going to show up. Every time he texts me and say, I need you to come, I'm going to be here. I'm going to show up. Why is my duty and my responsibility to do that? I'm going to show up to provide cover, to provide help, to provide respect, so people can understand this brother is loved, he's cared for in our community, and he needs to continue to do what he does, and hands off of him. Don't even think about getting next to him, touching him, or doing anything else. The brother is our voice in this neighborhood, in this city, in this state, and we support him wholeheartedly, 100,000%. And when he calls a rally, damn it, all of us need to show up. I don't care what position you hold. You're the local dog catcher, you better get here. It's important for you to represent. When the brother calls, we show up and we come. And I want everybody to know that in the state, and all the leadership throughout, all the elected officials, everybody appointed everywhere. When he calls a rally, we ought to show up. When People's Organization of Progress were there with the yellow shirts, you better be there with yours too. That's just a fact. And so, that being said, I would say all power to the people, to all of y'all, right? I would say all power to the people. Look, we ain't gonna agree on everything, but the basic fundamental things we agree on is that we should not be murdered in the street. Yeah. We should not be killed for playing with toy water guns. We should not be choked to death for selling cigarettes. Our lives shouldn't be given over to people for fake $20 bills. We can't be beat to death on the street. Our mothers' homes can't be busted and shot while they're in the bed. That can't happen to us. We can't approve that. We can't support it. We got to be against it all the time. All the time. Every time. There's nothing that justifies the murder and death of Breonna Taylor. There's nothing you can say that justifies the killing of Breonna Taylor. There's nothing you can say that justifies the murder of Breonna Taylor. There's nothing you can say that justifies the murder of Breonna Taylor. There's nothing you can say that justifies the murder of Breonna Taylor. And if you old enough, you know about Eleanor Bumpurs too. And Eleanor Bumpurs, some of our older folks out here, Eleanor Bumpurs, Breonna Taylor is the new Eleanor Bumpurs. And we got to defend her back the same way we defended Eleanor Bumpurs when I was a little toddler. We here as a grown man. Now we're defending Breonna Taylor the same way we had to stand up for Eleanor Bumpurs. Godspeed, all power to the people. I want to bring forward at this time the mother, Elizabeth Moore, the mother of Rashid Fuquan Moore, her son, was killed by Newark police in 2005. And I didn't even know she was coming today. But she, despite having health challenges, she's here today to express her solidarity with the family of Breonna Taylor. Give her a hand, Elizabeth Moore. Her son was killed while he was sitting in the car on the corner of Springfield Avenue and South 14th Street in the winter of 2005.
Good evening, everyone. I want to express my feelings. I figured I would get over.
Chuck, get out the way. You don't have to stop chanting. We're ready. We're ready. We're ready for change. We're ready. They don't really care. We're ready. We're ready. They don't really care. We're ready. They don't really care. We're ready. We ready for shoot! Hands up! Don't 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 shoot! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
Arrest! Convict! Take those killer cops to jail!
The whole damn system is guilty as hell!
Said arrest! Convict! Take those killer cops to jail!
The whole damn system is guilty as hell!
Wait!
Stop!
I'm gonna cut in here real quick. Hello, this is Lady Real Red. If you're watching the stream wherever you're watching from, because I know that we're embedded on a couple sites, including some right-wing sites. It's fine though, it's fine, whatever gets the information out there. Hello, this is Lady L Red. Basically think of me as the all-seeing eye, big sister, not big brother of the revolution. I'm gonna give you guys a quick update on everything I know. And if you don't think I know anything, well, I probably don't. It's okay. I can admit it. I'm not that smart at some things, but one thing I do know is that, let's see, Smoothview has been released, as far as I know. Somebody posted on his page, like, an hour or two ago. Rob has not been released yet. I'm refreshing his page real quick. Yeah, so 5:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time update. Rob called his wife to let him know that there are 30 to 40 people in his cell. People's masks have been broken, and LMPD is refusing to provide anyone with new ones. He said that they are just now starting to release people from the cell slowly, one by one. So she is not sure when Rob will be released, and she keeps trying to call, I don't know which number this is. I think that's the jail. She keeps trying to call the jail to demand his release and find anything out, but they either hang up on her or let it ring now. So Rob is still in jail. Don't have any update on concrete reporting, but most likely still in jail. Renee's been released though, the woman that was with Rob. She's walking around the square. She was live earlier. We had her up. Currently on the screen, we have the United Nations conference. We also have New Jersey. We have Connecticut, which looks like New Jersey and Connecticut have a stream down, so I'm going to have to fix some things. We also have Frank Nitti in Georgia. His son and somebody else was arrested from his group last night in Georgia. Then we have Kenosha. It's so good to see Kenosha out. Oh, it looks like the town of Oyster one didn't get fixed, but I'll have to go look at that and figure out where they are at again. Then we also have Bend, Oregon, and a Trumpster fire going on. And looks like he's signing something with that super important sitting down signing pose. So I guess it's important. There's your mid-afternoon update. I don't know. What day is it? What time is it? Who knows? Go drink water, go stretch, hug your mom or dad, brother, sister, pet, cat, dog, hamster. Actually, don't hug your hamster. That could be bad for the hamster. But yeah, thank you guys for watching, and if you are watching on an embedded site that is not one of the platforms that says international protest, come on over, come say hi. We're not that scary, I swear.
Say what? I can't breathe. Can you breathe? I can't breathe. Say what? I can't breathe. Can you breathe? I can't breathe. Say what? I can't breathe. Can you breathe? I can't breathe. Say what?
I said arrest. Police, take those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
I said arrest. Police, take those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Arrest. Police, take those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Arrest. Police, take those killer cops to jail.
The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
And if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
That if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
No justice.
No peace.
No crooked.
Police.
No justice.
No peace.
No crooked.
Police.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
Whose streets?
Our street.
Whose streets?
Our street.
Whose city?
Our city.
Whose city?
Our city.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
Black lives they matter now.
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 What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
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 No justice.
No peace.
No crooked.
Police.
No justice.
No peace.
No crooked.
Police.
Black lives matter.
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 out of your house,
In the streets.
out of your house,
Into 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 the streets.
Out of your house.
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 Into the streets.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No racist.
Police.
No justice.
No peace.
No racist.
Police.
No justice.
No peace.
Black lives.
out of your house, into the street, no justice, no peace.
Out of your house. Into the streets. No justice. No peace. Out of your house. Into the streets. No justice. No peace. Out of your house. Into the streets. No justice.
No peace.
Out of your house. Into the streets. No justice.
No peace.
Say her name. Breonna Taylor. 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 Say her name.
United we stand, divided we fall. An injury to one is an injury to all. United we stand, divided we fall. An injury to one is an injury to all. United we stand,
Divided we fall.
an injury to one
Is injury to all.
United we stand,
Divided we fall.
an injury to one
Is injury to all.
United we stand,
Divided we fall.
an injury to one
Is injury to all.
United we stand,
Divided we fall.
an
Shut it down!
Got water? Don't get
Gatorade.
it.
Shut it down!
Y'all ain't loud enough. If we don't get it,
shut it down!
Cause whose streets?
Our streets!
Whose city?
Our city!
Whose streets?
Our streets!
Whose city?
Our city!
Whose streets?
Our streets!
Whose city?
Our city! Make some noise for yourself out here. First one. Black, white, one nation march. Everybody. Every 10. Good. 10, 20 on mine.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
They ain't never cared. Y'all ain't never cared.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Just like you say, fuck us, fuck you.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Yo, keep killing. Yo, keep shooting.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Y'all robbing us. But y'all not gonna say.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Single day. I'm the same shit y'all do.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Y'all talking about? You shut the bed. Shut the
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Is you crazy? You shut the bed.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Y'all robbing these families for their family members. We
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
This is not gonna change. This is
All
not
I want
gonna
to say is
change.
that they don't really care about
We
us.
gotta get on their ass. We gotta get on their ass.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Keep it in. Keep it in.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
We ain't gonna say we gotta keep it, y'all.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
We ain't gonna stop.
We ready. They don't really care about us.
We all gonna make this
All I
shit.
want to say is that they don't
Y'all gonna
really
pay.
care about us.
I bet you that.
We ready. That they don't really care about us.
Y'all gonna cry later. Y'all gonna cry later. Just like these families. Y'all gonna cry later. We gonna come to the party. We gonna have y'all keep taking them away from us.
They don't really care about us.
They never will.
All right. Listen, what we're gonna do is we're gonna file people in 3 at a time. They're gonna take the temperature. Everybody for the outside. I want you to still get on your phones. Still get your people out here. There's also something going on out here other than inside in the press conference that you need to hear the voices of not only
only the movement, but of your own home. I want you to talk about it. I want you to express your feelings. I want you to let it all be known. I don't care if you're young or old. I want you to tell your people, come down here and speak their mind. It's okay to let it out. That's called healing, okay? If you don't fit, you don't heal. So understand that. If you're going inside the church, they're going to take your temple and you're going to be socially distant. But out here, you still can use your voice and you got to be uncensored. You uncensored now out here. Inside, you're going to be censored. So I'm going to let it be known. So speak your mind. Oh, there he is right there.
Okay.
Shout out, Donna. Larry, Donna was my conscience that said we needed to come here today.
Donna Jackson.
No, I said Donna Williams. Wave your hand, Donna Williams. Former councilwoman in Orange. This is what we have to do. We cannot give up. We cannot grow tired. I'm tired of having to preference it with, this is not anti-law enforcement. This is about justice. This is about equality. This is about equity. Anyone with eyes and ears should be able to see that by now. We need to know, and we need to have the same protections in our community, the same sense of security in our community that other people have. We just want to have the same opportunity for economic justice that other people have. We've been in this country for over 401 years, and that's all we've
I had to get some water and some soap. I needed to wash my hands.
asking for. The time is now. And maybe COVID-19 quieted our nation just enough for people to hear our cry that previously never even understood what we were talking about. Power to the people.
Power to the people.
Give her a hand, Assemblywoman Timberlake. Another person that wasn't on the list that should have signed the list, Sheila Montague, District Leader 49. Give her a hand. Why you didn't sign the list? We're going to listen. Now, everybody, power to the people. Come closer. Y'all stay right there. The people in the back, come closer. Because what I'm about to say, everybody needs to hear this. Now, our plan is to march from here down to Lincoln Park and back.
Let's go.
But when we get to Broad and Market, we're going to sit in and shut it down.
All right.
Now, I'm telling you this in advance. Listen. I'm telling you in advance so that any of you who have health concerns, who may not want to sit in down there at Broad Market, nobody has to do this. So you don't have to stay at Broad Market when we do the sit-in. I don't know how long we're going to be there. We'll decide that once something to eat, or the water wagon, some water, something to drink. But we can't have business as usual. We can't do what, and I also have to say, that officer that killed Elizabeth Moore's son, he's still on the police force. His name is Thomas Ruane. He even got a promotion. He killed
Michael Newkirk.
Rashid, and he killed Michael Newkirk. So, the Justice for Breonna Taylor banner is the lead banner. Go down to where you were when you started. Go down to where, Alan is going to take it. All right, take this banner down to the pole, the light pole there. Everybody else will fall in behind. We got some more banners. We don't have any more little signs, but we got big banners left. So come over and get some of the big banners if you don't have a sign, or if you want to carry a big banner instead of a little banner. We got signs over here with the names of other victims of police brutality, demands for justice. All the other banners, Breonna Taylor banner, and everything else is behind that.
Where's the Breonna Taylor banner?
Huh? It's already down there. Alan, it's already down there. Breonna Taylor.
I'll let somebody know.
So everybody that's marching, we're going to line up.
Larry's not here.
Larry Adams.
The Breonna Taylor banner is already down there, so you can just start lining up. Don't freeze in place. Start lining up. Line up from behind that banner.
Fuck the police, you know, whatever the third one is. It looks like, you know, there are a few more folks that are starting to show up to the park down here. Still a relatively quiet afternoon. I mean, I know at this time yesterday, there were already, you know, a couple hundred people that were down here, and we went marching. It's the march that went through Old Louisville, Germantown, then into the Highlands. In the Highlands, in the middle of Bardstown Road, was where we ran into police presence, including the special response team. Kentucky does not have bondsmen. There are no private bondsmen here. Everything has to be done through the jail, through the city. Glad you made it back. Maxwell. And it's still there. Y'all ever talking about secret shit?
No. I'm trying to get a walk.
Those like if you like step on Jason Downey as you're walking past. Is that what those for?
Exactly. Sick.
Yeah, I hear you. Oh, holy shit. I've been doing this 120 days. I've been doing this 120 days, and I just put the extension on my gimbal. I just learned I could do this. I don't have to use any hands. Dude, my life is complete now. I feel like it's still gonna fall out. But so I put this extension on the end of my gimbal, my little tripod, so that I could, you know, sit on the ground there for a minute. And now I have put the gimbal in my pocket so that my bulletproof vest here, so I don't have to hold it with my hands. So like I have 2 free hands here. Like my life is changed forever.
What up, dog?
It's being handsome on Wednesday. Is today Wednesday? One of these days. How you doing?
Good.
Good,
You know,
good,
after
good.
I saw y'all, they tried to kill me in fucking Thorntons.
My
Yeah.
son was the one on your holding your live.
That's
thing.
fair.
Oh.
Mom.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Why
you.
did Aaron ask me today, can we go down there and help Jason? I said, y'all got to wait a little bit.
Yeah, today
till
might
some
not
shit
be.
calms
Yeah, today
down.
might not.
The blue stickers are very nice, sir. That blue, you're in back of a blue car, sir. But we're not here. As you men understood, have I demonized the police one time standing up here? My motto and my way of thinking is different. I want y'all to know that. Because I want them also to understand I'm not going to get antagonized by them people on the streets. That they're not really backing the blue. Check this shit out here. They're not really backing the blue. What they're dealing with is an ideology of not backing the homeless. That ideology of officers that may not be around. I don't know where they're at. I'm not here to demonize. I'm here to teach right now. We need to know about the forgotten people that's ran down every day. Shoes and socks off. Do you have ID, sir? They're the voiceless. They're the people that went through similar things that I went through, yo. Every day of my life. And those are the people that's in and out with tickets. They don't even have bus fare to get to the court building from CI in Brentwood. From Brentwood to go to CI. They gotta come borrow money, come to the table, get a plate of food, a water, and bus fare to get to court because they already whacked up so many tickets on the homeless person for being in the car. Yo, I'm sorry, I'm very passionate when it comes to stuff like this. Woo! We got you, Devon. Yo, I'm gonna wrap it up. Yo, I want to say thank you to
Oh yeah, that you weren't even littering as a guy.
I wasn't even littering, so my back pocket was filled with like these cigarette butts, right?
And they gave them back to you?
I really thought that I was like, you can just throw those away. And they're like, and I guess they were being a dick, and so they just like threw them in my evidence bag.
Yeah.
Which actually I'm glad because now I can fucking show you that these are in my back pocket, just because I was so adamant about not breaking any laws whatsoever. Just like boom, in my back pocket.
Yep.
And like just empty ass cigarette packs because I didn't want to litter, shit like that. Fucking stupid. Dude. Apparently because my stream was still on, it got it when the cops were. Oh, and also now my shit smells like really bad cigarettes.
Yeah.
But because my stream was still on when I killed the lock screen.
Yep.
It was on streaming when they were going through my shit, and apparently when he grabbed my press pass, he goes, "Oh, this is fake," and like throws it away. And,
what a dick!
And then literally treated me like I wasn't press all night long, while he has Matthew Ballard, standing right there, yelling at me across the cop line, being like, "Yo, it's all right, we got you," and I'm like. My credentials are the same as his. Why is he allowed to stand there? Not that he's doing anything wrong either, but like, it's just like, why is he allowed to stand there when I'm sitting here cuffed, and my shit's all fucked up, dude? And they ransacked my shit a second time to search it, and then the cop just like grabs everything and just like drops it all over the place, and just leaves it on the road.
Yep.
It's like.
Well,
it's completely unnecessary.
At least on the bright side, they've been giving people their shit back, right? So how I talked about earlier, how the cop can choose to be a dick or not. So how they got all their bags, all like their phones and shit in them. When a bunch of us had gotten arrested previously, the only thing they handed me when I got out of jail was my snapback hat, and we had to walk to the fucking property room. I didn't have my phone, didn't have my keys. It was whack. But no, all your people are happy you're out.
Thanks, guys. Unfortunately, what time is it?
6 o'clock.
Yep. So they held me just long enough so that I couldn't go to the place where the separate location where the all the stuff that we had was taken.
Yeah.
Which had my phone in it in my bag, so I had no phone. It's got like basically all my.
Oh,
stuff.
it's at the property room. Yeah.
Sorry, it's but you have to make an appointment now because of COVID. So because it's I think they said it was closed by now. I was supposed to have a flight back tomorrow morning. I can't get my phone now, so I can't stream like I want to. And like basically all I want to do is go right back into what I was doing. And I can't because my phone is fucking. Which could have been a calculated effort, could not have been. I'm not sure.
Sure. Yeah, but it closes. If you need to borrow a phone, I got extra phone. You can call, do whatever you need to.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's like.
Okay.
I want a fucking cigarette so bad.
We got you.
About to say, I'm holding one cigarette, and it's for Riot Heart. I can't give it away.
Thank you guys. Seriously. Oh man, it feels so good to see daylight again. And,
Yeah.
oh, man.
All right, man. How you living today?
Did you guys?
You good?
Did Eric's get with you guys about like the COVID situation and how they had us packed into this tiny? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Tiny cell.
And they didn't give masks
It was
and all.
like a 25 by 20 foot cell. And there's 40 of us packed in there for the entire time.
Wow.
They made sure that we were like the last people basically to get out like that. And they did give us masks like after they booked us and everything, but before that they made us stand like cup like on chains, like where each cup is like 2 feet apart, and like we had no masks, and then when we got in there, they kept us in this tiny little cell, and no matter what we did, they would just like they gave us these little disposable masks.
Yeah.
But they broke really quick because
they're shit, yeah. Oh,
and,
yep.
and then they refused to give us any extra ones. They didn't give us anything else.
Okay.
You know, they
Yeah.
didn't give us like any replacements. Nothing.
Yep. All right, man. Enjoy your cigarette. Get a lighter. Get some food real quick. Come find me
I will,
if
thank
you
you.
need. I'll help you get around if you need whatever you need to. All right. So, for those of you that are watching and are waiting for Ian to get out, Ian was now just released. A-Rex Johnson. Okay. I'll tell him right now. Well, he just said he doesn't have his phone, though. A-Rex, if you want to, in case he doesn't know your number, if you feel comfortable, message me your number, and I'll let him call you from my second phone. So they don't necessarily release people in the order that they got arrested. You know, it could be, you know, like I said, we're talking about the government here, specifically branches of our police. There is not a lot of logic. What's up, sir? How you doing?
Doing all right, man.
I hear you. Y'all keep safe today, all right?
Plus, this big building, I don't know. I remember going to court there as a kid. They got like 30 snipers on that roof too. I see like 2 of them right now. Alright, we're gonna do another one. Mama, can't you see? What the system does
locked us up, they put us down. They locked us up, they put us down. There ain't no justice in this town. 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 Papa, Papa, don't you cry. Papa, Papa, don't you cry. Today is not my day to die. 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 Mama, Mama, can't you see? Mama, Mama, can't you see? What the system's done to me? What the system's done to me? They locked us up, they put us down. They locked us up, they put us down. There ain't no justice in this town. 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 There ain't no justice.
You good? You good?
There ain't no justice in this town. Papa, Papa, don't you cry. Papa, Papa, don't you cry. Today is not my day to die. 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 Y'all remember that? Breonna was killed because she's a black woman in America. Y'all remember that, all right? Let's support these people. Let's support it. Come on. Come on.
All right, looks like that's interesting. That's five people that got released and want nothing to do with us.
Mama, Mama, can't you see?
Interesting.
What this country done to me?
Interesting.
Mama, Mama, can't you see? What this done to me?
Interesting. Very interesting. 4 dudes that got released together. And that wanted nothing to do with jail support. I mean, they immediately came out the jail and went out together. And they're walking away from jail support here. Very interesting. Right there? Yeah. Nah, that's for jail support people. I ain't eating that. I ain't eating that. I ain't eating that. I hear you. Interesting. So that was.
United we stand. United we fall. Divided we fall.
Oh, he tricked us.
We can't hear you.
He tricked us.
You switch. What's that new one he said? Rubber bullets ain't stopping me. Rubber bullets ain't stopping me. So democracy. Whose streets?
Our streets.
Our streets. Whose streets?
Our streets.
Rubber bullets ain't stopping me.
Rubber ain't stopping me. Show me democracy. Whose streets? Our streets.
Rubber bullets ain't stopping me. Pepper spray ain't stopping me. Show me democracy. Whose streets?
Our streets.
We're gonna need to do it like we do.
I like that. We need to practice that one. I like that one. I like that one.
Not be here. It was bad as hell watching them live. The police really think they can do what they want to do. One of the officers in question in Breonna Taylor's murder sent out an email to every officer telling them to do whatever they have to do to get home to their families. Ain't that a big
That's what I said, Travis. He said the fight was good versus evil.
Yeah, he's right.
They damn sure ain't good.
That's the fucking show.
So, I mean, at this point, to me, that was a declaration of war. To me,
Go ahead.
as a black man, that's been out here 120 days. That was a slap in the face. You got on social media, never said, I'm sorry to Breonna Taylor's family.
No.
Never said, sorry for the loss of someone's daughter. Never showed no signs of remorse.
Fuck them bitches.
Cosgrove got identified as the shooter of the fatal shot that killed Breonna Taylor. He has not said a word. Brett Hankinson has been on vacation on the beach, saying he loves walks on the beach and his dog and his daughter.
Not if I see him.
Still not has said a word about Breonna Taylor. But they want us to keep coming out here and showing them respect, listening to them, listening to their orders.
Look at him. Look at it. Look.
Taking their shit from high vantage places when y'all went through training and hand-to-hand combat, and y'all would rather stay on roofs and be a pussy your whole life. You can't stop the revolution! 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 You can't.
Can you feel your feet on the ground right now? Yes. Say her name.
Breonna Taylor.
There's this song that I started singing to soothe myself. And when it was coming out of me, I didn't even realize the significance of it. We'll get this. I'm gonna say a line. Can y'all repeat after me when I say it? When I say a line, can y'all repeat after me?
Yes.
I'm still here.
I'm still here.
Can you feel your feet on the ground?
Yes.
I'm still here.
I'm still here.
Yes. I'm still hurting, but I'm here.
I'm still hurting, but I'm here.
Say her name.
Breonna Taylor.
Is Breonna here right now?
No.
Can you feel your feet on the ground?
Yes.
Say her name.
Breonna Taylor.
I'm still here.
I'm still here.
Yes. I'm still hurting, but I'm here.
I'm still hurting, but I'm here.
Say her name.
Breonna Taylor.
That's right.
Say her name. Breonna Taylor. Say her name. Breonna Taylor. Say her name. Breonna Taylor. Eleanor. Sandra. Rakia. supremacy.
Down with white 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 supremacy.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
All right, swing to the right. We're going round the park. Swing to the right. Up Clinton Avenue, around the park and back up Broad. Power to the people! 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 Say her name! 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 Elijah! 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 Rayshard! 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 Elijah! 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 Abdul! 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 Jerome! 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 Kashad! 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 Radaz! 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 When do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! How you doing, Queen? Justice! When do we want it? Now!
Oh, phone went dead. Phone went dead. Battery went dead. Okay.
Police murder people, and we protest against it, and we get charged. We get charged. It's happened here in New Haven. Don't believe it won't happen again. Is everybody ready to march? We're gonna make some noise tonight. We're gonna shut this town down tonight. How about it? Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Whole street. Whole street. Whole street. Y'all up? Y'all activated? Whole
the starting point. She has the white wrap on her head with a beautiful white hoodie on.
Hold on, wait.
She's gonna stop right there though. And just a couple of ground rules. We don't leave people behind, so we don't leave people behind. 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 Some people need to have we all can't be running and marching. I know a drill gin, adrenaline, it gets in our bodies and we want to start moving faster, but we cannot leave people behind. Also, please keep your mask on and as much as possible, stay with your group. Do not leave your people behind. Make sure you have your people intact before you all start moving. And if you're comfortable where Sun is, right here, she has another bullhorn right there. If you're comfortable, if the babies and elders want to be in the front, please be in the front. Children and elders, be in the front, please. We're going where Sun is. That's where we're going right now. Where Sun is, just turn around. Where Sun is, where you see the flag, that's where we're going to start to march.
Hey, what's going on, kid? What's going on? I'm good. Got the live face.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Y'all hear me over here? No. Yeah. How this is going to be, you're going to follow us.
I did make it.
Hey, I was worried about you, man. He was telling you to follow us, man. I was like, man, don't go that way.
Yeah, I took one wrong block and was like, whoop, and then I took, I lucked out. Well, I sprinted out, but it's all the same.
Oh, we're so glad.
Good.
No, we're glad you did.
Oh, yeah, that's good too. Rev, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good, yeah. How you doing?
Still handsome.
I know that's... Hey!
Ah, there it is.
Come on, why are we walking?
All right, so for those that have not seen downtown Louisville before, this is City Hall.
Hello guys, this is Lady Elrad, telling you that I will be leaving you. Yes, I know, it's very sad. We are going to be raiding over to Woke if it gets too crazy with the amount of streams. I might go back up. It just depends if people want me to go up so that they can have a better view of streams. But we are going over because, it's getting crazy. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, it all depends, Silver, if, like, if people want me to, I guess. I know, I'm sorry, Kyle. And Kyle, I'll try to remember to respond to your message. I'm still debating on it. It's just, it's the whole part of me not wanting to do stuff. No, I don't know. Maybe. Let me go eat something, and then maybe I'll come back up, okay? Okay. Let's go say hi.